Chetty House.
Chetty Gang. What's up, everybody?
We got the full crew. Well, no, I guess not full crew because James not here, but Joe's back.
I'm back. Hello. Good morning, everybody.
Got the belt today. Hey, Scott. I think this is Scott. Scott, S.A. Carpenter gets a belt. My man. Congratulations. It's a Thursday belt, too. It's the best day of the week belt. That's huge.
Very happy Joe's back, by the way, because it is a mission trying to run the board over here.
Yeah, bro. It's tough. Salute to Joe.
What's that, Kings fan?
What's up, Westsec?
Instigator Stephen Brown in here. Soren.
Classic. What's up, Michigan? What up, dog? Donovan, what's good? Chris Ochoa, hello. Hoy.
Yeah, the James. We got the hoodie back today. Spencer, what's up? What's up, one cool cat? Stevie B916.
Hey, Will Z.
Nick, you're getting banned, dude. Don't Nuck. What's up, dude? That's my buddy Nick.
What's up?
He's talking crazy in the chat already. The show hasn't even started.
That's not it. He's talking about sultry and buttery. That's fucking damn. Okay. In less pain today. Again, I'm home because of my car. Is the bigger thing I'm trying to deal with. Actually, not the bigger thing. Is another thing I'm trying to deal with right now. On top of the fact my face is swollen. So much so that I'm wearing sunglasses because I don't want to show my face. Spencer, that's crazy. Huh?
Here we go.
It's me. We're ready?
Yeah.
All right, let's go. We're fired up. Jesse Tapia in for James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. And a happy Thursday to you. It's the best day of the week, in my opinion. Good morning, everybody. We are on 1320 AM, 98.5 FM HD2 on the radio. We are on YouTube and Twitch, youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Good morning, everybody watching. And everybody who's already in the chatty house, everybody fired up today for the start of the Kings Summer League. Hell
Big
yeah,
day.
man.
Big day.
We're watching basketball.
I'm not going to lie. I will see how excited I am come 9 o'clock tonight, but basketball's back.
Sure. That's I have a hard time with this because I don't, and I do the same thing. Like the Hall of Fame game is coming up in the NFL.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean football's back, bro. I'm sorry.
I used to lie to myself so bad about the Hall of Fame game. Oh, I can't wait. Preseason. I don't even care if it's preseason, whatever. I don't care that the kick returner is going to get cut and wear number 1. That's fine. Whatever. I can't believe it. Football's back. And then you watch it for like the first minute, like, oh, yeah, this kind of sucks.
It's not great.
And then you grow up and you just kind of tell yourself, like, yeah, this is not good.
So I don't want to like step on anyone's joy. I genuinely don't want to do that. I just also am very sensitive to overreactions to things like Summer League or things like the Hall of Fame game in the NFL, which is ostensibly Summer League.
Yeah, you could overreact and all that, but there's also, I think, the difference between Summer League and like preseason, I guess the Hall of Fame game, if you want to just call it that, just that one, is that like at least there's all young players playing in Summer League. So it's like guys, you're just watching for development, who's doing what, things like that. Like, you know, when you get to the third quarter of preseason game 1, oh, this guy right here is getting cut. So let me change it.
Yeah. or in the NFL specifically, you'll get the veteran that you think is going to make the team, but then you see him playing in the third and fourth quarter of the first preseason game, and you're like, uh-oh.
Wait, what's Dalvin Cook doing out there?
Exactly. Who was the Niners had a defensive end? Was it Taco Charlton? Yes, Taco Charlton, Michigan legend. He was having a decent camp, and everybody was just kind of penciling him in for a roster spot. And then he was playing in the fourth quarter of every preseason game. It was like, oh no, Taco is not long for this team.
Man's an 8-year vet playing against these rookies right here.
And not dominating, not looking great. Don't love that. But hey, Summer League is at least fun because it's not high quality basketball, but there is hoops back. And we're going to dig into the Kings Summer League roster a little bit because I do think with Sacramento specifically, and again, I don't want to turn this into overreaction day where we tap in tomorrow and we've decided to make sweeping declarations about every player that dribbles the basketball for the Kings tonight. That's just reckless. It's irresponsible. Like, you're just not going to glean a ton from this situation, but you can glean a little bit. I do think there are things you can take away from a summer league setting, even if the basketball isn't like high quality, because that's really nobody's tapping in tonight because they think they're going to get finals level hoop.
Oh yeah, no. Wait, versus Bronny's not going to be the finals today?
Okay, can we talk about it for a minute?
If you would like to, it's your show.
I get great point. Hey, Jess, you heard me. No, the Bronny versus Cooper flag thing, because the Lakers and Mavs play today, and it's being marketed as Bronny v Cooper flag, and I get why. I understand the allure, and apparently tickets for that game are like $600.
Makes sense.
It's like impossible to get a ticket to Mavs Lakers Summer League. And when I first started following like the NBA on the media side, like obviously I've been a basketball fan forever, but when I really started like tapping in, Summer League was this kind of niche thing that you went to and you paid a few bucks. It was like $20 for an all-day pass, and you got to watch as much basketball as you wanted.
Yeah.
And now it's like this whole event. Like everybody
for the first weekend, I think I'd say, or whatever.
You said what?
It feels like it's an event for the first weekend there.
Yeah.
That's up.
Yeah, and I from what I understand, and spring training has done this to a lesser extent. But when I used to live in Arizona, the first time I went to an A's spring training game at Hohokam Stadium, it was like $11 to sit on the grass in the outfield, or to sit on the berm beyond the wall. You can't sit on the outfield grass; that'd be insane.
Yeah,
but it was like $11.
Right here.
You said what?
So you sit next to the left fielder right here.
Yeah, just like it's spring training, dog. What do you want from me? But yeah, and then last time I went down there, it's like $30. And I think that's kind of what's happening with Summer League, and specifically with this Bronny and Cooper flag matchup, which is being marketed as Bronny v Cooper flag. Bronny James versus Cooper flag.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Dalton Connect is playing as well, right?
I think so.
I get it's Bronny versus Cooper flag, but Dalton Connect can't get no love.
Not when Bronny James is involved, man. I'm so torn on the whole Bronny thing. I get why the NBA is marketing.
I like Bronny. It's fine. It doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah, I'm rooting for the guy for sure. Yeah. But also, I'm torn because like I want this second round pick to be able to just play in the summer league and get his development. And I saw this video the other day from some radio show, some national show. I forget who it even was, but they were showing Bronny James lowlights from summer league and just dogging him. Like that's not fair. It's a second round pick.
It's not, and it's just less about Bronny James, and that stuff comes from him being LeBron James's kid.
Right, understood.
Yeah,
I get that.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. It stinks or whatever. But like people who do that is because like he's LeBron's kid, and it's less about Bronny James.
Yeah, they can't drag LeBron, so they're going to drag his kid, which just feels trash to me. But
I don't mind the marketing for the summer league too. I feel like if you're going to market Bronny James and just go above and beyond, like summer league is the place to do it, I guess.
I mean, I suppose it's where he's going to get showcased the most.
Yeah.
It's just the funny thing to me is Bronny James, second round pick, LeBron James kid, obviously for health reasons, did not have a hugely productive college career. That's Bronny James. And then there's Cooper Flag, who is considered by some to be generational prospect, who cooked the gold medal USA team as a member of the US select team, who was awesome at Duke, and who was the number 1 overall pick and considered a potential franchise savior for the Mavs, versus second round pick Bronny James, who played a little in the NBA as a rookie.
It's a little bit different, huh? It's a little bit different.
Are you? I don't want to get too far from the Kings, because I do promise we're going to dive into that roster and things we're watching tonight when the Kings make their summer league debut. But are you tapping in to watch Cooper Flagg at all?
Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie. I already know, like, the game's at 4 today, I think, and all that. Like, I already know. Yeah, I'm watching.
You're sticking around the office a little bit to watch that game.
I wouldn't say I'm sticking around the office a little bit. I'll stick around as long as my work tells me to stick around, and then I'm gonna hit the road. Like, I'm not a psychopath.
Smart man.
Yeah. I'm not a psychopath. I'm not like,
You
oh,
just said the right
babe,
words.
can't make dinner tonight. Bronny's playing Cooper Flagg right now. I'm gonna be home late today. Like, no, we're not doing that. But,
babe, you want me to be home for dinner? Cooper Flagg's got 8 and 7, and he's only played 10 minutes.
LeBron is sitting courtside right now, and they got the camera on him. Like, no, we're not doing that. But like, that'll be on the TV while I'm here.
Sure. Yeah, man, I'm so interested because the variety of outcomes of Cooper Flagg is so interesting, because I've heard he doesn't, I think, have a Victor Wembanyama ceiling, right?
Yeah, no.
He's not that level of prospect, but also I've heard much smarter NBA draft people than me. Obviously, there's a lot of people smarter than me in that, but really smart NBA draft people who I respect talk about his floor is like Nick Batum. Yeah, that's the worst he's going to be, and that is wild to me. That's going to be a really freaking good player.
The way they've talked about, I'm not expecting like him to just walk in and be this rookie or whatever. Like, he's got to like kind of just find his footing. I'm expecting him to kind of have an impact, and like, I think this Mavericks team can be a play-in team this year.
He's the ultimate
contributing, like being a top 3, top 4 contributor on the team.
I think you're right.
At least like that's how they sell us on him.
Yeah, I think that
I'm buying the hype too, I guess.
I think the Mavs are certainly banking on it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also with Flagg specifically. It's my thoughts on him are the exact thing. I talk about this all the time with Kobe Bryant, because for a long time, just as a person who watched Kobe Bryant tear up their team forever and ever and ever, you just have this, like, you respect him, but you want to be a little bit of a hater. And I, for a long time, would try and do the NBA nerd thing where I looked at his efficiency metrics and, oh, he missed this shot and he missed that shot. And he had all these games where he took this and that. Look, he directly affected a loss here and he's an overrated defender there. I would try and do that all the time. But then anytime you talk to an NBA player who played with or against Kobe, they were like, he's the best player I ever played against.
Yeah.
Or the second best player ever. I played with Mike and Kobe, and Kobe was not far. Like, and these are actual NBA players.
Yeah, I think too, like, just going off of that, if you hear them talk about just players and all that, they'll say, like, they don't care, like, oh yeah, he got 27 on 20 shots or whatever. They're more like, oh, he got 27 that night, like, or whatever.
Yeah.
It's a big deal.
Yeah, he was able to get 20 shots up. Which is not like an easy, like, no, not everybody can just go run around and throw 20 shots at the rim.
Exactly. And we'll look at it like, oh, like, that's bad efficiency or whatever, but they'll turn that into a positive. Like, no, this is what actually, like, how we see it.
Yeah, we know how hard our defense had to work to limit him to 27 points, right? Like, that's I think how it gets viewed. That is what's coloring my entire interpretation of Cooper Flagg. Like, he was dominant in college. Don't get it twisted. He was awesome at Duke. But hearing the quotes about him coming out of the scrimmage between the U.S. men's basketball team and the Team USA select, when Flagg just kind of cooked against the men's Olympic basketball team, that is where, when you've got Hall of Famers going like, that dude is next.
Yeah, I think Kevin Durant even vouched for him.
Right. And Kevin Durant's not just going to go throw that around for anybody.
Yeah.
So that to me is why I'm really excited to watch Cooper Flagg, because I just think he's going to be, again, I'm not going to talk about him the way I do about Wemby, where I'm wondering if his ceiling is 35 points and 15 rebounds and 6 blocks. I don't think it's anything like that. But is he just going to be a steady all NBA caliber player for 15 years who's going to be awesome at everything and contribute on a playoff team as a rookie? That wouldn't shock me at all. I think he's going to be a really good player, and I'm really, really excited to watch him in his summer league debut tonight. And I'm going to root for Bronny James too, because man,
rightfully so. I don't know why you hate why people would hate Bronny James.
I do not.
Not you. Yeah, I caught myself. You
I
in
get
general terms, but yeah.
I get it from a standpoint of the people are really anti nepotism. I think it's a lot of the reason that people have an issue with Kyle Shanahan
Yeah.
and some other coaches. But I think that's number one. And I think there are people who get like media coverage of a thing or a person creates a much different picture than reality. Like Bronny James got covered as heavily as he did by the media at large, because he is LeBron James's kid.
Yeah.
And LeBron was going to play with his kid. And that's an unbelievable story that everybody is going to cover. And so, in that story of LeBron playing with his kid, I think it got blown out of proportion because of the media coverage of it by people who are on the outside, and they're going like, to hell with this guy. Why is he getting so much coverage? He actually stinks. And now there's this pushback from the other side.
Yeah.
To try and combat the other coverage.
I get all that, but that's a media issue.
I agree.
Like, you look at where Bronny got drafted, like, he didn't. I don't think he took a spot from any of his peers, like where he got drafted from or anything like that. Whatever, he's Bron James' kid. That's fine and all that stuff. But I think that's more of a media issue.
I'm totally with you, and that's why I root for the guy.
Yeah,
like he's just trying to carve out an NBA career. Like he's not. He didn't ask for this.
Well, it's like when Tebow came into the league and stuff like that too. Like that was just the most insane phenomenon of all time. Where it's just like dial it back a little bit, but it got to a point where it's just too much of a distraction.
The Tim Tebow thing?
Yeah.
Oh, dude. I will never forgive Mike Tomlin for that playoff game. My thoughts on Mike Tomlin have dramatically decreased since then.
Hey, did he finish his 500 every year, Kyle?
I guess. Let Tim Tebow beat him in a playoff game. That's tough.
And then Bill Belichick put all that to bed the week after.
The next.
It was so sad. And then Tebow's quarterback career after that.
And then he ended up playing for the Patriots, right?
Yeah, he was like a tight end. He tried out tight end or something like that, I think.
Oof.
He was on the Jets punt team at one point.
Oof. I think he was on the Jets punt team against the Niners, and I think he got blown up and they blocked a punt because he whiffed a block.
And then somehow, some way, he became the Mets left fielder.
That's right. I forgot about that. Oh, it's amazing. Yeah. Real quick, where does Summer League rank among preseason things in sports?
Ranks above NFL preseason. Maybe number 1.
Ooh.
Yeah, because I'm out on NBA preseason.
NBA preseason doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's just a whatever. That's like a bunch of scrimmages.
Is it better than spring training?
Yes, I think. There's just yeah, I think so.
I do. I think so too, because
I'll take Summer League number 1.
Because I can sit down and watch, and Cooper Flagg's going to play 20 minutes or whatever. If I tap into a summer league or a spring training game, I might get 2 at-bats of a top prospect, and he might walk in one of those at-bats.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, like Summer League is just so much better marketed. Like people will tap in at 4 o'clock for Bronny versus Cooper Flagg.
Yeah.
Whether it's to hate Bronny or to watch Cooper or whatever.
Well, we're also tapping into the Kings tonight because they make their Summer League debut. And we are going to dive into the Kings roster. Some players worth watching, some players we're excited to watch. We'd love to know what players you are excited to watch and really what you're watching for here in Summer League. Because we're not, again, making sweeping declarations, but what are the kind of the smaller things you're looking for in this preseason setting? 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 is the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Would love to hear from you. Phone lines are open. Jesse Tapia in for James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. This is The Insiders. Joe Brazil, also behind the glass. This is The Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Clear.
Sorry, Joe. Oh, son of a gun.
What's up, Wheezy?
I take my sunglasses off for a second.
What's going on, Chad? What's up, Germs? Johnny G.
Hey, Will Z, that's such a cool job. What one? Did you wait, Will, did you live in Arizona? Oh, not you, Will. That was a Will, but the wrong Will.
Will Z?
Yeah, Will Z. Did you live in Arizona? And I assume so if you're at spring training, although I guess it could have been Florida. They're not red. My right eye, because I have shingles on my face. And they are making my eye very swollen. And I look like a goblin.
Pretty cool goblin, though.
Just, dude, you've never seen a goblin look this fly in a White Sox hat.
Yeah, no.
I've
never seen a goblin in a White Sox hat in my life, actually.
Where did you guys live in Arizona, if you don't mind me asking? I moved out of Gilbert in July of 2016. Oh, all right. Here we go. My wife is going to hear this because she's working from home. She's downstairs, and she's probably going to vehemently disagree with me. But top to bottom, I'm not going to say best to worst because these are all awesome movies. Aladdin 1. Lion King 2.
You flip those?
That's fine. I wouldn't argue that. That was Aladdin, I'm just a sucker for because I watched it a lot as a kid.
Okay.
And it doesn't make me cry. Then probably, man, this is really tough. Probably Beauty and the Beast, then Little Mermaid. Man, those are 4 really good movies, though. But if I'm ranking those in order of me watching them,
15 seconds.
Told you my wife vehemently disagrees with me.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Jesse Tapia in for James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil on the 1s and 2s. We are hanging out with you until noon. The Kings open their summer league schedule today. And we're going to dive into some of the things we're watching for, not just in tonight's game, because I think if you try and look for certain things on a game-by-game basis in summer league, you're kind of doing it wrong. Like, there's no game planning. There's no...
You're not looking, oh, Kings lost today, we stink. Like, that's not happening.
No. It's not.
It's over.
So I was going through the summer league roster today, and there are 7 players that I really care a lot about right now going into summer league. Now, if somebody else on the roster has this awesome couple of games and we got to talk about it, then we certainly will. But the number one thing I'm watching for in summer league, and I think this is the case for probably everybody that's tuning in, is what does Devin Carter look like at point guard?
Yeah, this is the number one thing, without a doubt, I feel. I mean, this is the one guy I feel like that's really going to contribute, that can contribute from game 1 too.
Yeah, like it's not that way. Yeah, it's not even, it's about this year for sure. Mm-hmm. But we talked about this earlier in the week. If Devin Carter acquits himself as a legitimate point guard, like a real NBA point guard, it dramatically changes the outlook of the Kings roster for the next 5 years.
Well, yeah, it changes the fact that you don't need one this year either. And this is the way I think this is the way he finds minutes on the court as well.
I on the current Kings roster for sure.
Mhm.
But when like we've talked about this whole 2 gap years while they wait for 2027 to free up money. But James made the point yesterday that just because they're gap years, we're joined by James Ham live from Cabo. Go check out that video if you have
Yes,
not.
on
Lots of good
YouTube.
info. Lots of good info there from James at youtube.com/ESPN1320. But if you can find, like, it's not just gap years, like, okay, fast forward, nobody needs to pay attention, because there are wins you can get within those 2 years. And I think one of those wins, I think the most significant one would be Devin Carter emerging as a viable starting caliber point guard who's going to give you 15 points and 7 assists and 6 rebounds a night.
No, yeah, I agree with that because I mean we've been talking about it with Kuminga the last few days, where it's like, oh yeah, 2027 or whatever year they're really going for. It's like, yeah, Keegan there. Hopefully Keon is there. Who knows with Sabonis? Maybe it'd be Kuminga, but we haven't talked about. I don't think we've even added Carter to that possibility yet until I'm talking about him right now.
And it's not, and I want to make this
He,
really clear. Go
he
ahead.
he's been in a tough spot. Like I'll say too, like
Totally.
he's been in a tough spot since he's gotten drafted too. Like,
Yeah,
the guy
this
who
is
drafted him isn't here anymore. When he did get drafted, is at a position the team didn't necessarily need. He was also injured, didn't get to play till halfway in the season, and this team was just free falling, just trying to grab onto anything, hoping for a play-in spot, which they did land, but maybe to get into the playoffs. It's just not an easy spot for a rookie.
Yeah, man. So he's finally getting a chance to actually get some basketball development in instead
Yeah.
of rehabbing his shoulder, which is pretty significant. But yeah, I'm with you, and I want to make this really clear because I think Devin Carter was getting lumped into trade proposals by us and by other media types, not because he's bad, but when you looked at roster fit and potential player value to other teams, Devin Carter kind of checked those boxes. So it's not that I think he's a bad player, and I also don't think that his NBA future rides on him becoming a really good point guard.
Yeah.
Because I think he has the tools to be an impactful player, even if he doesn't fit that specific role. But I do think for the Kings as a franchise, like, yes, they signed Dennis Schroeder. That's a stopgap option. You still need to find a young point guard to build around. And it doesn't need to be Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, right? It doesn't need to be an all NBA MVP caliber player. You'd love that. You'd love to have that at the point, but I don't think
Yeah.
you need it. You
Well,
just
we've
need
seen
a viable starting point guard. And if Devin Carter is going to be an awesome defender and can just run the offense, that would be really huge for the Kings.
Well, yeah, we saw the Bulls once upon a time. I know they get connected to this team all the time, but like when Lonzo Ball was healthy and they had Levine and all those guys, like they were a really good basketball team just because Lonzo just made everything go. So if you get something like that from Devin Carter, yeah, it definitely help.
No doubt.
I just wonder. I wonder how much opportunity he's gonna get. Because if I wonder, like, I guess how much of summer league is just his one shot right here too. Because Scott Perry didn't draft him or anything like that, so it's just a matter of how much does Scott like him, and it's just like I said, how much opportunity is he really gonna get right now?
Sure.
Not in summer league, but just more so with the actual Sacramento Kings team.
The thing is you brought up Keon Ellis yesterday. And Keon did not. They wanted him to run the point. They wanted him to create a little bit. He played a few games, and then they pulled the plug. I kind of wonder if because Devin Carter didn't get a summer league last year, because he only got half a season, if he's scoring 40 a night, and it's like, okay, this is all pointless, then I think he gets the plug pulled early.
Yeah.
But even if he's dominant, but he's doing so, making the right reads, limiting turnovers, doing things like that, and just being a point guard, I would want to give him as many reps as he can get. I don't think it needs to be a rush to get Devin Carter out of summer league.
No, yeah, he needs work. He didn't play basketball last year, damn near.
Yeah,
Like
man.
he was here for like the last few weeks, the last month, whatever you want to call it, but there was no flow to his rookie season at all. He just needs to play basketball first, like the entire summer league or whatever, and just that's it. Just hoop. He just needs to hoop and play point guard.
I totally agree with you. The next player on the summer league roster, not a surprise, the Kings' first round pick that they traded up for this year, Nick Clifford. With Nick, obviously, you just want to see there's just boxes you got to check.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily need to dominate Summer League as the 24th pick, but do you just look like you belong? Can you avoid being a disaster? I think that is step one. Can you just do whatever the team is asking you to do without looking like a, because you can tell when you watch Summer League, there'll be a player who checks into the game and you watch him and you just go, nope, not an NBA player.
Yeah.
And just avoiding that, I think, is step one. But I'm also, I'm intrigued by what they have him do in Summer League.
Like, what do you mean?
Is he just strictly, are they, because at Colorado State, one of the things they had him do in his final year there was, and we talked to Ali Farokhmanesh, their head coach, who was an assistant during Meek's time there. But he said one of the things they had him work on as a senior was more creation, more off the dribble, off the bounce, getting to the free throw line. I'm wondering if the Kings have him do some of that in Summer League, or if they have a really specific, hey, we want you to hang out in the corner and cut, or is it he's going to do some creation when Devin Carter's not on the floor? I think that will paint a picture of what their plan is for him a little bit. And then I think you can start again, not on game one, but throughout the Summer League. I think you can watch Neek and get an idea of, hey, he's not going to be ready for the start of the year, or man, hey, this guy can give him 15 to 18 minutes out the gate.
Yeah, like I look at a guy like Nick Clifford and you look at how many guards they got on the team, and I just kind of wonder, like, do you prepare him? What's his development process going to be? Are you slow playing this? Because like we've talked about the two gap years or whatever till 2027. Are you preparing him to be ready for then? Do you need him out there like just ready to go with the guys now? I just wonder what their little development process with him will be and how ready he is, like you said.
Yeah, that's gonna be.
They're in a weird spot. It's like you're building for the future, but you're also, I guess, still trying to win ball games as well.
It's almost like you're gonna have your starting unit of Dennis Schroeder, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Keegan Murray, and Domantas Sabonis. And then your bench unit is going to be the Devin Carters, the Neek Cliffords, Malik Monk, assuming he's on the team. And like, to me, that bench unit, as many young players as you can get, but at the same time, they can't be so bad that they're losing you a bunch of games. And now you feel like you've got a bunch of veterans in your starting lineup who are disgruntled because they feel like they're wasting a year of their careers.
Well, let's think in a perfect
It's a
world.
really hard needle to thread.
In the perfect world, like you draft Nick Clifford in the first round and you're hoping to get him minutes out there, like right now.
Yeah,
I
think
think
it's
playing him over Monk. I don't think you're not playing him over Keon, so he's probably gonna have to wait a bit.
I'm playing him at the 3.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, I don't got any wings.
Yeah, I'm playing him at the 3, and I think he can do so comfortably.
Yeah.
And dude, if he's not getting, if Nick Clifford isn't getting 15 to 18 minutes a night as a rookie, I kind of think it's a mess. Like I think it's a little bit of a disaster.
Yeah, they need to balance it. These guys are getting minutes.
Jesse, real quick, I'm having the same thing with my headphones that I had yesterday. So I'm gonna unplug real quick. And I'm going to plug back in. Let's get to, is TC still on the line? Thumbs up?
Yeah.
TC still there? TC's got a different perspective. Is that thumbs up? He's still there? Okay, very good. TC's got a different perspective on the Summer League. Let's get to TC on the Elk Grove Kia Talk on a 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. TC, go ahead, man.
Man, hey, what's up with my bros, man?
What's up, TC? Kyle can't hear. He's fixing his headphones. What's up, though?
No, hey, it's good. Joe, what's up? Hey, listen, so what I'm talking about as far as from the Sacramento Kings perspective, bro, like we got a lot to watch, right? I don't know about every other team, but we're different, right? We got a lot of players that can make this roster. So as far as like you guys are breaking down the names, those are the names that we're watching. So as far as from the Kings perspective, Summer League is big for us, bro, because we want to see our youngest develop and see who can make the roster and help out. That's all I got. So that's my perspective. It's just not nothing. It's big for Sacramento Kings fans, bro.
I totally agree. Thanks, TC. Yeah, I'm with you, man. It's the
tamest TC call we've had in a while, by the way.
No, I totally agree. I hope you're doing okay, man.
He's just at work. Sounds like he was at work. Maybe he was just amongst the people.
Yeah, I appreciate him still carving out time for us. But yeah, I agree. It's just I don't want to get wrapped up in wins and losses. The Kings' future isn't doomed if they win 2 Summer League games.
Yeah.
And their future's not, set as champions if they win Summer League. You know, like I that's where I don't want the overreactions to be. But I do think it's really important because you get a player like Nick Clifford where you're going to watch him. And like I said, you're going to kind of know by the end of Summer League, okay, is this guy trending toward being a contributor in year one? Or is this guy still really in need of development? And I lean toward him contributing because I think he's going to be an effective player. But it's going to be off the bench as long as there are so many veterans in the starting unit. But I think there's going to be a real chance for minutes because DeMar DeRozan's starting at the 3. And after that,
there's no one behind those guys.
There's nobody else.
Yeah. Isaiah Crawford up next. We're talking about he's 6'6" small forward and all that stuff. I think that's someone people were intrigued by last year. Like the Kings have spots where it's like Summer League. If you want to go out and prove you can play, like there might be minutes for you.
Isaiah Crawford, I wanted to put him way higher on this list, but I also wanted to be realistic about what other people care about. I think if outside of Devin Carter, I think Isaiah Crawford, for me personally, would be the second player I'm most interested in Summer League. He spent last season in the G League. He shot 50% from the field. He shot 44.7% from 3. 6'6", 220. Has the body type and the athletic profile to be this type of player that we have been saying the Kings need. And I thought there was an opportunity last year to bring him up and give him real minutes toward the end of the year. They didn't, in service of trying to make the play in. But this is a year where we just talked about Nick Clifford's going to have to play because they don't have a ton of depth at the wings. I think Isaiah Crawford's another player that, like, man, I am trying to get him on the roster on a full roster spot or a standard contract, and I'm trying to get him minutes.
Yeah.
And again, I think that's something you'll find out in Summer League. Does he look like, oh, that's an NBA player playing in Summer League, or does he continue to look like a G Leaguer?
Well, that's the thing too. I think with Nick Clifford, you're not making any big conclusions coming off of how he's playing in Summer League or anything like that. You're going to give him a couple years and all, but like with Isaiah Crawford, I don't think he gets the same kind of, how do you say, leeway or anything like that. If Isaiah Crawford isn't really necessarily like dominating or just really performing, like just showing she's a true NBA guy, then it's kind of like, all right, well, this might not be what we're looking for at this point.
I think Isaac Jones falls into that same camp for me. If Isaac Jones is playing, if Isaiah Crawford is playing, can those guys just be dominant in their minutes? Whatever they're doing, can they do so at a really effective level? And if they can, then I feel good about them going into training camp and
you give them a larger look and all that.
Yeah, absolutely. But if they play minutes and you don't even realize they're on the floor, that doesn't bode well for me. But I can't wait to watch those two guys. And then obviously the other draft pick, Maxime Reynaud.
This seems to be the one that everyone just got their eyes on. It's like, ooh, kind of what's going to happen here with him?
Like, what's going to happen here with him is exactly it. Is it because Summer League is geared towards guards and wings?
Yeah.
It's just that's just how it kind of goes. But Reynaud is not just a center who's going to plant his ass under the basket and ask for the basketball. He can create a little bit off the dribble. He can shoot it from outside. He's got a little bit of a mid-range game. Like, that's
productively what you want in today's NBA.
Right. And does he get a chance to explore that here in Summer League as a second-round pick? Or does he kind of have to take a back seat and he's going to kind of get the treatment that every other big does in this situation, and he doesn't really get to showcase what he is? That he's the player that I'm most putting an asterisk next to for Summer League, because it wouldn't shock me at all if we walk away disappointed from Reynaud in Summer League. Just not in his performance necessarily, like, wow, he played and he was bad, but disappointed in, oh, he just didn't get a ton of opportunities. And then fast forward to late September, and we're talking about him as a potential rotation guy because he's been tearing it up in training camp in the preseason.
So were the Kings just running it with Eubanks at the backup 5?
Ooh, is that right? It's got to be Reynaud.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Maxime Reynaud played.
That's why I'm asking. Like, do we like? Well, that's the thing too. Like, you need him to prove something this summer, like that he can be on the court of the Summer League and all that. But if not, like, are we dealing with Eubanks? Or like you just throw Reynaud out there and it's like game one, just figure it out.
Yeah, Reynaud or Dylan Cardwell, their undrafted center from Auburn, like big bruising physical energy guy.
And maybe
That's
Scott Perry could bring someone in later on the offseason, but
yeah, sure. There's free agent centers out there, although the market's pretty bleak right now. It's
yeah.
like Golden State's trying to sign Al Horford, and it's like if they don't, they're just not going to have a center. that's a tough market. But I do think it's got to be Reynaud, it's got to be Cardwell, and I think you're going to see those things. And maybe Isaac Jones a little undersized to play center, but
Yeah.
he can fill a front court role. I definitely think it's worth watching and see if the Kings are trying to get those guys involved in summer league in any kind of meaningful way, or do they go the route of every other big where they don't really get to dominate, and then we find out, oh, in training camp, nobody can guard Maxime right now. Like, is that kind of where this winds up landing? And then the last one, Isaiah Stevens, recent two-way signing. Yeah, it was Nick Clifford's teammate at Colorado State. I kind of wonder if we walk out of summer league asking ourselves if he's the best point guard on the Kings kind of full, Sacramento and Stockton rosters. Outside of Dennis Schroeder.
Is that a problem if he looks better than Devin Carter at that spot?
Ooh,
Devin Carter's the better NBA player, which is
if Isaiah Stevens looks like a markedly better player than Devin Carter, yeah, I think you got a problem.
Yeah, and I mean more so just running the offense, playing with the basketball in his hand and stuff like that. Because like Devin Carter, I think is just I think he's the better basketball player and all that. He's ready now, but just more so, yeah. Like Devin doesn't look too great running the point right now.
If Devin Carter looks bad running the point, I think it's not a disaster, but I think it's disappointing. I think that's a disappointing outcome for summer league, for sure.
We'll see. There's definitely things to watch this summer league for the Kings, though.
Yeah, we'll be locked in. We'll be following along, and of course, I say not to overreact, but if Devin Carter goes for 35 and 12 tonight,
he'll get 20 minutes on it from Kyle Madsen.
I am talking about it tomorrow. We are talking about it tomorrow. Jesse Tapia going to be in for James Ham all week. Joe Brazil behind the glass. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Putting a pin in the Kings Summer League momentarily because we're trying to sprinkle in some NFL. The NFL season right around the corner. ESPN's Jeremy Fowler graded every team's offseason. 49ers, Raiders, both got really strong grades. We'll tell you what they were next on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center.
Clear.
Perry didn't draft Devin, so why does it matter? Because he's on the team? That's if he's on the team, you kind of want him to play well, right?
Step out for a second.
Okay. No. No. It might make the Warriors a little more intrigued, though. Oh, this is that's funny. Yeah, we do live shows usually after games. We also try really hard to not both wear the same style of glasses and backwards snapbacks on the same shows. Oh, this is a question. Let's talk about this. Hang on. Question for Joe. Mather's a good spot.
I do play at Mather. I actually played I didn't play at Mather last night. I played at Mahaney. I play at Mahaney on the weekdays. And then on Saturdays, if my time permits, I'll play at Mather and all around. But Mather's sick. I love Mather.
Yeah, that's a good area.
I think that was where I hit my first home run. So
oh, nice, dude.
I love that place.
Hell yeah. Hey, salute, my man. Lions don't like water. You get them in the ocean, 20 or 30 foot waves. I'm assuming it's off the coast of South Africa.
They're asking if I ever skin my knees. Dude, my knees look ridiculously gross all the time.
Brother, oh my God.
There is scars on my knees now. But with that being said, I have moved to the outfield, so I don't really I get lucky. When I was in the infield, it was really bad, but now it's better. But I can only play in shorts. I can't play in pants. It's just too hot.
Ah. I used to wear when I first started playing softball, when I was playing in Arizona, because every league in Arizona I played in was double headers and there's no breaks between leagues.
Yeah.
I would wear baseball pants out there.
Dude.
But
How?
I bought like the biggest, baggiest ones I could get.
Oh,
so
okay.
they were more kind of a sweatpants vibe than like a baseball pants vibe.
Yeah.
But
I would say, yeah, no, that's not
I eventually, I dove, slid, did all that, but I eventually moved to shorts with like the knee sleeve that has the like, what is that? What's the company that does the hex padding? McDavid. I think it's McDavid.
I know what you're talking about though. Yeah.
Because I had a couple of friends just completely destroy their lower leg, and I was not going to do that for softball.
I've toned it down a little bit, but we're definitely still making sliding plays out there.
Yeah, of course you have
It's a lot more fun in the outfield when it doesn't like ruin the rest of your week after you do it.
That's exactly it. It's exactly
like when
it.
I wake up the next day and my legs and my knees are just bleeding, bro. It sucks. So yeah, it's on grass is a lot more forgiving. Yeah, here's the thing, Lotus. I am, unfortunately. I just can't help it. Dude, we do. That would be awesome. We already have ESPN 1320 jerseys. We're ready.
Yeah.
I love wearing my jersey all the time.
I didn't get one,
dude.
but it's all good.
You got it on today underneath your sweatshirt?
Yeah, I just wear it like my Superman suit.
What did you get on the back of yours?
Huh?
What did you get on the back of yours?
I just put my last name.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I got one, I totally wouldn't like wear it either, dude. Like
I wear mine all the time, John. I know what you're talking about.
Should I go put mine on right now? How much time we got?
30 seconds.
All right, second hour, I'm wearing my jersey.
Oh, wow.
Should I do that when I'm at home? Moving forward? Outfit change every break?
But,
I'm joking. I'm not doing all that.
Oh, I was like, that's a
Here we go.
crazy ass bit to do, but.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
That's Jesse Tapia over there. Joe Brazil behind the glass. I'm Kyle Madsen. James Ham on assignment in Cabo. We're hanging out with you until noon. We've been talking a ton of Kings Summer League because the Kings open their Summer League schedule tonight. And we'll continue diving into that in the Kings offseason. But I want to put a pin in all that because ESPN's Jeremy Fowler issued grades for every team's offseason. And I want to talk about where the 49ers and Raiders both landed because they both got pretty good marks. Jesse, do you want to talk about where the Miami Dolphins landed first?
I don't even know where they landed. Is that a shot at me? Are you joking? Or like, you know how I feel about this team?
I haven't looked. Do you want me to look right now and tell you what grade they got?
Yeah, I guess. I'm going to go C.
Oh, you're pretty close. B-.
Really?
Yeah, the move Jeremy Fowler liked the most was trading Ramsey and Jonnu Smith for Minkah Fitzpatrick. The move he disliked the most? Can you guess?
I don't even know.
Signing Zach Wilson.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm with him then.
Yeah, that's tough. So the Raiders, we'll start with the Raiders, and we'll get to the Niners. The Raiders, actually, surprisingly, they got a B from ESPN's Jeremy Fowler. Because I think not surprising in that I might have given them a little better than that. Yeah, it's like, wow, hey, it's the Raiders. Look, but I thought they had a really strong offseason.
Yeah.
They brought in an adult at quarterback in Geno Smith, who is a stopgap option, but isn't like a 1-year stopgap option. You've got him there for a few years while you figure out your quarterback situation for long term.
Win football games with Geno Smith.
Yeah, I totally agree, and I think you can win football games with Pete Carroll as your head coach. The move that Fowler disliked for the Raiders, I have a disagreement here, was drafting Ashton Jeanty at number 6 overall.
Oh yeah, I disagree as well.
Look, here's where I'm at with the Jeanty thing, and we talked about this a little bit going into the draft. If you're the Raiders, you need star caliber talent. So we talked about with the Kings too. Like moving forward, can't be about drafting position, whatever. You just got to find a way to try and get a star in your building. The Raiders had the opportunity to draft the best running back in this, to take the best running back in this year's draft. They were at number 6 overall. I know there's all this hand wringing about player value and oh, you can take a running back later who's going to be a close enough proximity in stats, whatever. I get it. I get all that. I understand the argument. But if you think that Ashton Jeanty is a superstar in the making, then you get him in your building and you get him on your team, especially when you're Pete Carroll, who's going to want to run the football a lot.
Okay, I have a question now. Do you
Go
do
ahead.
that if Jacoby Myers is still your wide receiver number 1?
Yeah. In a Pete Carroll offense, absolutely.
Okay. I don't love their wide receiver room. Like Jacoby Myers is a fine NFL player. I think he can be a wide receiver 2, I think, on his best day and all that. But like their wide receiver room is weak.
Yeah, they're not a perfect team just yet, but they're in year 1 of trying to maneuver a sinking ship back on course, or to try and save a capsizing ship. I don't know. They're in year 1 of this.
Yeah.
Pete Carroll and John Spytek. So I think you get Ashton Jeanty in the building now. Wide receivers, it feels like every year there's 7 wide receivers that go in the first round. There's a ton of talent at that position every year. You still have Brock Bowers, you have Jacoby Myers, and you're going to run the heck out of the football, I think, with Pete Carroll and Chip Kelly. So I really like the Jeanty pick. And remember, not saying that the Raiders are going to become the Lions, but remember, the Lions got dragged for taking Jahmyr Gibbs. What was it, 12th?
I remember that. I dragged them as well, I believe.
Yeah, they got cooked for that, and now Jahmyr Gibbs is awesome, and the Lions are a perennial contender in the NFC. So I personally liked that pick for the Raiders. I thought they did the right thing there.
Yeah, I don't hate the pick either. I just, like I said, wide receiver room gives you questions, but I mean, Jeanty seems like a superstar.
What's your expectation for Vegas this year?
Wild card. They're going to be in the hunt for the wild card in the last week of the season. I know that.
Yeah,
that's what I feel. They should be a 9-8 team, like floor wise. I feel. I think you have a decent amount of talent. All right, maybe 8-9, but they're going to be around that spot. I feel, because I believe in, like, Pete Carroll's one of the best coaches of all time. That counts for something for me. Geno Smith is a good quarterback, more than serviceable quarterback in the NFL. So I think you're going to win games there. I mean, that's the most important position. You got locked down. You already got superstars like Max Crosby. If Jeanty is this guy that we all expect him to be, like, just going to make your offense so much more dynamic. You got Bowers, who is one of the best tight ends in football already. Like they do have some pieces there where it's like you can win some ball games. I feel maybe 9-8 as the floor is a little too out there or whatever. But I guess my point is like I think they'll be around 500 this season at the floor.
Can I tell you my expectation, like my hope for, like, obviously you hope they make the playoffs, but my realistic, like, this would be a good step in the right direction, that they're in the indie hunt graphic in week 17.
Yeah.
Can we get that? Can we get the, hey, you know what? Yeah, they're but if they're not necessarily in the wild card, but if they win the next two, and if the Panthers pull an upset next week, then the Raiders are right there. That's what I'm hoping for them in this year one.
Did Harbaugh get the Chargers to the playoffs last year in his first season?
Yeah, and they got mollywopped by the Texans.
Okay, I could see that happening for the Raiders. Like looking at the Chargers last year, it was kind of like, oh, like you're gonna need to like just like add some players here. Like this is kind of bare right here. Like Jim's gonna have to work a little bit. Like he just like, and I'm tying this to Pete Carroll. Like he got them to fight or whatever. It's just that's what, like just got them the good enough football team. Where it's like you said, they're there week 17. They make the playoffs. I don't think they might go on a run or anything like that. But I think they could be this year's Chargers team.
You want to just hate on the Chargers with me?
Sure. Let's go ahead. I guess.
Hell yeah, the Chargers trash. No, that's what's going to be prohibitive to me in the Raiders making the playoffs this year. I think they're going the right direction. I think they have adults in the room at head coach and GM, and I think they have the first very competent quarterback they've had, or the best quarterback they've had since like 2016 Derek Carr. So yeah. I think they've made a ton of good moves and they're moving the right direction. But
it's going to be a tough division too.
That's it. I joke about wanting to hate on the Chargers, but man, you know what? The Chargers might go to the Super Bowl. The Chiefs are the Chiefs. I think the Broncos are really trending the right way, and the Broncos might be really, really good this year.
The Broncos are always that team too that gets written off in that division. I feel.
Yeah.
Where it's like, no, they're probably gonna need a little bit more respect this season.
Yeah, they might have the best defense in the sport. If Bo Nix takes a leap in year 2, they could be super dangerous. So that's the one thing holding me back from being really bullish on the Raiders, is not even anything they did or didn't do.
Yeah.
It's, man, they got 6 really tough division games to go along with their schedule. So like what the Raiders did, they got a B from ESPN's Jeremy Fowler. I think that's probably a pretty fair grade. The 49ers, on the other hand, very surprising. I scrolled past them initially because I thought they were going to be in the C or D range. They had an A- from Jeremy Fowler on ESPN.
I don't hate it. Maybe go ahead.
The justification makes sense when you read it. I don't think I would have said A-, but he said their biggest move, signing Brock Purdy to an extension. The move he liked was hiring Robert Saleh as defensive coordinator. And then they had no moves that he disliked. And I would push back a little bit. I think they should have tried a little harder to retain Dre Greenlaw. But outside of that, man, like I while there's nothing that I'm like, wow, they did awesome. Michael Williams, I'm kind of up and down on. The Saleh hire was awesome. Getting their extensions done when they got their extensions done with Kittle and Warner and Purdy was a pretty significant deal. But
yeah, I think, like, just thinking on that real quick, I think something like that just kind of tells you just the direction they're still trying to go with this football team, where it's like, no, we're not really trying to take a step back. We're still trying to win Super Bowls and get to the playoffs every year, like just keeping our core around and all that stuff. I get the Greenlaw stuff, but that's going to be a tricky situation. I feel like that's when you got to, I guess, take a risk on. So I get not bringing him back. And I don't know, was it Denver? He's with Denver now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and was it Denver overpaying for him? Maybe why he didn't come back?
I don't know that they overpaid. Maybe they did a little bit, but the Niners tried to get Greenlaw to come back after he had agreed to a deal with Denver, and he chose not to.
Yeah, man,
but outside of that, we got to step aside. We can keep talking about this a little bit because I have, you know me, I have consternations here. I just kind of disagree with the idea of giving a team an A- for an offseason where they largely just let dudes walk.
Yeah.
But we can keep diving into that. We'll keep diving into the Kings offseason as well because things are starting to slow down. Let's get a lay of the land. I don't think the Kings are quite done yet. And then somebody in the chatty house asked a really interesting question that'll tie the Jonathan Kuminga discussion back into the fold. Should the Kings be trading first-round picks for players at this point? Maybe not Jonathan Kuminga, but maybe a different player. We'll talk about it next. That's Jesse Tapia. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Clear.
We good?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll be right back. It's Jersey time.
Oh, wow. What's up, Scooter? What's going on with the chatty house? Zabo, what are you expecting for the Bucks this season? No, Russ, that's your guy. Mark, Zach Wilson. Makes sense. Not afraid of Michael Penix, I guess. Shout out, Scooter. Sounds like a good time. I don't even know what to say. I can't believe. Oh yeah, we need a backup quarterback. Let's go sign Zach Wilson. Like, all right, man. Whatever. I'll be there week 1, ready to go. Mitch, I'm gonna be honest. It's gonna be real ugly for you this season, brother. Like Daniel Jones or Anthony Richardson, just it's gonna be tough. You too, Johnny G. I forget you're a Colts fan. Johnny G kind of slides by with that. Probably should have took Shador. Oh, there we go.
Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It says Vibes Guy on the back.
Does it really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
About 15 seconds.
You're 15 seconds. Got him.
Oh, wait. That's weird.
Roasted his ass.
Retribution. I don't think Daniel Jones will be comeback player of the year, but I think your Giants will stink.
Damn. Hour number 2, that's Jesse Tapia filling in for James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen, live from the home studio today while I deal with continued car trouble. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Joe Brazil is behind the glass, and we're hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and Casey. Appreciate everybody listening on the radio side. That's ESPN 1320 AM or 98.5 FM HD2. If you're listening on the free Odyssey app, the iHeartRadio app, the TuneIn app, appreciate you for listening there. And a reminder that if you don't listen there and maybe you're watching on YouTube or Twitch and you got to walk away for a little while, you can just fire us up on one of those apps and continue listening. If you're listening in your car, fire us up on one of the apps. And you can listen to us there. Again, that's the Odyssey app, the iHeartRadio app, and the TuneIn app. Appreciate everybody listening. However you listen, maybe it's like James Ham and Kyle Madsen show, the podcast version of this program, which if you're not subscribed already, what are you doing with your life? It's available wherever you get your podcasts. Subscribe to the Insiders now. All right. Actually, it's the James Ham and Kyle Madsen show. Sorry. Legal stuff. I don't know. Real quick, before we get back into Kings offseason, I wanted to continue our discussion a little bit about the 49ers getting an A- for their offseason from Jeremy Fowler. I'm of two minds here because part of me goes, a team that had a good offseason, especially a team like San Francisco that 2 years ago was in the Super Bowl, had a down year last year. If they're getting an A- for their offseason this year, they should be back in the Super Bowl conversation, right? That's kind of what that signals to me initially. And I don't think they are. I don't think they're there right now. I think there's too many unknowns on their roster.
Yeah, no, I think it's a they call it what they like. They were a 6-11 football team last. It's an A-, I think, just for the fact. I mean, you didn't pay Brock Purdy $60 million, which was a good thing.
Yep, that's a W.
And I think, like, can you have a great offseason just by doing maybe what you're supposed to already?
So,
I get what you're saying. Like, they didn't really do anything like just out of the ordinary. Like, you locked up you guys, let some guys go and all that stuff. But it's just more so maybe that's just all they needed. That's all they could do and all they needed to do this season.
They've also, right, and that's where the other part of this comes in because they have a league high like $92 million in dead money. Mm-hmm. It's like a third of the salary cap they're paying to players who aren't on their team anymore, which is kind of nuts. But I also think that if you look at it from the perspective of they had a plan to cut some of the fat loose from their roster, some of the players who were aging and a little expensive and underperforming their contracts. They got out from under those contracts now to put themselves in a healthier place contractually moving forward when the big numbers start kicking in on Brock Purdy's extension, et cetera, et cetera. I think when you look at it from that perspective, like they had a plan to try and reopen a Super Bowl window. And at some point, they're going to have to hit on draft picks. Like we talk about that all the time with the Kings, right? No matter what team building strategy you go for, you're going to have to hit on some draft picks. And that's where I think they're relying a lot on the 24 and 25 classes because 22 and 23 didn't bear a ton of fruit for them. But I think from that standpoint, I think an A- for what they needed to do this offseason is probably about right.
Yeah.
Even if they go ahead.
Well, because trading Deebo Samuel, like we saw what Deebo was last season and stuff like that. I think being able to move off of Deebo, like that's a plus right there. And like I said, just extending Fred Warner, extending Kittle, and signing Brock Purdy to a contract where he's paid like $53 million per year. He's not getting the $60 million per year like Dak. Like those are all great moves, I feel.
Do you think there's a chance, speaking of Deebo Samuel, that he tears it up in Washington this year?
Not really.
And the 49ers look dumb for trading him for a 5th-round pick?
No, honestly.
You think he's cooked?
I don't know if he's cooked, like where he's just not a contributor anymore. But I think we've seen the best of Deebo Samuel already. To be honest, I don't know how much I buy the Commanders right now. That's a separate conversation, I guess.
Oh,
but
word?
How they're supposed to win the Super Bowl? Like everyone just keep telling me. Like I get it, but also like they're just like that's the team.
We're always Kevin Clark, our buddy from ESPN, says this all the time. We're always a year early to the hype on teams.
Mm-hmm.
And it wouldn't surprise me at all if the Commanders took some kind of step back this year and geared themselves up and then were really, really good in 26.
Yeah. I don't know like if it's playoffs or anything like that, but I don't buy into the fact that they're going to take this massive step forward.
I think I'm with you.
Because the best team in the division is still Philadelphia.
Yeah, I'm with you there for sure. The thing I don't want to say worry about. I hope Deebo has an awesome rest of his career. I think the thing the 49ers would be worried about from the perspective of, man, we kind of gave away a player for a 5th-round pick who is still productive, is the 49ers did not have the means to get Deebo open in the ways they used to, because he's not just going to go out. Debo's not the type of receiver who's going to go out and just beat man coverage, right? Like that's just not his bag. That's why the Chiefs locked him up in the Super Bowl a couple of years ago, because they had really good cover corners who they could just put on an island with Deebo and he's going to get 13 targets and I think he had 3 catches.
Yeah.
because it was just that he was locked up. But I think the Commanders, with the way Jaden Daniels moves, with the way their offense is designed and how creative Cliff Kingsbury was last year, I think there are going to be ways that they can get Debo in space where he can maybe look a little bit more like the Debo of old. 2021 Debo's gone. We're never seeing that again. And I thought that at the time. That isn't even hindsight. But I think last year there were just enough flashes where I'm optimistic that he can bounce back a little bit in Washington.
Yeah, I think it'd be productive, but I'm skeptical about how productive, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, he's not gonna match what he used to be, I feel.
All right. So the 49ers for me, we talked Raiders and expectations. Like I said, if they're in the hunt graphic in week 17, I think that's a great sign for them moving forward. I don't think they jump into the playoffs this year, but I think they're trending that way. And it's as good as I
49ers
felt
don't jump
about
into
them.
the playoffs this year?
You said what?
You said the 49ers don't jump into the playoffs this year?
No, I don't think the Raiders get there.
Oh, I got you. Okay,
Yeah, we
okay.
talked about that a little bit in the last segment.
Yeah.
But for San Francisco, I think the expectation internally is probably to make the playoffs. I think that's their hope. If a bunch of stuff breaks right for them, then maybe they climb back toward the top of the NFC. If, that's Michael Williams is awesome out of the gate, and Nick Martin is a really close facsimile of Dre Greenlaw out of the gate at linebacker, and Brock Purdy progresses from where he fell back to last season as a quarterback, and Juwan Jennings looks awesome, and Brandon Ayuk gets healthy midseason. Like that's all kind of stuff that needs to go right. Christian McCaffrey stays healthy all year. That and I don't know that that's realistic, but I think if San Francisco is going like 9-8, 10-7, and sneaking into a wild card spot, I think they're feeling pretty good. If they're going 7-10, especially with the schedule they have, AFC South, NFC South, Browns, Bears, and Giants is all on their schedule.
Yeah.
If they're going 6-11 again, 7-10, I think it's panic button.
Yeah, because that's where it's like, all right, Brock, we paid you. Because that's the thing, like you paid Brock Purdy this money now, and he's not the highest paid quarterback or anything like that, but he's paid high enough to where I think every year now the expectation for the 49ers is to be a playoff berth.
That's it.
Whether
that's
yes. Not like that's fine. Like you can tell me his wide receivers are weak, which I feel they are, and all this stuff, but also that's fine. Like you add the receivers so he can get to the Super Bowl so they can elevate there. But Brock Purdy, for what he's paid now, the expectation every year for the 49ers should be playoffs. Wild card, win the division, whatever it is they need to, like that's just the goal now. That's what he's paid to do now. That's how he's paid.
That's perfectly put. I've been trying to figure out a way to articulate that, and you just did it. Because he's not they did not pay him to be Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes or Lamar Jackson, right? I don't think the expectation is that he's going to put the onus on his shoulders the way those quarterbacks do. And Joe Burrow, your guy, to a different extent. But I don't think that's the expectation. But you're absolutely right. When you get into that realm of $50+ million annually, you don't get to go 6-11 anymore.
No, you're one of the guys now. You're a legitimate, good starting NFL quarterback where they like, this is why they paid you. They paid you because they feel you can take them this far, or at least to this point.
And they paid him because they feel like he can take them this far when they do have to trim cut 3 defensive linemen for financial purposes, when they don't have a loaded wide receiver room. They feel like he can elevate that group.
Yeah, the 49ers can't go 6-11. It's just like, well, Brock didn't have Brandon Ayuk most of the year. Brandon Ayuk just didn't get back to his full self. Christian McCaffrey was just off and on. Like, nope. There's no excuses. He's got to be at least, they got to get to the playoffs. Or at least be, like you said, in that hunt where it's like, if they missed out, whatever. But it's like the Niners went 10-7, 9-8. They just barely missed out because they didn't go their way because some other team won or something like that. But like they always just need to be their bare minimum.
Yep. I'm right there with you, man. It just, if they missed the playoffs this year because they went 10-7 and lost a tiebreaker, like, all right.
Yeah.
But if they missed the playoffs this year because they were sub 500, they got a problem. They got a very, very real problem. And I'm not, you know me, I'm not on the fire Kyle Shanahan bandwagon at all. I know there's a large contingent of you out there. Salute to TC. But If they go sub 500 this year without some catastrophe happening, it's going to be really, really tough to feel good about them going into 2026.
Well, like I said, you can't blame it on CMC. Like, just Brock has to get it done.
Yeah, man. I'm 100% with you. It cannot be another year of, man, he's holding on to the ball too long. He's running around. Nah, man, figure it out. Like, you're getting paid. Figure it out.
Scooter 916 in the chat house says,
Yeah.
So Brock does everything he's supposed to do, and the receivers are not good. Is that still on Brock? You can't set him up to be set him up for early on or whatever. You're setting him up for failure like that. No, he's paid to be this guy now. That's what it is.
Yeah, I don't. Patrick Mahomes took bad receiving course to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, like Brock Purdy is paid like he's a guy, so it's like you need to elevate the guys around you a bit. We're not saying he's got to go to the Super Bowl every year, but like he's paid to take this team to the playoffs now. That's how. Exactly. That's what it is. The
expectation is not that he would take bad receivers to the Super Bowl. It's that he's good enough to keep them from being terrible.
Yeah,
that's it. That is the standard. And I don't think the receiving core is going to be so bad that that you go, well, what's the quarterback supposed to do? Like, your quarterback's supposed to make plays.
Yeah.
That's
Brock Purdy is not the first quarterback to play with a poor receivers and make it work.
But if you're ready to make excuses for the kid, salute. I'm not. That's all. That's Jesse Tapia. He's filling in for James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. I saw this getting kicked around in the chatty house. It was about RJ Barrett and first-round picks. And would you give up 2 first-round picks for RJ Barrett?
Yeah.
If the Kings were going to give up 2 first-round picks, would you rather them do it for RJ Barrett or for Jonathan Kuminga?
I think off the top of my head, I'd go. Feels like the wrong answer, but Kuminga.
I think I'm with you.
Yeah, I think there's just Kuminga's kind of like, hey, there's door number 1, and then there's RJ Barrett. Door number 2 is a mystery door. Sounding like Kuminga, it's about 15 points, but hey, it could be 25. It could be. It's like I kind of want to look through the mystery door.
I think the other thing that factors in here, and I kind of want to that you factor in money, right? If it's Devin Carter, Dario Saric in 2 firsts versus whatever the salary it would take to match RJ Barrett in 2 firsts, that's pretty significantly different. But if you could just do it straight up for 2 first-round picks. Securin says, I wouldn't do it for Jonathan Kuminga either, but Kuminga over RJ Barrett. Yeah, and I think that's I understand that perspective. Yeah, but if you're just in this hypothetical world that I'm throwing out because we're on the radio and we're talking, yeah, you're gonna give up 2 first-round picks for a player. Who would you rather it be?
Yeah, I'm gonna go Kuminga. I feel like at this point, I'm pretty sure I know who RJ Barrett is. Not in a bad way, but just he's a 21 point per game scorer. This and that. But it's like Kuminga could be something more than that as well.
Okay, I have a different spin on this though.
Okay,
I think if we knew that this was going to be the 22-23 Kings, Beam Team 1, I think I would rather have RJ Barrett.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, you need more of a sure thing.
Yeah.
I was just going to play his role and just kind of fill in and all that stuff.
RJ Barrett would be so uninspiring. If the Kings somehow swing a deal and they wind up with RJ Barrett, I'm gonna be so upset. That's just so uninspiring to me. It's like, all right, like I guess.
Well, no, RJ Barrett's not bad. Let me look up his contract.
No, he's not a bad player. No, he's not a bad. No, well, didn't say bad.
I know. I didn't mean like that, but I just more so like you could think of RJ Barrett and the Kings' future together. No,
RJ Barrett is the Sacramento Kings of forwards. Like, yeah, he's fine.
I feel like you're short selling him a bit.
Am I?
He's got 2 years left, including this upcoming season.
Okay.
20... I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't hate it. You work out a deal with RJ Barrett.
He's only 25.
Yeah, I think you're being a bit harsh.
25 years old. He's 18.8 for his career. All right.
At a position that they need.
At a position they need. Man, he's 19, 6 and 3 for his career. Oh man. All right.
21 last season.
34.6 from 3. Maybe I'm selling RJ Barrett a little short.
Yeah, I think you are.
He's also not really ever gotten to be on a good team. Like a really good team.
So let's send him to the Sacramento Kings.
I don't know. That'd be all right, I guess.
Selling Joe Burrow and RJ Barrett short this week. Wow.
Joe Burrow's way better than RJ Barrett. What are we doing?
No, you still sold him short.
What are we doing?
Still sold them both short.
I'm just being a hater, and Joe's gonna hate us if we do not step aside on the radio side. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna pay some bills. Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee. He is live at the American Century Championship. I'm gonna find out who he's talking to. We're gonna make sure to give him all the questions for the athletes and celebrities that are out there. And we'll talk about the Kings and the 49ers as well with our buddy Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee next, right here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center.
Clear.
Oh my God. Here, I'll turn this way.
No, we're talking to Chris. Yeah.
What happened?
Maybe not. Probably not. Yeah.
I was asking Jesse if you guys are going to get to the off-season segment because I was about to post another tweet. But
Yeah, no, probably not.
okay, I'm glad I asked.
Thanks, dude. Preach.
Shout out Cubs Twins. Cubs winning 4-0 right now.
Pretty fired up for that.
It's on the iPad.
Nice.
I'm on my KC vibes today. Shout out to the Red Sox. Won 6 in a row, by the way. We're back.
Oh, snap.
Did beat up on the Rockies, but I'm not going to complain.
Shout out to the Dodgers losing 6 in a row. There we go.
That's crazy.
Come on.
Panic time in Tinseltown?
You're right.
Someone can cut you saying shout out to the Dodgers. That's how.
Oh, boy, you hate to see it.
Yeah.
Dude, you should have just let that one go.
That's tough. Joe, you got to watch, man. They can clip anything.
You're right. I've already been clipped before.
Oh, have you?
I have.
Look at Eric Escobar in the chat. Clip it, chat. Zabel, I'm sorry. He's cutting that already.
Dude.
That's tough for you, Joe.
I'm about to my buddies are about to give me a hard time. Oh, no.
You got a homie who's a Dodger fan, too.
I do. He was, oh man. I played softball with him yesterday. I was like, man.
I got to get out to Dodger Stadium one day.
Oh, dude. No, you don't. Go to Angel Stadium instead.
Oh, I wouldn't say.
Wait. What did I do?
What? Me?
No, so Kieran says that Zabel's going to clip me too.
Dang.
I got you guys, Johnny G. Joe said shout out to his Dodgers. That's what I heard.
Oh, wow. I did not say my Dodgers.
Shout out to the Dodgers, he said.
Oh, man. Will, you're a Dodger fan, so that's okay. That's fine. I can live with that.
This was a top tier moment yesterday. Shout out to KC. And frankly, I'm never gonna ask again because he paid it off finally. Maybe Joe Zaidi, Farhan Brazil.
We're coming back, guys. Here we go.
Farhan Brazil is wild.
All right, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, maybe back to the Insiders. Holy smokes. I'm having a whale of a time with my office chair here.
You okay?
Yeah, I've got one of those rolling mats because it's carpet, not to brag. And so I got this plastic rolling mat thing, but the wheels sometimes get stuck underneath the edge of it. And so I have to stand up and completely move the chair to get back toward the mic. I'm leaning so far forward right now.
It would be the most just Kyle Madsen thing of the week if your chair just broke right now.
Just broke. Yeah, dude, I'm catching somebody else. So yesterday I was hoping for a W. I
Yeah,
was taking my car to the shop to get my tires realigned so I could drive to Sacramento today.
as one
Or to get
does.
my wheels realigned. Yeah. And I get to the tire shop after they say my car's done. And they're like, "Oh, we actually didn't realign your tires because or realign your wheels because I got one new wheel, my back left." And they were like, "Because it's a different offset than the other wheels, we would give you false readings if we realigned it, so we're not going to do that."
So what are you gonna do?
So, all right. So I end up going to a different tire shop. I go to Salute to America's Tire in Brentwood. I said, "Hey, I bought a wheel from you guys yesterday. I need another matching one in the back so I can get them realigned." Guy goes, "Great." Turns out I shouldn't have been doing that, but that's a different story. Guy goes, "Great." Turns out they don't have it. They don't have the wheel I need. So I got to go to a different one, not far from the crib. They have the wheels I need. So I have the right wheels now, but now they're still not aligned properly. So I have to go get that done today. Just a
And
mess.
Kyle
I
Madsen.
cannot catch a W right now.
Maybe your friend
cannot
Chris
catch a W.
Biderman can cheer you up.
But here's a W. Here's one. Chris Biderman is joining the program. Hey, everybody. Chris Biderman, Sacramento Bee, live from the American Century Championship. Also, host of the Candlestick Chronicles podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts. Also available on YouTube. Check it out. Chris, what's going on, man?
What's up? How do I sound okay? My connection good?
Yeah, you sound good.
Sound good?
Hello?
Are we good? Did we lose Kyle?
Jesse, can you hear me? Kyle, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Chris. I can hear
I can't hear anyone. Okay, maybe this is a
Oh, yeah.
problem.
Kyle's
Right,
headphones went out.
Here we go.
All right, Chris, we're just going to start this off with the Kings, whatever.
I can hear Kyle.
You can hear, yeah, Kyle can't hear us.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're back?
So back. We're so back right now. Let's go. Hey, Chris, what's going on, man?
Yeah.
Let's go. What's up, buddy? How are we doing?
Doing great. Have we gotten...
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Have we gotten news yet? The SACB exclusive on a potential Taylor Swift Travis Kelce engagement?
We have not. Boots are on the ground, obviously.
Right. Yeah.
I'm here on the shores of Lake Tahoe. It's a lovely day, but no signs of the Kelceys yet. It's a practice round today. They might just be so big time at this point that they show up tomorrow when the tournament starts. But it is to be determined if they will be accompanied by a world famous pop star. I'm guessing no. I don't know if this is quite the event for Taylor Swift to walk around playing a round of golf with these guys, but you never know. I wouldn't have guessed she'd perform at Tight End University either, so we'll see.
What a bizarre sentence. Can you imagine? You and I started Candlestick Chronicles in 2018. Can you imagine in 2018 being like, "Hey, it's someday George Kittle is going to have something called Tight End University, and Taylor Swift is going to perform at a Nashville bar during Tight End University"? What a weird thing.
It's pretty wild. And yeah, Kyle, you know this. My wife is a big Taylor Swift person, and wife's a big Taylor Swift person, and she knows that I've known Kittle a little bit from my time covering the 49ers, and when she saw that she was 2 degrees separated from Taylor Swift through me and George Kittle, she was pretty excited. So that's really kind of the only reason I want to see Taylor Swift, is to impress my wife, to further cement her decision in marrying me, obviously.
Well, you're already locked in. Salute. Let's real quick. Let's talk a little bit about the Kings offseason with you while we have you for a few minutes. Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee joining us here on the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It sounds like the Kings are cool doing a couple of gap years here, waiting for 2027 to hit when they're financially a little more free. Is that, you think, the right move by Scott Perry in the front office?
I guess it kind of depends on what the mandate is. If you want to build, given their current situation, if you want to build something long-term and sustainable, I think it makes sense to me to wait some time until these contracts do become more tradable, right? Like, to me, DeMar
Sure.
DeRozan seems like an ideal candidate to be moved at the trade deadline, where he might have a lot more value than he has right now. And I think the same is probably true for Zach LaVine next summer, when his contract's considered an expiring and teams are loading up to have cap space in 2027. It seems like the move for the Kings in order to actually get assets for these guys is to wait. And obviously that's not ideal, but that's the corner they painted themselves in when they made these moves, is that, they acquired Zach LaVine, which had largely been considered one of the worst contracts in the NBA for a long time. And when you acquire that contract, this is what happens. You have to wait, unless you want to attach a bunch of assets just to get off of that contract. So it makes sense for the Kings not to want to attach a bunch of assets to those contracts to move off of them. But in the meantime, it means you're going to get a team like we saw last year that's going to be most likely competing for a play-in spot in the Western Conference. Maybe everything goes right and they get a 6, 7, 8 seed and they go to the playoffs. But even then, I'm not even sure what that accomplishes long term, aside from you just telling your fans like, hey, we made the playoffs, because it doesn't seem like, long term, that you're going to get better from with this group of players.
Sure.
Knowing their situation and like kind of what we heard about the Kuminga stuff and all that, and just that Sarge Carter in 2 seconds offer, do you think it's all the more reason to maybe up that offer and go after a guy like Kuminga now that you have an opportunity to, I guess, add a guy who could help your future, given how bleak it looks everywhere else?
I mean, maybe. I don't know how well Jonathan Kuminga fits with this current roster, obviously. He wants to be a guy that's going to be ball dominant and score, and you already have some guys who want to be ball dominant and score on the roster. If you're trying to spin it forward to the future beyond DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine, are you developing Jonathan Kuminga in the right ways in the meantime? Like, can you develop Jonathan Kuminga in the way you need to while those other guys are here getting the bulk of the oxygen on the offense? I don't know. To me, that's a tricky proposition. I mean, if the price is right, the bet makes sense. But at the same time, like, are you going to develop Keegan Murray at any point? Like, is that, in getting Jonathan Kuminga, if you're Keegan Murray, what does that tell you about the long-term direction of this team? And do you want to sign with this team long-term, knowing that also making an investment in Jonathan Kuminga, who plays your position, who's going to be commanding a lot of shots? I just, I don't really know how that works. I understand the appeal of Kuminga in terms of the athleticism and the talent, but in terms of the circumstances, I don't really know how it makes sense for the Kings. So I'm definitely of the mind that this team needs to rebuild through the draft. And I don't know if giving assets up for Jonathan Kuminga really aligns with that. And I do wonder if it impedes your ability to develop him and develop other guys, given the group of players you already have.
Chris Biderman, Sacramento Bee, Candlestick Chronicles podcast. We're going to let you go. Enjoy the American Century Championship. Really appreciate you jumping on from Lake Tahoe. Have a safe drive back, and we'll talk to you next time, man.
All right. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me.
Chris Biderman. There he goes. And there go my headphones, because naturally, why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they go out right now? This is great. I'm coming in tomorrow. I will walk to work tomorrow. I'm so tired of this, dude. I'm so tired of this happening. It's literally, like, everything's fine, and then all of a sudden we go by, and it goes, and my headphones stop working. I have a buzzing in my ears now, and it's not me, it's my headphones. I'm like I said, I will walk to work tomorrow. I don't give a damn, dude. I'm so sick of this. I hate doing this from home.
Kyle Matt's gonna do the Paul Pierce walk tomorrow. Yeah, it's been a tough week for our guy Kyle Matson. I don't even know if he can hear me right now, but shout out to Chris who's been on.
Shout out to Kyle too for soldiering. And
yeah, you're doing this all with a smile. I know in the background, I know behind the scenes, you're pretty pissed off.
Furious, bro.
Yeah.
I'm so mad.
Kyle's really mad.
I might have to just come pick you up tomorrow, Kyle. Maybe I'll just make the drive down.
All right, salute. Thanks, Joe. No, we're preach.
I'm up in the Odyssey truck.
You know what? I'm actually down for that. If I don't have to pay for the gas.
Yeah, dude, right off that mileage, I love that for you. I love this idea. Joe, we'll get a little coffee and a little snack on the way up. It'll be great. We'll get treats for the car ride. No, man, it's one of those, and I'm trying to have a good perspective, because like life just happens, right? Like this is of all the things happening in the world, what's happened to me over the last couple of days is not like it's not terrible. It's a bunch of inconveniences is what it really is. Aside
terrible,
from
though, like I'd imagine having shingles is not the best.
No, it's not. It's not. It sucks. But like when I got my flat, right? I got a flat on the freeway. It blew up my tire. It damaged my rim. I never lost control of my car, right?
Yeah.
Like I didn't go skidding out on the freeway and put other lives in danger. Like I was able to get over to the side of the road safely. I got picked up by AAA. Like I got everything. Like yesterday, I was able to get the wheels I needed on my car, right? I've got an appointment to get my car done today. My illness is not going to kill me. Like it's not life threatening. I've got treatment for it. I'm lucky enough to have insurance that allows me. So I'm trying to find like the bright side and the have the right perspective here. Like it could be so much worse.
Well,
but at the same time,
like that's also kind of a jinx right there. Zabo just hitting you with the jinx. It could always be worse. No, hopefully this is the worst it's been. Zabo, what are you doing here?
I really want. I have so many blessings in life, right? Like it's not like I said. I'm not. Nothing dramatic is happening. Even the shingles, like it's just it hurts. It's annoying. Like being in pain in the head and face for 5 days straight is not super sick, but like it's whatever. You know, I've got medicine. It's getting a little better. My eye is swollen to the point that I don't want to show it on camera, but I look like a gargoyle, dude. It's crazy. But like it's whatever. Like it's not. It's fine. But also, I'm looking for one W. Like,
oh yeah, I know. Like you got a tough week. Like you don't have to do this whole. Hey, life's okay still. Like no, you can be mad if you want.
Like man. I don't know. It's I'm lucky enough to have a job where I can work from home and have coworkers that are cool enough to oblige me in this. But damn, we're figuring out how to get to Sacramento tomorrow.
Yeah, tune in. Does Kyle get to Sacramento by train or by bus?
Maybe I'll film my journey. I'll film it like one of those. Do you watch a lot of like Instagram reels or TikToks or whatever? YouTube Shorts.
YouTube Shorts would be it.
Yeah, shout out YouTube Shorts, ESPN 1320 on YouTube.
Yeah.
Check out, we're cranking out a ton of shorts there. But what was I going to say about that?
Like an influencer, like you're walking away from the camera and then you cut it right before you have to walk back.
No, I was going to do one of those things where, have you seen those influencer videos where they go to like a restaurant for the first time? And they'll be like, today we tried, I don't know. Today I'm going to Jesse's Burger Shop for the first time. It was really highly rated, and I'm visiting Sacramento, so I really wanted to try it. The menu has a ton of selections, but I wanted to try the classic cheeseburger. Like, and every single one is in that cadence and that voice. I'm going to do that, but on my travels to Sacramento tomorrow, whether it's in my car, my wife's car, by bus, train, or plane.
This is the Greyhound, and there's no food offered here, but this is my ticket.
Hey, if I'm told I'm getting Joe Brazil in the Odyssey truck and I get Leezy in the Odyssey van, I'm not coming.
The Odyssey van is kind of scary.
Do we have a van? Do we for real have, Joe? Do we really have a van?
We do. We
got a black
two.
van.
No, we got a new one.
Oh, we got a new one.
Yeah.
Does it have a wrap on it?
No, it's that white van out there next to the Odyssey truck.
Oh, I didn't even know that was ours.
That's been there for like almost a year now.
What?
I mean, it's been almost a year.
Get it painted.
Bro, when I was working promotions, we used to have to roll in one of those big vans where there's no back windows and no side windows. It's just the passenger and driver side in the front or whatever.
The stranger danger van.
Yes, that one.
Yeah.
Yes, that was tough.
Hey, this is facts. I gotta have Kenny send the private jet.
Oh yeah, that's a good point right there too.
You just land it right here on Metal Arc Land. I'll hop in. We'll go.
Joe's gonna go pick up Kyle in the white van tomorrow.
This is like an actual soccer mom van, though. It's not like a.
Oh, it's like a van.
It's a van.
Oh, it's like a Honda Odyssey or a Chrysler Pacifica or whatever.
That's exactly what it is.
No, yeah, the car's
a Pacifica.
It is.
Hell yeah! I think I'd drive a van. I'm not above
it's a nice drive. Van. I mean, it's a van, but gets me to and fro. I took it to Cache Creek when we did our show there, and got me there.
To and fro is wild. That's insane. Hey, one last thing on the Kings real quick before we step aside. as we try and get this show on track. Jesse Tapia in for James Ham, Joe Brazil behind the glass.
Never get back on track, by the way.
I'm Kyle Madsen, holding a bunch of L's today or this week. I know we keep talking about Jonathan Kuminga. Do we think Scott Perry has reached out about Quentin Grimes or Josh Giddey or Cam Thomas? Probably not Cam Thomas, but Quentin Grimes or Josh Giddey?
No, you don't really have the money to do that, do you? Well, I guess if you want to pull a signing trade, but I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. If you're willing to give up Devin Carter, Dario Saric in a couple of seconds for Jonathan Kuminga,
I don't think so.
I think I'd also give that up for Quentin Grimes. I'm out on Giddey because he's got a weird case, but I'd call the Sixers. Say, hey, here's Devin Carter and Dario Saric in a couple of seconds.
Is that what you need right now, though? Like Kuminga, I feel like that's once you need a wing and all that stuff.
I think Quentin Grimes is good. I like Quentin Grimes a lot. Might be what's the word I'm looking for? Duplicative? Redundant? Might be redundant.
Yeah, that sounds right. I don't know what that first one was.
Duplicative?
No clue.
That's not the right word. It definitely wasn't the right word. Every once in a while I'll do that because when I'm reading, I'll come across a word that I'm like, I'm reading this, but I'm also not sure I've said this word before, but I don't know if I'm saying it right. So I'll deep dive the word because I'm a weirdo. And man, there's definitely times where I'll look up a word and be like, wow, I have been using this wrong my whole life.
See, I'll do that, but I'll say in my brain, how the word I think sounds or whatever. And it's just not even the right word too. I just made up something in my brain. It's just along the same family type.
Cal talking about moot point. Literally last week, I was calling it a mute point. So
yeah,
there you go.
Moot. M-O-O-T.
Yeah, I now I call it a moot point. So
the more you know.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Thankfully, this segment has come to an end. That's Jesse Tapia. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil is on the ones and twos. We have the handoff. One of Damian Barling or Kenny Caraway will be in. We'll talk with them about the Kings offseason. Maybe we'll ask them about the Raiders and Niners offseason grades as well. That was a fun discussion. And of course, the Kings open their summer league schedule tonight. We'll find out who D'Lo or KC are most excited to watch right here on the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 in Sacramento Sports Center.
Clear.
Robbie, yeah, that's a good one. I couldn't care less, because if you could care less, then it's all right, care less then or whatever. But if you couldn't, that gets the point home.
I love watching Cam Thomas play basketball. If you do daily fantasy sports, regardless of the app, if you do daily fantasy sports, next basketball season, put Cam Thomas in your lineups, just pick either field goal attempts or points and sit back and lock into a Nets game, assuming he plays for the Nets. It's exhilarating. Cam Thomas is so fun.
The Mets just lost.
Oh, son of a...
We now move to Cubs Twins.
Oh.
Joe, the chat house is asking, what Dodger jersey are you planning on getting next?
That's a great question by Russ Dog. Do you think he goes
I am okay.
Joe, when he first got to Odyssey, told me how much he loved.
Okay, all right, okay. You know what? Maybe the nice guy persona is over. This is getting ridiculous.
Joe told me how much he missed Mannyville.
This is getting ridiculous. All right.
His first baseball game, they sat in Mannyville. It was a 99 Ramirez.
Hey,
jersey.
Joe, how many Gavin Lux rookie cards do you own?
I'm not answering that. At least one. I know I own at least one. I know for a fact I do because I collect. So
Will Smith, the actor, Joe has no clue about. Will Smith, the Dodger, he'll tell you all about.
bit. Man, you know what? This is my least favorite bit ever.
So Joe was a big Yasiel Puig guy.
Max Muncy jersey in the cart,
Yeah.
Joe.
And it's getting ridiculous.
This is honestly, and Joe, you actually, I know you have the hat of this. I feel like you could very easily, as a Giants fan, rock a Jackie Robinson jersey.
No.
Yeah, no.
Absolutely not.
Wow. All right.
I'll do the Giants hat with the 42 on the side. That's
All
it.
right.
You
All
can't.
right.
Yeah, if you're a Giants fan, like just real talk, you can never support anything Dodgers. I feel like I get
All
the
right.
sense Dodgers doesn't work. It's like it just doesn't work.
All right.
Like, what do I look like putting on a Derek Jeter jersey? Chris, this is a Kyle Madsen question, I believe.
No, we can do that next week. Get a little check in.
Zabe, was this real? And shout out to your dad if so.
Oh, my dad wouldn't let me play on the Dodgers. I didn't play on the Dodgers once in Little League.
Yeah, I don't think I could ever play for the Yankees either.
I did.
I
I
have
have that chance though, but
I have a friend from high school who posts on Facebook like a person who I went to high school with, and she's a big Giants fan, and her kid was on the Dodgers in Little League, and she would post on Facebook about how she was rooting against her kid's team.
you suck, Tommy.
Like, oh my God, it's Little League. You know they don't actually represent the Dodgers.
Yeah, hey Karen, that's your kid, Stevie. He stinks.
Her kid gets a base hit. She's like, boo, boo.
Damian Barling in the house.
Hey. Man,
I
I'm
played
not
for the
taking
A's,
that
the
off, John.
Cardinals, the Dodgers. I played for the Astros once. That was trash.
Shout out the Pirates, bro. My first team ever.
Because I look like a gargoyle. Someone else said something. I
played in Tri-City Little League, though. Shout out Logan Webb and
hey,
all my buddies from Tri-City.
Shout out Bel Passy. Shout out Modesto. I get the hate because Manny's a Cubs guy, but the White Sox hat is probably one of the
it's
better
elite.
hats.
It's so
Yeah.
good.
It is a sick hat. $15 seconds.
Both Chicago teams have really iconic hats.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Jesse Tapia in for James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. We'll have Damian Barling in for the handoff right now. Hey, it's time for the handoff. Damian Barling, how's it going, man?
What's up, man? You look great.
Thank you. That's so nice. Damian actually knows what I look like without my sunglasses on right now.
Yeah, didn't ask either. Didn't say, "Oh
Yeah,
man,
no,
let me
you're
see." Just got a text this morning. Was like, "Oh, hi, Kyle."
Like, look at my face, dog.
Yeah, that's rough, man.
That's tough.
That's rough. But you look great with the glasses on. You look like
you.
Can't tell.
Degenerate gambler or something. I'm not sure. It's good stuff though.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Kings Summer League begins tonight. Is Devin Carter the number one thing you were watching when the Kings take the floor tonight?
Yep.
And what are you just watching for? Because for me, when I find out that he's playing point guard, I'm watching more for what level is he functioning at as a point guard more than is he dominating Summer League?
Yeah, no, for sure. Like if he's running primarily the point, and that certainly seems to be a big talking point over the course of the last 2 weeks or so, then yeah, definitely want to watch that. But at the same time, I want to see him be really good. He was really good in the G League last year during that stint between when he was really bad as a professional basketball player and when he was better as a professional basketball player. The G League isn't quite, or Summer League isn't quite G League, but at least not at first. You know, it will be in next week. But right now, like I want to see how he functions as a point guard, but I want to see him be really good too. Like I want to see him look like he did in the G League last year. I want to see him look as good as he did in the G League last year.
Question: are we just moving forward too? Like, is Devin Carter the backup point guard right now on the Sacramento Kings? Like,
no, it's Malik.
Whose job is it's Malik?
I don't know that it is Malik's.
It's not.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I guess depending on how the next 2 weeks go, I think it's Devin Carter. I don't know. Maybe they still want to run Malik out there as a one and have him run with Keon Ellis at times and DeMar DeRozan at times. Like, sure, I guess. I mean, there's no reason you can't do that. He was very effective in that role when he did it, you know, in place of De'Aaron Fox, and then he'd get some run alongside De'Aaron Fox. Obviously, that worked really well for the Kings. So I'm sure he can continue to do that with Dennis Schroeder. I just I feel like if you're gonna, unless it just completely falls on its face, I feel like you're gonna run Devin Carter out there at point guard. If this works during the summer league, I feel like you're gonna run him out there at point guard for a little bit.
And this is where, and I guess this comes down to Doug Christie and his coaching staff, and this might be just their biggest challenge this year, is finding that blend. Because if you're going to run out a starting lineup that has Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan and Domantas Sabonis and Dennis Schroeder on it, you're trying to win games this year, right? But at the same time, if you think Devin Carter can be a point guard in the NBA, then you have to play him there. And you kind of live with the results. I think, and I think that's true with Nick Clifford. You got to play him. If Maxime Reynaud is part of your future, you got to play him. That if Isaiah Crawford is going to be on the roster, you got to play him. I think that's going to be the needle, the thread between how do you develop these players that could be part of your team, and it's 2027 and beyond, right? At least that's what James Ham said. So if you have any players that you think are going to be part of your team in 2027 and beyond, like, to me, you got to start playing those guys now, but you can't afford to like have them develop on the court if you're losing games and wasting years of the 4 of the 5 guys in your starting lineup.
Does Scott Perry and the Kings even know who those players are right now too, though, besides, I guess, the rookies they drafted this year? And even who you're moving forward with, I guess who... Shout out, throwback D'Lo Casey, core maybe. Does that even exist at this point?
No, that doesn't exist anymore. No. But the guys that maybe they're trying to figure out if they're a part of it, like I think Keegan is absolutely a part of that. I think Keon Ellis is a part of that as well. After that, I don't know how they might still be trying to figure out if Domantas Sabonis is a part of this.
Yeah,
I feel like he is, but like I don't agree with what James said yesterday. I don't agree with the sentiment that you just laid out right there. This team, we've been over this and I guess we'll just go over it 1,000 more. Like, I do not think this team is bad enough to just run rookies, G League guys, second round draft picks out there to get major minutes and hopes that this winds up working out. I don't think they're bad enough. They don't have enough fringe players to do that. You do that with guys that you do that with like the George Hills, right? You do that with the Zach Randolphs at the end of their career, the Vince Carters at the end of their career. You know, I get DeMar is 36, but you don't have to do that right now. Zach LaVine's in his 20s. Like, you don't have to do that. You got Domantas Sabonis, so you're playing $40 million. Don't flush that down the toilet. Like, go out there and compete. Like, this team is not bad enough to not compete. And you have to fight. You're right. Like, if Nick is going to be a part of what you're doing moving forward, find a way to play him. Like, Nick needs to play. If Devin Carter is going to be a part of what you're doing moving forward, find a way to play Devin Carter. But this, like... I don't know, man. I feel like people are jumping out the goddamn window with this second round draft pick. Like, I get he's 7-1, but like, so we're all in. We found the new Jokic here. Like, like people won't stop talking about him. Like, he's the guy. This is the game changer. Max, he can shoot threes. He can do all this. Like, okay, hang on a second. This is the 42nd pick in the draft.
Yeah, but like, he was projected to go late in the first round.
Prior to Valanciunas being traded, I didn't even think he was going to play.
Sure.
And then it was like, oh, this will be interesting. And then Valanciunas is gone, and it's like Saric is here, and somebody named Drew Eubanks is here, and it's like, okay, maybe he does. But man, we've got him anointed as it.
To me, and I think you're right. James laid it out like, hey, this is the Kings thinking. The Kings are eyeing 2027. That's how he laid that out.
And maybe he's right, and he's far more connected than I am. I'm just a radio show host. That's absolutely insane. You know what, Kyle? You know what, guys? Hang on. No. Let's look to 2028 to really nail this ESPN 1320 thing down. Let's just get through 2025 and 6 and 7. And should we still be employed in 2028? Boy, watch out.
That's the crux of my entire problem with this. I understand Scott Perry was handed a really brutal hand, and maybe he tried to tear it down and couldn't because the trades weren't there. But this idea that you're just going to go, hey, we're just going to kind of try and stay relevant, but then 2027, that's when the rebuild really starts. It's like, okay, so we're literally that says they're 2 years away from being 2 years away.
Question, like, I don't necessarily.
Congratulations, you're Bruno Caboclo.
I don't agree with it either, but like, what do you do if there is no market for the guys you're trying to move off of, though? Like what do you do at that point?
To me, what you do at that point is exactly what I just said. You're giving Devin Carter burn. You're giving Nick Clifford burn. If Maxime Reynaud is a player you're super excited about, you're giving him run. That is, to me, where you have to do this. But now they're on the two timelines thing. Right, trying to stay relevant now, but also trying to develop for the future at the same time. Like
Yeah, but I think it's a little bit different in the sense, or it's a lot bit different that the two timeline, the idea for the two, one was developed, but the other wasn't stay relevant. It was win a championship.
No doubt.
Those are two very, very, very different bars. The Warriors were trying to win a championship and develop their young guys. The Sacramento Kings, do I think they're trying to be relevant? Yeah, like I coined the term, like survive and figure it out. Like that's exactly what I think they're trying to do. The difficult part, I don't even think the difficult part for them is going to be surviving. I think the difficult part for them is going to be figuring all the other things out. It is playing Maxine Neek. It is figuring out what Devin Carter is as a professional basketball player because you don't know yet. It is figuring out what the trade market looks like in February, what happens come next free agency. All of that stuff plays a factor.
It's still that trying to thread the same needle, though, between being as competitive as possible this year while trying to develop these young guys and seeing what you've got. But if they're not quite there, they need to play to develop, but you can't play them because they're not helping wins. I think that there's going to be a lot of this year is going to come down to how Doug Christie and his staff can manage those two kind of competing expectations.
I think there's a possibility for there was the Dave Yeager year when George Hill, Zach Randolph, and Vince were here.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea, no matter how silly fans think it was, the idea of that front office and that coaching staff was to compete.
Mm-hmm.
They realized 38 games in. Now, this was the non-play-in era, and I don't know how that would factor in with Scott Perry, his front office, and this coaching staff. But they realized about 38 games in, this ain't going to work. And they started altering the playing time of some of their veterans and letting other guys get out there. Maybe there's a situation where that happens. Maybe there's a situation where you're 40-something games into this season, and it's like, this didn't quite go the way that we thought it would. So, all right, let's see what we could do here with the three players that we keep referencing.
All right, what you guys got coming up on D-Lo and KC?
Matt George will be with us in the final hour of the show. Obviously, we'll talk a lot about Summer League tonight. Deion Sanders wanting a salary cap is fascinating. Amazon Prime taking their first steps into NBA basketball. I think they did a great job with that commercial with Chet and Blake. We'll talk about that as well.
Can't wait. D-Lo and KC coming up next right here on ESPN 1320. We've been the Insiders. Jesse Tapia in for James Ham. We're back tomorrow at 10 a.m. right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Until then, drink water. Be nice to people. See ya!
Clear. Good show, guys.
Thanks, fellas. Thanks, Joe.
Good stuff, fellas.
Hey. Oh, jeez Louise.
Let me switch sides, Kyle. Hang on.
Yeah. Hey, I just got an update from the Hollywood Reporter. Justin Bieber's releasing a new album on Friday. Get hyped, everybody. Appreciate you, Brian.
How you feeling?
Yeah. Like I said, it's more just like it's just annoying.
Yeah.
Like it's a hurt for 5 days. It's just like God, I just want it to go away. But it's all good. That's why we have modern medicine.
AKA drugs.
Well, what's the funny part is I made the joke to my doctor that I did my own research and decided what I had, but I thought I should have a doctor confirm that.
Mhm.
And I was actually exactly correct in what I thought I had.
Oh,
I nailed it with my own research.
Very good.
Salute to the doctor though for giving me medicine that is definitely it is better than it was yesterday and 2 days ago. So we're trending the right way. And let's hope everything goes well with my car today and I can drive to work tomorrow.
Okay. Well, it's not the end of the world if you can't.
Yeah, well.
We'll get through this. We'll get through it. Go get some rest, some weed, whatever you need. All right, man.
Yes, sir. See you guys.
Yep. Oops. All right. What's up, man? Good.
Photoshop and then just incorporate it over here.
These right here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. A long time ago. I was
get a new 13th round one.
I was hoping the newly invested corporate team might help us out with some. Man, Salt Lake City's still happening today. I saw Summer League and was like, hey, let's go.
I think they're live.
Yeah, it looks like they're live.
Nobody should be there though. Maybe they are. I don't know. I thought everybody was in Vegas at one time. I just know they're not in Sacramento. And if they were in the Bay Area, nobody could go see it. So.
Oh, right on, Russ. Yeah, she tells stories better than I do, so I actually caught that. That was pretty funny. Breaking $1,000 coffee maker.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. We in here. Hey, one time for the triple digits. We welcome you in here to the Thursday, July 10th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
Peace, Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live. The hardest working man in the game. Well, he's doing what he got to do. Man, it is a good time to be a member of the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Oh,
Goodness gracious. You get a max contract. You get a max contract. Everybody gets a max contract. First Shea, then Chet. Moments ago, J-Dub.
Hey, man.
5 years up to, because we do this as football contracts now.
That's the new way.
And
Well,
we
do that because we don't know who's going to be in the finals.
Well, that's it.
If anybody was around for our discussion yesterday.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. But shout out to the insiders, not Jesse and Kyle or James and Kyle, but the insiders of the NBA, the Shams, the Chris Hayneses, the Mark Steins, those guys, because now not only is it customary to report a football style contract, it's also customary to credit the agent.
Gotta credit the agent.
Well done by everybody involved. We know where our bread is buttered. We'll let you know. Hopefully Shams, Chris, James, none of those guys accidentally tweet the tweet that needs to be approved by said agent, as guys like Adam Schefter have 3 or 4 times in the past.
And Schefter just moves on like nothing happened.
And
like,
he does.
It's just whatever.
He does. Who cares that 6 million people just got this push notification? I'll just erase it and start over. Get your jokes off.
No big deal. Nothing to see here.
Hey, shout out Cole, because he's right. He said, how about a good time to be a Thunder fan? Indeed it is, man. You guys are defending world champions now, and your core is locked up.
Now,
what happens next will be fascinating to follow.
Now, let me say this, Cole, and I agree. There's nothing to feel bad about at all. There's nothing at all. But that Celtics score was locked up too until the bill came. A couple years in, the bill came and they said, "Oh,
yeah,
well, I don't want to do this."
Yeah, what was the core?
It was Tatum. It was Tatum,
Brown.
Holiday, Brown, White,
and Porzingis and stuff.
And then they said,
okay, so, but wait a minute. Okay, now wait a sec.
Mm-hmm.
Was Porzingis and Drew core?
They got core money.
Porzingis and Drew got added, but it was also they were added, and everyone knew, okay, this is not going to last. And in 2 years, like how we got to now, like this will be over with. Like what they did build to win a title, like you knew you were blowing that up at this time. I think
the question is, can you lock up that core and keep that core for 5 years? That's what they're all signed to. You can.
Yeah.
You're going to be a second apron team.
Yeah, for sure.
Is that what they want? If that's what they want to do, I applaud it. I think we talked about this before. If you got a chance to win a chip, which I'm assuming they're going to be able to have for the next 5 years, then yes, you pay whatever you need to pay. You be second apron, cool. But they will be second apron, and we will see for the first time if Clay Bennett and all those guys are going to pay that.
I don't think it's the dollar figure. I don't think it's the dollar figure that stresses them out. It's the inability to do those moves that championship teams used to be able to do, where, for example, a Brad Beal would get a buyout, a Dame Lillard would get a stretch provision, and you could sign those guys for $6 and they'd come and play for you and strive to win a championship. Right. If you're a second apron team right now, I don't think you can sign Brad Beal. I don't think you can sign Dame Lillard. So, and obviously those are the extreme examples, but there are guys, like the Mike Millers of the past, like those guys would join teams late. They would join teams like the Miami Heat. They would join teams that were competitive in a particular conference who were back then, they were just over the salary cap. That didn't matter. Being over if you're going to pay, if you want to pay Mike Miller, Mike Miller makes $3 million, you want to pay the league $12 million to sign Mike Miller hey, get your stuff off. Do you? Now you don't even have the option to do that. And the longer you do it, the worse it gets. So it used to be dollar for dollar, $1.50 to $1, $2 to $1. Joe Lacob will always be the example. If we're winning, I'm paying. They stopped winning. He paid a little less. Now these second aprons are approaching, and he's like, not really sure how to navigate this here. And I'm so curious if the Tatum injury bailed the Celtics out, or were the Celtics going to do this anyways? It's not really the Tatum injury for sure, because it pretty much wiped out next year. Or at least that's not fair. That's still a good basketball team. It wiped out his next year. The Knicks did a good job of ridding the Celtics this year. Like, that was 3-1 prior, or was going to be 3-1 prior to the Tatum injury. But what if the Celtics had won? With Drew Holiday, because this is the talk before they stepped on a playoff court was, man, what's this offseason look like for Boston? Is Drew here? I don't think Porzingis is.
I don't think Drew is either.
You don't think Drew is either? Okay. So the Celtics were bailed out by nothing. They're moving through with what they were moving through with.
I think so.
I'd make one argument in the comparison against Oklahoma City. Drew and Porzingis were high money acquisitions, not core players.
That's fair.
Chet, Jalen, and SGA, those are core players for the Oklahoma City Thunder. Now you could put whatever goddamn label on it you want to. You still have financial decisions to make, but those guys are their centerpieces.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with that. I think OKC has done a fantastic job, Presti, obviously, not only of drafting and assets, but I think Trista was talking about this the other day, and I went and checked it out, and 100% correct, of planning for this, planning for the aprons and the way the contracts are and all this other stuff, where I think there'll be a second apron team, or at the very least close to it, but it'll all be a little manageable. At the very least, it'll be manageable for the next 3-4 years. Like, they'll be able to do whatever they need to do, make the moves, and continue to be competitive, a championship level team for the next 3-4 years. One of the things that I'm a proponent of with signing these contracts is, yes, you want to keep these guys here, but they're rookie extension eligible, max extension eligible. You go ahead and sign them. If they're as good as you think they are, you can always move off of them for more assets. Always. Like, you sign, that's a little bit of like what we talked about a couple months ago, and what we decided on when we talk about a Keegan Murray. Yeah, you sign him to the extension. You absolutely sign him, because you sign him and then he's either great for you and he plays, or if you're not sure, if you're going in a different direction, you've got him on a club controlled contract that can be moved for whatever assets you need to.
Can I read you the last part of, I believe it's Shams Charania. I want to make sure I give him credit. Yeah, the last paragraph in Shams Charania's article on this deal for J-Dub, which is exactly.
Is it Bill Duffy again, or is it?
No, Bill Duffy gets all his praise. Sweetie. He got all of his praise in the first sentence. They say Bill Duffy for the last paragraph. Please, I'm probably one of 4 people who scrolled down this far. But this is what I was looking for. In 2026, because he says the new extensions, I think, are $866 million. $822 million. In 2026, 2027, the Thunder project to have a payroll of $246 million, which will take them over the first and second apron. That's not next season. It's the following season. Unlike recent high-spending teams, Oklahoma City has the flexibility with $77 million in non-guaranteed contracts. Oklahoma City has dozens of draft picks and has structured their contracts in future years to put them in a position to keep the core of the roster together for the foreseeable future. The core of the Oklahoma City Thunder has been established. There were any questions, there were questions about Chet. Oh, maybe that's the one. Doesn't matter right now. Right. It is SGA, it is Chet, and it is J-Dub. And the Thunder have structured these contracts in a way where there might be other guys they lose, but they're probably, I mean, if that's 26, 27, that's 2 seasons. I'd argue you're at least 3 to 4 seasons away before real questions about any of those three, probably Chet and J-Dub, ever come into question.
Yeah, and I'm having a conversation and doing all of these financial gymnastics because we're having a conversation. But 100, I think signing those two along with Shea, obviously, was the right move. Just basketball wise, like this is a great core that they have. This is what you want. They've got it on all three levels with Shea, J-Dub, and Chet Holmgren. I think it's a phenomenal job by OKC, locking these guys up for the long term. And like you just kind of read the way they structured it, they're going to be able to sustain this, at least those three guys, for years to come. So I think they're fine. Even if you get into a second apron situation, I'm paying it with those guys. I'm staying there where I need to be. I may not be able to get a Caruso or a Hartenstein and stuff like that, but I've got draft picks to try and find different guys like that. And I'm taking all the penalties because these guys are worth it.
That was 26-27. Hartenstein team option at 28.5. Lou Dort team option 17.7. All in that 26-27 season.
That'll take you down at least the first apron. Maybe
that probably takes you. Yeah,
that's 50 million.
Yeah, that might take you below the first apron with just those two players right there. Not to diminish those guys; those are good ball players. But yeah, like that. That's gonna help.
Yeah,
that's gonna help. And you don't have to wait to 26-26. If you know you got a team option, 25-26 rolls around. It's like, middle of next season. Yeah, like ain't really moving the way I thought. Gotta go. We'll come back.
Move these guys at the deadline for Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan.
We will discuss that next. Summer League gets underway tonight, man. What are we looking for? Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Irv Bush, what up, boy? Shout out to my dog. You know what I mean? Niner gang in here. You know what it is. Oh, Leezy, relax, bro. Relax.
Never. Yeah, bro. Go ahead and run for me right now. Go ahead and run to the fence and back. Actually, just run till we tell you to come back.
I never even thought about that.
Frozen peanut, but yeah.
Yeah, Leezy, that's a...
Give a guy a wrench and just don't know how to act anymore.
Yeah, Leezy on a lengthy timeout.
That's like yesterday, Stephen Brown. Hey, man, come on. I'm just telling the story. Don't clip this.
You can't do that. You can't tell us. You can't tell the game how to be played.
It's what Stephen Brown said. I didn't say it. Stephen Brown had enough, and he says, he put out a comment in the chat I was talking about, look, I'm the longest person in here. No pause. I say, yo. Yo, relax.
All right, dude, fine. Go. All right, Steven.
Relax. Jesus.
You do you, pal. Hey, let Jam Time know on the way back from Mexico or whatever. You stop at Costco.
Yeah. I mean, what's his cash app, man? I'll hit him.
You got Zell James.
I'll hit him with a quick dub, real quick.
All the Diet Cokes are gone, by the way, in that other fridge.
All right, man. All right, man.
Hey, people really don't like Dr. Pepper, I guess. I think I'm the only one who took one.
I can't remember the last time I had a diet soda. It's not
I had a Diet 7-Up the other day, and it wasn't bad.
The thing,
It's got a weird aftertaste. I
that's
feel
all
they
it
do,
is.
and I think that's why I don't like them.
That's what I was about to say. I don't know if that's considered like it not tasting good, but when you take the initial sip, it's fine. It's just the aftertaste. That's all
Yeah.
it is. What is that? What's going on there? Is it?
I don't know.
Is it carbonated water instead of sugar? Like why? Why does that aftertaste?
For the diet drinkers in the chat house, can you guys let us know? Yeah, Dr. Pepper's fire, by the way.
Okay. All right.
Look, no, don't do that. Look at
We've had enough.
the people who fund us, the people who listen to our show, they pay our bills. Okay,
We've had enough.
Jalen, Paul, Katrina.
All right, this guy's jumping off the deep end for whatever reason.
Those are the worst fans too, by the way. I pay your bills. I pay you the tickets I buy funds your contract. All right, dude, shut up.
Don't buy them. Fine.
Yeah, don't show up. Though.
That's fine.
Don't show up so I can sit in that seat now. All right, this is a big Dr. Pepper chat right here. Tony says it's the fake sugar in the diet drinks. That feels unhealthy to me. I don't know.
Okay. Fake sugar in the diet drink. So real sugar leaves an aftertaste?
I guess. I mean, you always want the real, right?
Interesting.
Well, interesting conversation during the commercial break, as it always is.
Just trying to figure out what makes the aftertaste in these diet sodas.
Is it really interesting to you, or are you just ignoring our nonsense at this point?
I'm ignoring it.
Yeah, because like me and Kaner are just talking about soda or whatever. You're doing business, I'm sure.
Yeah, just not.
Tony says the fake sugar in the diet sodas leave the aftertaste. It's not real sugar. That makes sense.
And isn't it like awful for you?
Diet or the regular?
No. Fake sugar.
It feels like
I'd
it is.
imagine, yeah.
Anything not real doesn't seem to be good for you.
It's true.
But that's supposed to be the healthier version. Just drink water, everybody.
That's it. Just drink water. Drink water and be nice to people.
Especially today.
Just like Kyle Metz. Yeah, do that.
It's going to be a scorcher.
Oh, yeah, 101. 101 today. I ain't never going to see that pool, man.
What's going on? What
happened? I'm here all day.
It's going to be hot this evening.
Yeah.
The pool's there when you get home.
No, I know that.
It's not going to go anywhere.
I know that. Yes.
I
tried to got something at a winery on Saturday.
You want to take tomorrow off?
Yeah, sounds rich.
You want to take tomorrow off? We'll sit by the pool?
Yeah.
I'll cover D-Lo and Casey too. No worries.
No, we'll be down like so James is gone. Kyle's near death. And then why isn't D-Lo here? He's at home in the pool.
Yeah. He just wants to enjoy his pool.
Brother just wanted to go for a goddamn swim. That's it.
Jesse, just do live run it back. Just live. Just 4 to 6 while we're at it.
I'll do the show. I'll do like Kyle. I'll just put some glasses on, sit in the lounger, and do the show from the pool.
Robbie in the chat house says that you got an expensive ass yard decoration.
Robbie's man, bruh. The amount of times I look out at that thing and go, "Yep, that's exactly what it is."
Well, it's only July. It's gonna be out for another 2.5 months.
Is my schedule changing?
Part of the weekend schedule, I don't know.
Part of the reason I took that week off, and after your family, is just to sit at home in the pool.
Sometimes it's
the way the world's
probably
going.
Gonna be 75 degrees that week too.
The way the weather goes now, you damn near got till December for it to be hot.
Well, I've heard
true
that
too. They're messing with the weather again too. That's what they saying.
Damn weather machine.
Who they?
The
Illuminati.
The dark Twitter. They messing
Jay-Z.
with
Jay-Z's messing with
the weather machine they got at Universal Studios.
I don't know. I'm not here to say they are messing with the weather, but you know how I feel about movies. They don't come out of nowhere. And they got a movie of them messing with the weather.
There's a movie where they're messing with the weather. What movie is that?
I can't remember. It came out about 10 years ago, maybe.
It's called Messing with the Weather.
The chat will know it. It was a popular movie. Like it was, I don't want to say it was
like they were controlling the weather.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, what? Forget Summer League. What movie is about controlling the weather.
Get the projector out. It's time to watch a movie trailer.
Is Michael,
Geostorm?
Yeah, Michael says Geostorm. Yeah.
Centers around the concept. This is the AI overview, by the way. Controlling the weather. The movie depicts a network of satellites designed to regulate the Earth's climate, which malfunctions and begins to cause devastating weather events. Another movie, Weathering With You, also features weather control, but in a more...
Is that a newer movie?
I don't know, man. This is AI.
No.
I think the movie you're referencing is Geostorm.
Yeah, people saying Geostorm.
Weathering With You looks like that appears to be an overseas movie. Okay. Well, great.
I'm not here to say they are. That's absolutely not what I'm saying. I'm just saying they made a movie about it.
Was last year the year we had like 2 straight weeks of 100-degree temperatures, or was that the year before?
No, last year had to be.
Around this time, probably.
Are you imagine someone is controlling the weather missions? Like, oh, people pissing me off. Make it 100 in Sacramento for the next 2 weeks.
Or the guy just fell asleep and forgot to change the weather and just like, nah, it's fine.
They were saying
went on vacation. Jesse wasn't there to
turn
cover
the
him.
heat off.
Yeah.
I hit the wrong switch. I'm sorry.
My bad, Sacramento.
Forgot to
My
turn
bad.
the heat
What the
off.
hell was it snowing for a whole month?
But this came up over the weekend because of the rain that happened in Texas, and I think also in the Midwest. What was just crazy? I think they said like, what was the number in Texas? The rain that fell in 45 minutes was, I forgot. I don't want to butcher it, but something like that's the amount of rain that fell in 45 minutes is usually what you see over like 3 winters or something like that.
Oh my God.
Like, it was ridiculous. It was crazy.
Well, obviously the results have been devastating. So hearing something like that isn't, man, the river rose 26 feet in approximately 45 minutes.
26 feet is
Dear
crazy.
God.
That is crazy. Goodness gracious.
In 45 minutes.
If you would have said 26 meters or inches or something like that, that would have been crazy too. But 26 feet is, wow.
Goodness gracious.
See, Steven said that's not natural, bro, in the chat. And I'm just saying that's where people started bringing it up again because of stuff like that. Not saying I believe it. I don't know.
Jacob tells us to shut the hell up. He says, y'all working indoors for a living. You can't really complain about the heat too much.
First of all, who's complaining?
You can't tell me about weather.
Who's complaining? We're just acknowledging that's what was going on.
Jacob, we're just talking, man. We're sorry. We will stop talking about the weather because he's out there working for PG&E.
Oh, we appreciate you too.
Sweating.
Thank you, Jacob.
Hopefully you don't sunburn, man.
Yeah, and like you said in the chat, stay hydrated, brother, because it's gonna be hot today.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is. So as Kyle Matson always says, drink water and be nice to people.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that's raining in Oklahoma City is money.
That's facts. Good job.
Thunder, lightning, and raining money in Oklahoma City. We just went over the financials that are going on. The 2026-2027 season is the first season that the Oklahoma City Thunder will approach the second apron, but they'll have plenty of decisions to make by then. Alex Caruso will still have 3 years left on his contract. 28.5 will almost certainly fall off the books for Isaiah Hartenstein, who has a team option that year. Lou Dort, who has been great for Oklahoma City, he's due 17.7 that year. That's a team option as well. Case and Wallace, they have a variety of other guys, too, that have team options in that particular 2026-2027 season or in the 25-26 season. So,
look,
they in good shape.
Yeah, it's going to be expensive at some point, but it's a good problem to have when you have a championship team. Like, I'm of the belief, like, it's cool to be expensive if you win a championship.
Expensive isn't really a big deal anymore. If you can stay a single dollar under the first or second apron, you're just fine. Let's see what Leezy talking about here on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line. 916-909-1320. What's up, Leezy?
Yo, D-Lo and KC, what's good, kinfolk?
What's up, Leezy? How you doing, big dog? I mean,
Man.
have you calmed down a little bit from your comment in the chat?
Well, I'm gonna stay away from the thunder. That's just for the chatty house. Sorry for everyone else. Hey, I'm excited to say I got tickets for Messing with the Weather, a Spike Lee joint. Can't wait to see that.
Okay.
I'm
All right,
messing
all
with
right,
you.
Lizzie.
Oh, wait,
God
question.
damn it, Lizzie.
Question, guys. Okay, back on topic. Kind of. I had a question about Devin Carter, guys. So he's playing in the summer league or whatever, but does that mean, I don't know, I'm not a real insider, but does that mean talks with Kuminga has stopped? Because, like, wouldn't you be nervous having Carter out there if you're still trying to move him or maybe showcase him? Like, I was just wondering the thought process behind that, you know?
I think Devin Carter was always playing in the summer league. I don't think it has anything to do with whether there are conversations there or not. Like, my guess, just a guess, I have no idea. We'll talk to Matt George. Matt George has been covering the story for a week now. I don't know if these talks have stopped. I don't know where they were when they stopped. I don't know if Bonte Hill's assessment was correct and they just hung up on him 10 seconds in. Like, I don't know. But Devin Carter is a Sacramento King. He needs playing. Like, he needs to get out there and run NBA basketball because of the way his not because of the way his season went, but just because of the way his season was with the injury, the G League time, and then ultimately the lone highlight of the play-in game. He needs time out there. So I wouldn't read anything into it, Leezy, though, to be honest with you, I don't think there's anything to read into. I don't think that there's anything right. The question was, have talks stopped? I don't think talks are happening. I'll say that. And again, we'll have the reporter talk about it at 3:15, but that's just my opinion. I don't think anything's happening right now.
Yeah, and even with that, I don't look at talks that are going on or have gone on in the past that are just kind of left open-ended. I don't view them as being close enough at this point where you can just act like Devin Carter is not going to be on the team. So if I'm Scott Perry and Doug Christie, he's a Sacramento King. It looks like he's going to be a Sacramento King in the future. And like you mentioned, he needs to play. So he's going to be on this team. He needs to work on some stuff. And we're going to go about it that way. If something changes and we get a lot closer to a deal than we are currently, then maybe we pull him off the court at some point, you know, and we protect the asset in that respect. But right now, it doesn't feel like something is close enough to happening where you have to take that step. He's a Sacramento King right now, and that's how you operate.
Is he the one that you are locked in the most? I mean, Kings play tonight. Kings in Orlando. Is he the one you're kind of locked into the most? You more interested in Neek? You're a big Maxine guy. I'll be curious to see if Maxine starts. That'll be fun.
I'm personally interested in the two rookies a little bit more because I don't know if there's much that Devin Carter can show me in this summer league that'll change my thought process on it. You can go to ESPN too. They're about to play one.
They got Vegas summer league over there. Okay.
Pelicans about to play in like a minute.
Oh, there they are. Let's go. Pelicans, Timberwolves, baby. July 10th. Let's go.
Did the Timberwolves have a draft pick? I can't remember. I don't think so. I don't think they had a first rounder. Rob Dillingham probably going to play.
I don't think they did, but they still had a better draft than the Pelicans did.
Well, Pelicans got Jeremiah Fierce, though. That's who's playing right now.
Pelicans traded an unprotected first-round pick to land him?
No. Well,
no?
They already had
I got that wrong?
They already had him. They traded another, like a future unprotected pick, I believe. Or maybe a late pick this year. It was a bad trade, whatever it was. But it wasn't that pick. They were already number 7. So that was their pick.
Maybe they traded an unprotected pick next year.
Yeah, that was
dumb.
Oh my gosh. And it was like it wasn't for nothing special. Like, why are you trading the unprotected pick next year when you might be a bottom 7 team again?
Right.
Like, well, Joe Dumars.
Shut up, Vivek, not giving him power.
That's a hell of a first move by Joe Dumars, man.
But with the Kings, you were asking me who I'm most excited to see. Devin Carter isn't going to do anything in this summer league that is going to make me kind of change my opinion on him or
You
feel
think he
different.
sucks already?
No, it's not that.
That was a joke. I was just kidding.
It's not that at all. I've seen him in a G League setting go crazy. I've seen him in an NBA game play really well. I almost expect him to play well in this setting. If he didn't play well, maybe that might raise some concerns, maybe. But there's not much he can do that can make me change my opinion about him in a positive way, because to a certain degree, I already think he's well above this level of basketball. So if he goes out and has 18 points, 9 assists, yeah, that's what Devin Carter should do in the summer league. He's good enough for that. So I'm not. It's a roundabout way of saying I'm not that interested in seeing what he has to do because there's not a lot to gain. I can be impressed by Nick Clifford or Maxime because I haven't seen them on a professional stage before. So if whatever they do might stand out a little bit more for me than what Devin Carter could do. Once again, don't want to make it like I'm out on Devin Carter. It's just like I've already seen him go to work in these settings, not summer league, but G League, and he's played really well in an NBA game. So if he performs well in this game, that's what he should do.
That's so that last part, that's what I need. Play really well. Like you should be better than a lot of the guys you're going against. Summer league isn't G League, but these first weekend, whatever you're playing, through Sunday, those guys are going to play. Like guys who are on NBA rosters are going to play. Now, if you're dominating next Thursday, I don't care, bro. Like that's useless. But I want to see him play well. I mean, it's not far off. Keegan obviously did it at the California Classic, which is a smidge bit different, but it's not far off of that. Remember last year? What was the story going into last year? Do you remember?
Did they have a pick last year?
No,
It was Devin Carter, but
yeah, they didn't have a pick that was playing in there.
Well,
Keon.
That's right. Him even being out there.
Yeah, and it didn't go great.
Yeah.
And so they're kind of, it was like, oh, one game. And then there was sort of like, I think he played like 4 or 5 games.
He played into the second week.
And it was like,
that's right.
The hell is happening right now?
Yeah.
Like, one, why is he there? And I think he wound up having one good game, if I remember correctly, in the second week of Summer League, which again, it doesn't count. Like, I mean, it's just not a thing. And I think, was that where Monty gave that passive ass response to
during one of the broadcasts?
Like, oh, the little cute minutes that he played last year. And that was the first like antenna that went up like, hey, someone's not feeling Keon. Or someone's not buying what he did last year. And clearly, I don't know how Monty felt or feels today. I certainly felt a certain way about how Monty felt about him last summer. Is clear Mike wasn't impressed or all that impressed with Keon Ellis's game. But you can make the argument. The Summer League was bad for Sacramento last year. If Devin doesn't play well, yeah, like there's going to be some there's going to be some stuff, the rumblings, uncomfortableness amongst the fan base.
I'll go on the flip side of that, though.
Okay,
RIP. Keon didn't play well, and Keon was really good in the season when he played.
Yeah, you're right. But what did that take? It took a coaching change.
Right.
Yeah.
So
no, he did. You're right. He did. It just took a drastic event.
I'm not gonna say nothing crazy about it. I was about to say something else. He's the head coach of the Knicks. I'm gonna leave him alone. But my point.
You are the biggest Mike Brown fan in the world now. He coaches your favorite team.
I think Mike Brown's gonna do really well.
I think Mike Brown is a good coach.
I do too.
I think Mike Brown now the question of whether Mike Brown is a championship coach, that's a man.
So far, it's a no.
I've never seen a more defiant press conference in my life. He looks so angry up there in New York.
So far, it's a no. And
by himself.
When he wins, then he'll become a championship coach. I think he's going to do really well, though. I saw a clip the other day about him talking about they wanted OG in Sacramento, and Mike Brown really pushed for that. They weren't able to get it done.
Yeah.
And I thought about him with OG and Michael. That's a match made in heaven.
Yeah.
Mike Brown and those guys.
Oh, I didn't even think of that. Yeah. Mike finally gets to coach OG Anunoby. I didn't even think of that.
That's a match made in heaven. I think Mike Brown's going to do really well with those guys and what he can do defensively with those guys as well. But that's a side note. But the reason why I say that though about I would have Kings fans slow down if it's not the best performance is these are different situations than the NBA. Devin Carter's playing with some borderline NBA players. You know, he's a good ball player and he might even be a really good point guard, but he's not Jesus. He can't necessarily turn water into wine. And if there's not
Devin,
enough,
have you seen his hair?
Jesus,
I mean, Jesus's was a little bit more fuller.
A little bit more.
It was that Jesus's hair was a little bit more fuller, but
you know, these games are a little wonky, right? Like, and especially being a point guard, you can make a lot of the right decisions if you don't have talented enough guys around you to execute the play or execute your assist. You know, maybe the numbers might not always be there.
It's funny, like, there's Kings basketball today at 4:30, baby. Let's go. I've watched 30 seconds of this Pelicans Timberwolves game. It's like, oh, Jesus Christ. Like, I'm not sitting through this. Like, I will not watch 48 minutes of this.
Bro, the second week is unwatchable. I'm sorry. I love basketball, but I'm going on the
I'm tapped in tonight. I mean, we're probably going to have to watch the whole game here, but like, oh my God. Like, this is just not fun. This is just like, oh, he dribbled the ball off his foot again. Oh God, now they're scrambling. Oh, what's happening now? Oh, nice little play right there. Couldn't finish, but
my fears.
He hit the three. Yeah,
that's my boy.
But yeah, it's like football, preseason football, baby. Let's go! And then all of a sudden, it's like, oh,
and then all of a sudden, Josh Johnson is out there playing.
It's all fun and games till the 40-year-old drop backs to pass. It's the thing that the NFL does best with that is it is 8th team versus 8th team.
Yeah.
But Mike Tirico's on the call.
That's right. The Hall of Fame game.
That's it. The Hall of Fame game. But those A1 broadcasters are on the call. And so you hear it and you're like, yo, football. And then you watch it and you're like, I
think I'll move on.
This is the XFL. Yeah.
But maybe that's stalling Devin out a little bit and cushioning any bad performance.
So if Devin doesn't play well over the first weekend, you don't care? No big deal.
I want him to play well. Like, I want to see him play well, but it's not going to ring any alarms if he doesn't.
Are you watching the point guard position closely? Like, meaning the way that I assume he's playing that position. I mean, I don't assume. They've told us he's going to be playing that position a lot. Are you looking for Devin the facilitator, Devin the
for sure. I want to see
floor general organizer.
I want to see that for sure. I want to see him create his own shot. You know what I mean? I didn't see that enough. I also want to see what he could do in a pick and roll situation. Maybe him and Maxine have a pick and pop, type of situation. So yeah, I'm definitely checking how he plays at the point during this summer league, because I've said a number of different times, I don't believe he's a true point guard, a true organizer like that. And maybe I'm completely wrong, and we'll see.
I thought Neek would be the next guy on Kings fans list, and maybe he is, to like really, I'm locking in onto what the first round pick is doing. But I actually wonder if it's your boy.
I was going to say, because I heard you in the handoff, and I understand what you're saying, but I want to see. I want to see. I think he could be really good, and if he looks a little, less than impressive in the summer league, that may cause me and others, but all right, hold on. Maybe he's not necessarily.
Well, just like
ready.
that, I'll go the other way. Fan base might go crazy if he cooks.
Yes.
Because his place on the depth chart is, in my opinion, is completely open. You weren't, whether you can hit threes or not, probably going to beat out Valanciunas for a night-to-night position behind Domantas Sabonis. However, you can beat out Drew Eubanks or Dario Saric.
For sure.
You can beat out those guys. And so a big performance from Maxine in the summer league, I think that will get Kings fans really, really interested in what he could potentially be, given that, again, the depth chart at that particular position could be completely altered, and he is a whole lot different than Domantas Sabonis. He is, if he can play out the gate, and a lot of people say that he can, he's what people have been begging for Domas to have now for a while.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, he could play backup center minutes, but if he's a shooter the way they say he could shoot, they could be on the floor together.
He, I understand where he was actually drafted, a second round guy, 42nd pick, I think, and things like that. But there were a lot of people who had him in like a top 20 type grade in the draft. And literally, I never heard defense be such a grading scale as with this guy, because they were like, yeah, I had him in the top 20. The reason why he fell is because his concerns on defense. That's it. Why didn't you just take him in the top 20? Like, we'll teach him how to play defense or put people around him. Is he like the worst offender of all time? We'll find out. But yeah, he was drafted 42nd, but a lot of people had grades of him top 20. So we'll see what happens in the summer league, and if he shows that talent and that promise that a lot of people thought he had.
All right, we'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. Another thought on Devin Carter, not necessarily as it pertains to summer league, but more how it pertains to the regular season. Plus, the NBA Cup groups were announced yesterday. We didn't really do anything with that, but we'll do something with it today.
We're going back to the NBA Cup playoffs, baby. Let's go.
Okay. We'll talk about it. Steelo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Where is it? Oh, I know we've had this discussion before, but I saw some actual numbers on this the other day. Where is it? Give me a second, guys. Give me a second.
Terrence, what's up, baby?
Let's hurry up. There we go. So the Bay Bridge averages 200 and reportedly, allegedly, averages 260,000 vehicles daily, each paying $8 for toll.
Okay.
Some people were doing maths under the comment and everything else like that. And so if that's accurate, I think the math came out to $760 million a year.
Okay.
A lot of money. That's one bridge. Where's all this damn money going to? If that's accurate, I don't know if it is.
We should build a bridge. The D'Lo and KC bridge.
Build a bridge over here at the Ridge.
Yeah.
Bridge to the ridge.
You want to
There
get to
go.
Douglas Boulevard, whatever the little thing is, Douglas Avenue. All right, you're gonna have to cross the D'Lo and KC Bridge over here.
We have a D'Lo and KC bridge that just bypasses 65.
Exactly.
And you have to pay like $40 to get on it. We'd be the richest people here because everyone would avoid paying that.
That is, yeah, that's a lot of money, and obviously, it goes to stuff that I'm not saying anybody's doing anything crazy. It's just a lot of money. 260,000 vehicles daily cross the Bay Bridge. That's a lot. It's not that much, but we're talking one bridge. What they got? 5 bridges
In the Bay?
in the Bay Area? Is it 5?
San
or
Mateo,
7?
Golden Gate, Bay.
In the Bay, Golden Gate's like $12, I think, too. $11 or $12. Let's just say 5. Let's say 700 million times 5. It's not even.
Good question by Scooter. Is Kenny the primary investor in that bridge?
I'm not. But look, I don't even think I've done this type of math on my phone before. I did 700 million times 5. This was the answer.
That number was so big it had a letter in it. That's what Kenny's stock portfolio looks like. Just letters.
L's.
That's all of us, buddy. That is all of us. Another note on the Oklahoma City Thunder, who signed J-Dub to his massive contract extension, the third massive contract extension that the Oklahoma City Thunder have executed this offseason. This from our man Bobby Marks. The Thunder have the resources to be sustainable for the foreseeable future. Why? They've got 14 first in the next 7 years, including a potential of 4 first-round picks in 2026. Their revenue stream, they got a new arena coming in 2028.
Mm-hmm.
They got a national TV contract and, interesting note from Bobby Marks here, possible expansion. They also note that contracts are staggered for the future, with SGA not going in effect until 2027 and 2028. They have the 5th lowest payroll since 2020 and 2021 as it stands now. Incredible work from Sam Presti and his group over there, man.
And
I need to learn more about that entire front office.
Yeah, they've set this up in a fantastic way. I mean, flawlessly. But with the selection of players, the staggering of the contracts, the structuring of the contracts of free agents and trades and stuff like that, just a masterclass. Just an absolute masterclass. And this is the other thing. And sure, anybody wants to try, that's perfectly fine too. But to act like, oh, look what OKC did. It's repeatable. It's almost a slap in the face to Presti to think that just anybody could handle it this way and anybody could hit on everything that he's hit on. There's a reason why he's considered the best, because of his decision making and his evaluation of these players as well. So salute to them. They've done a great job.
Absolutely. Shout out to Rob Hennigan as well. He's vice president of basketball operations, as is Jesse Gould. I don't know who either one of those people are, but Sam Presti's name gets all of the credit. I'm sure those brothers deserve a lot of credit too. I'm looking for a title that says vice president of making all of this stuff work. No one of that title. Everyone is a vice president, though.
Huh. How many?
Jesse's the vice president of how many? Let's see. Okay, even Sam is the executive vice president and general manager. Then you have the two guys who vice president of basketball operations, vice president of basketball operations. You got a young lady named Yana Lawson, who is the vice president of lifestyle services and social impact. This guy is the vice president of logistics and engagement. This woman is the vice president of experience and system design. This guy is the vice president of identification and intelligence. What the hell is that?
Who's the president of all these?
In his role, this guy's name is Vince Rosman. In his role, Rosman leads the Thunder's draft process and works in development of the player evaluation space. Well, Vince, that's a hell of a title. Vice President of Identification and Intelligence. Sir, you're doing great. I found another. I found another vice president of basketball operations. I found another vice president of basketball operations.
What's the draft guy's title again?
Vice President of Identification and Intelligence.
Why didn't they just say scouting?
Because vice president sounds way better.
What's the what's the line? The president of the vice president. What'd he say on the office? The assistant to the manager.
Assistant to the regional manager. Oh, shut up. Don't do that. Look, Jesse ain't even here to back me up on this. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I just got my knowledge.
No,
my
sure
knowledge.
you did. No, sure you did. This guy is the vice president of human and player performance. Oh, nice of you to. No. Hey, it's real nice of you to come back.
We were
this
having a
guy
moment.
over here is trying to make fake office references.
It was
again.
a real one. It was a real one. That's my knowledge. I had the knowledge of the moment.
You have no respect for the game, dude.
None.
The what was the assistant to the regional general manager? Come on, man. Stop playing.
So Dr. Donnie Strack is the vice president of human and player performance. So he's essentially the Al Biancani of the group. I got a text from Al this morning. I can't tell you how much my stomach turns when that man's name pops up on my phone, because I have no idea what that text. I fully expected it to say, hey, get your ass down here tomorrow at 6 a.m. I'm working these guys out and I want you to see it. Thank God it wasn't that. This is interesting. Everybody is a vice president. Jesse's the vice president of D-Lo and KC.
That's all good. It is all
What would
good.
you be? The vice president of
Vibes.
Vice president of vibes.
Make sure the vibes are going well.
Huh. All right. Well, whatever their titles are, they're doing a magnificent job. Hold on.
Everybody's killing.
Hold on. You know I have to be a jerk, right?
Oh,
I need.
Man. How many vice presidents?
That's what I was gonna say. I need to see what the Kings front office titles are.
They might have 2 vice presidents.
Sacramento Kings. This
Miss
I did.
McTin says
This
KC
isn't
a
it.
VP of impressions.
Hey, there you go.
And that's a pretty good one right there. Pretty good one, Miss McTin.
All right, let's see what we got here. Their page looks a lot different. You got Scott Perry, the general manager. You got BJ Armstrong, the assistant general manager. First vice president that pops up, Alvin Gentry.
Now that's the vice president of vibes.
Vice president of basketball engagement.
That's literally the chief vibe officer. That is literally what we've been joking about since,
the vice president basketball engagement. Then we got Phil Jabor, who's the vice president player personnel, and Paul Johnson, who's the vice president of player development. Absolutely.
Yeah.
We got vice presidents and
got more than I realized.
Boy, no, it's then. Oh man, now we're going into senior directors, executive vice presidents. For the first time, I actually see a president, and that's John Reinhardt, president of business operations. We've got senior vice presidents. We've got senior directors.
Too many seniors. That's why no one can make a decision.
Then regular directors.
Okay.
Boy. You ever see the show The Bear?
No, everyone says it's great, but it's just never got into it.
I started watching that show last night, and it's good.
Okay.
But there's a thing, and it reminds me of the Thunder. And for those who have seen the show, they probably know where I'm going. Every cook in the kitchen is chef. That's what, hey, come on, chef. Let's go, chef. Everyone is chef. Mm-hmm. That's like in the Thunder front office staff. Everyone's vice president.
VP.
This is VP.
Come on, VP.
VP of identification. What was this? He's the best one by far. Identification and intelligence. He is the only one, by the way. This is how you know he's a scout. He is the only one in these pictures. They got the pictures in all of them.
Yeah.
The young lady, black shirt, young lady got the jacket on, suits, ties, all blue suits. Oh, my man got a gray one. Lots of blue suits, lots of blue ties. The vice president of identification and intelligence, he's got the Thunder quarter zip, man. He dresses exactly like you would expect the scout to dress.
Hey, it's all about the title. You can what did the Kings just do? It's basically VP of vibes for Alvin Gentry, but it's VP of basketball interaction. It's all about the title.
Alvin's basketball, sir. Respect the title.
My bad.
It is vice president of basketball engagement.
There we go. There we go.
And to be clear, and I don't know that this has anything to do with anything, but it's Scott, BJ, then Alvin, and Phil and Paul are after him.
I think that's the structure.
I think it is too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Huh.
Alvin's a basketball lifer.
I'm noticing a name missing.
What
that name we were talking about the other day ain't on here no more.
That's crazy, bro.
Mm.
That's crazy. And then when you said what you said, I thought about everything that had been going. I was like, oh yeah, okay, like been going on in the country.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh.
I ain't gonna say nothing yet. But
keep it right here
for now. Out of respect. I don't know. I'm fascinated with the vice president of identification and intelligence and the vice president of basketball engagement. Those like Alvin and was it Vince? Alvin and Vince. Those are my guys right there.
Those are the two best positions.
Those are the guys right there. Sir, what do you do? Well, I'm the vice president of identification and intelligence for the Oklahoma City Thunder. Can you imagine like guys on a date? What do you do? Well, I'm the vice president of identification and intelligence.
So you work like security,
you
like your
a
head security
CIA agent?
No, I watch basketball.
No, I watch basketball all day. Oh, that explains why you came on our date with a quarter zip. It's good.
Sounds a lot better than Scout, though.
Poor guy probably hasn't been on a date in 3 years trying to get the Thunder to a championship.
His date is taking somebody to a high school basketball
This
game.
man's got four first-round draft picks next year. He ain't going on a date.
Hey, babe, would you like to go with me to this?
Thank God.
The Stillwater high school game?
No, thank God. Yeah, the brother's already married. He's got a wife named Caitlin and 2 children named Lucy and Marcus.
Hey, baby, happy anniversary. Do you want to go to this Norman, Oklahoma high school game?
Oh, man. Hey, honey, I got to go to California. Bronny's son's predicted to be drafted in the 2nd round. I got to go watch him. Or I said Bronny's son. LeBron's son.
No, he's probably planning to watch Bronny's
Probably.
son. Right now, he's whenever it happens, I'll be ready.
I guarantee his brother married before he joined the Thunder. He's got his work cut out for him over the next 7 years. All of these damn draft picks. Goodness gracious.
But it takes a village.
Indeed.
That OKC village has done a fantastic job. One of the best jobs we've seen in recent memory.
I'd love to see. Man, this guy's I'm fascinated. I want to meet Vince Rosman. I want to meet the vice president of identification and intelligence. He's spent 16 years with the Philadelphia 76ers.
Wow. When was he with the Sixers?
I don't know.
Oh.
That's what I'm trying to find.
Basketball Reference needs to have that.
He was assistant general manager in his last season. I've never heard of this guy, but he's terrific.
He's killing it.
He is terrific. All right, enough of this. This is funny. And I'm glad that we landed on Alvin's official title. Vice President Basketball. And this is what I love. The new thing isn't to say Vice President of. It's Vice President, apostrophe, Basketball Engagement. Vice President, Player Personnel.
See, I learned a lot from the NBA now. I got to figure out What is, we talked about this a little bit a second ago, but what is our title? Like our title right now would be Vice President of Communication.
Sports communications. Vice President Athletic Communications.
Athletic and Entertainment.
Oh, hey. Well, wouldn't we just be sports entertainment?
Well, no, because we do more than sports.
Well, sports entertainment. We're WWE, pal. We make movies.
That's right.
We're Vice President.
What sounds more prestigious, sports or athletics?
I feel like athletics does.
I do too.
Vice President
of Athletics and Entertainment.
No of.
Oh, Vice President Athletics, Entertainment,
That's
Communication.
It, bro. We need to put that on our email signatures in the company.
I'm just changing it now.
We need to put that. Jesse, I know you probably have never sent a company email before, but you need to be Vice President apostrophe D'Lo and Kate. No. Scratch that. Vice President apostrophe ESPN Sacramento.
I'm on it.
There we go. We're gonna be getting
anybody else want a vice president title?
We're gonna be getting government jobs.
It's gonna be so sick. I only email you guys too.
That's right. All right, that's it. I can't even get into our Instagram account for God's sake, and I'm getting ready to tell these people I'm a vice president. we are now. We got to let James and Kyle know too. We are now operating under the Oklahoma City Thunder system.
That's how you win. That's how you win.
Vice President, Athletics and Entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
Athletics and Entertainment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Communications.
Yep. Vice President, Athletics, Entertainment. I think we leave communications out.
Okay.
We just say athletics and entertainment.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like that.
I'm gonna send a company-wide email with the new signature that just says "Hi, everyone."
As such.
You address me as this moving forward, or don't address me at all.
They'll be like, when did we address you to begin with?
Well,
who the hell are these guys?
Did our system get hacked again?
Is this one of those trick emails they say that you're not supposed
Jonathan!
to open?
We're getting.
I'm not gonna lie. I opened one of those last week.
Oh,
I heard that. Well, I heard somebody else did too. I think I did. No, because this happened on my personal side.
This was like the first time ever too. I was like, I never open these little emails or whatever, because you always like, this was part of the ones that we always get or whatever. It's like, let me open this. I was like, I got you,
bro. They did it kind of dirty too, because it was like, hey, it was damn near like Aaron Miller sends this email, like, okay, yeah, we're gonna open it.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, we see that you opened a hack email, bro. It's the boss.
It was a company trick.
Yeah.
Oh,
now I got a training I got to do now. Now I'm the big dummy.
Hold on. You have to do training because you opened that email?
Yeah.
That is hilarious.
Oh, you open it, it's like this. No, we got you. Blah blah blah. This is a
trick.
trick.
You want to say because the other person, he told me the company. What you want to say? What company was yours?
This is the retirement one, I think.
Yeah. Vanguard.
Yeah.
They was like, Vanguard sent you something. Yeah, you're gonna open it up. What are you talking about?
Oh, so they got you too. It was both of us.
They didn't get me.
Oh, it was just me.
No, they didn't get me.
Damn it.
It was the other person though. He told me that's what it was.
Shout out to that person though.
I don't think they sent me one, so I'm on the lookout for one now.
I don't even know who to trust at this point.
Unless it's a script, I'm deleting 90% of the emails that come
I'm not going to
through.
lie. The email I did click on to look kind of fishy. Like,
So you clicked on it anyways?
Win a new retirement plan here.
Told me it was important.
Let me see what they talking about.
Look at Cole got too. Yeah, I had to take an online course also. Man. Hey, I'd expect KC to get caught. How many times has KC been Chatty House? But you?
I'm learning.
It said retirement. It said it was important. I was like, all right, well, I don't ever click these really. Let me go ahead and click this one.
That one's understandable. That's
all I know.
That's unfair. They shouldn't do that one.
Yeah, because all I know is how much money they take out of my check at this point. I thought something
much?
changed.
I just noticed my email is linked. Oh, this is so weird.
Wait, what?
There's an account called. It looks a few years old, so we just talking. Oh man, I bet you have one too, and you'll find out why in a second. The email is Sack Diversity.
I probably do.
Do you are you on your company account? Because I'm gonna get to the bottom of this right now in front of everybody. You have your logo in the upper right hand corner. Click on it. Are you linked to something called Sack Diversity?
Not that I can see.
Okay. All right. Good
Why?
for you.
Where would that be?
Would
that be in the other accounts?
Does it say hi KC or hi Kenny?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know what it is. It just says Sack Diversity at the email.
That's what it says on yours at the top.
Wasn't it like an old group?
I don't know. That group died years ago.
That's what I mean. Wasn't it that group or something?
DEI lasted as long as Black Lives Matter did.
It died when Kim left.
It died well before Kim left. Stop it.
A lot died.
Stop
when Kim
it.
left.
Look, listen. All of these companies meant well, but in the end, they didn't know what to do. They didn't know what diversity, equity, and inclusion was.
Yeah,
they tried, but they were like, "Hey, what do we do here?" I was a part of the group that launched in this company, and they pretty much asked me to stop coming to the meetings.
Oh no!
I kept asking, "What are we doing? What is the point of this? Like, what are we trying to execute? You guys are just like, you're just like sharing your sadness about the state of the world. What are we trying to accomplish here?"
Like, D-Lo, it's not that serious. We're all just supposed to bring lunch.
I pretty much
bring lunch and meet up once a week, okay?
Pretty much got a call that was like, "Hey, maybe your energy would be better."
You got kicked out of
your energy.
You got kicked out of the Finer Things Club?
Pretty much.
Oh, man.
Pretty much.
Casey didn't get that one.
Pretty
They
much.
just removed me completely.
They just
and everybody.
It was removed everybody.
Kim was there. Like I said, I guess it's one of the times it died. The final nail in the coffin.
Final nail in the just went away. Didn't even get a proper goodbye or nothing. Okay, here's the other problem. Someone's gonna have to show me how to change my email signature because I don't know how.
I did before, and it doesn't.
I did too, but have no idea how I did it.
Yeah, I need to
redo
my signature.
Can some office person help us? We don't know how to do
I need
this.
Jonathan, if you're listening out there.
Jonathan is not listening to us. We're the only station that doesn't play over the loudspeaker.
No, that's real. That's true.
And I can't remember. I can't remember.
I get that, I guess, because they won't be. I don't know.
I don't remember if it had something to do with AM, FM, HD or not. I can't remember why. I feel like Jonathan told me.
We're on FM.
Well, we are 98.5 FM HD2. And if you have an HD radio, that's where you should listen to us.
Yeah,
we sound phenomenal over there. Like we sound absolutely incredible on 98.5 FM HD2. So about Devin Carter.
Devin, do work out there, big dog. The question was, who do you want to see the most, or who are you looking forward to the most? Devin's not the most, but I am interested in Devin Carter and how he performs.
So
I do want to see what he looks like with just time under his belt. Like even last year, even when he started to play better in the second stint with the Kings, he was still like behind the 8 ball. He was still coming off of surgery. He was still not having a training camp. For all that we know, he's been healthy and working out for the better part of 3-4 months.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the other thing. Going into the season last year, he didn't have an opportunity to work on his game because he was hurt.
No,
I wonder. I just wonder if that will translate to him looking better on the court or looking like a different player on the court.
So here's my question.
Mm-hmm.
If he does, how does he stand out in a position group that at least right now features Malik Monk, DeMar DeRozan, Dennis Schroeder, Keon Ellis.
Mm-hmm.
How do you one, can he with that group, can he? And two, how? I mean, I think the how is defense.
Yeah.
He would have to be extremely high-level defender who perhaps can hit shots or maybe create better or can score in some way, shape, or form better than Keon Ellis can.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think you're.
But he probably can't jump anyone else.
He can't. Well, okay.
What?
So here's the deal. I don't think he can jump anyone else, but if he shows something, it could lead to urgency. Might not be the right word, but it could lead to like, all right, yeah, we definitely can move on from Malik now.
I don't think that's it, though. I don't think there's hesitancy in moving on from Malik Monk.
You're right. I agree with you. I agree with you. But
again, we're not advocating for them to trade. It's not F Malik, trade him. It's not that. It's those damn tea leaves that KC keeps putting in front of us, where it's like, all right.
Do you think that? Do you think that they can be? It's possible they could be more comfortable moving on from Malik if they see something from Devin Carter.
I could.
Or are they not related at all?
I don't think they're related because I was going to say I could absolutely be wrong, but I think they're comfortable in moving him right now. I think they'd be comfortable in doing that. I don't think there's a sense of urgency to do it, but I think they would be comfortable in making that move. Yeah. We'll come back. I don't that position group is just so. I'll ask this. Is there an odd man out in that position group? Is it Devin Carter? Is it Keon Ellis? Is it Malik? Is it someone else? We'll talk about that. The NBA Cup's announced. KC says we're going back to the playoffs. That's great. CeeLo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Also, we're open the phone lines for you. Elk Grove Kia Talk Line, 916-909-1320. CeeLo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah. There's nothing bad at all. Aaron, I'm surprised I didn't talk to you about this already. I told them you weren't here, by the way. Aaron wants to go all in. So he wants to talk through some things. It's related to that conversation we had on Monday. I just want to change my signature, man.
Like I said, I did it before.
I did too, because I put all of the logos up.
Honestly, I think I went to like YouTube, like I do everything else. It's like, how do I change my caption on my Google email or my signature?
VP Athletics and Entertainment.
I love it. Y'all gonna put some respect on a name around here.
Yes, Brandon, bro, you had no. It might need to be bi-weekly, bro. Might have to be bi-weekly. What Aldrin say up there? I don't know, D-Lo, but all I know is Maxine is the best yoga. Is the next yoga's for sure.
This game is actually, well, we don't ever have these problems on the first weekend, but this is a game I would watch. They've got Jeremiah Fears, Rob Dillingham.
Oh, yeah.
Terrence Shannon. Hunter Dickinson is playing. And this guy, where did he go to UCLA? I think he did, the guy guarding the ball. This is a game to watch. Like I said, it's not the first weekend. It's the second week where I'm just like, all right, bro. All right, I'm done.
Doesn't it make sense to move DeMar and start Levine at the 3? It keeps the ball out of Levine's hands and cleans up the guard rotation. Plus, having a fifth guard isn't a Big deal. I'm sorry. Are you asking to? Are you saying to move? Are you saying to move the DeMar to the bench? Is that the suggestion? Sorry, I'm trying to follow that. Okay, so here's one right above you too. If DeRozan cool coming off the bench, I could see Hugh Banks, DeRozan, Clifford, Monk, Carter for the second unit, and Sabonis, Maxine, Murray, Ellis, Schroeder for the starters. Man, y'all are all in on Maxine, boy. Okay.
I think too much is being
Wait.
made about him being
Hold on a second. Atmosphere. We talk. Okay, if DeRozan, cool, Eubanks, DeRozan, Clifford, Monk, Carter. Am I seeing this right? Sabonis, Max, Murray, Ellis. Where the hell is Zach LaVine?
Yeah, you might have forgotten.
We just not playing Zach LaVine.
This is getting out of control. All right, I know y'all don't like his contract.
Wait a minute, Atmosphere. So I asked the question before the commercial break. Boy, did we get some suggestions. I asked who the odd man out in that guard group is with, or is there an odd man out with Devin, Malik, DeMar, Keon, and Dennis Schroeder? And Atmosphere says on youtube.com/ESPN1320, please go subscribe there. Even if you can't watch the show live, go check out some of the shorts videos we have. I think we also have got some exclusive non-air content coming to the YouTube channel here pretty soon. But if DeRozan is cool coming off the bench, I could see Eubanks, DeRozan, Neek, Monk, Carter in the second unit with Sabonis, Max, Murray, Ellis, Schroeder as the starters. And I guess Zach is just gone. I guess Zach LaVine is just sitting over there like Alex Lynn. Like Kevin Herter if Mike Brown was still here.
I just think people do a little too much with trying to get DeMar DeRozan out of the starting lineup.
Oh, okay. Here it is. Atmosphere said LaVine on the train to the Shanghai Sharks.
Damn, that's crazy. That's y'all wild with that, man. Y'all wild with the way you guys look at LaVine and DeRozan. People talk about how DeRozan wasn't a good fit. Now, if you want to say like defensively, it was a problem, and he's not a great defender. Absolutely, I get that. But they were, and there's more to the game and more to the numbers. I understand, but they were 10th in the league in scoring. It was a top 10 points per game team at 115 a night. Even if there's more to the scoring, like offense wasn't the problem. So when you talk about fit, you have to be talking about defensively, because offensively, there wasn't that much of a problem. I don't think if you put in somebody else in DeRozan's spot, put in Keon Ellis or whatever, that they're more efficient on the offensive end. If you think there'll be a better defensive team, I can understand that. But a lot of times that's not what you guys are talking about. You're talking about fit, he's a ball stopper, all this other stuff. So let's not change the conversation that's been had for months now. They were top 10 points per game team in the league with DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah.
I don't know if fit offensively was that big of as much of a deal as you guys are trying to make it out to be. That's just my thought.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm kind of more in your camp as it pertains to DeMar DeRozan. I'm a little bit more in between as it pertains to Zach LaVine, and it's not a question of whether Zach LaVine is a good basketball player or not. I don't question that. It feels like this group, it feels like DeMar is DeMar. Like he's done what he's done for his entire career. It feels like the rest of the group, maybe LaVine, maybe Keegan, maybe, and certainly this seems to be the case with Domas. It feels like this group is made up of a bunch of guys who need the perfect group around them, or it might not work. And I don't know if this group is perfect for each other. I don't know how good of a basketball player you could be if everything around you has to be flawless. There has to be a certain point where this is your basketball team. Y'all got to figure it out. And I'm kind of at that point with Domantas Sabonis. I get, hey, Keegan needs this. Domas needs that. Well, this is what you have. You get paid $40-some-odd million. You were the 4th overall pick in the draft. At some point, y'all got to do something. You can bitch and complain and roll your eyes about the Sacramento Kings all you want to. But the only one who's ultimately going to lose out of that is you. Because I absolutely believe Domantas Sabonis is underappreciated in the league. He is very, very good, and he doesn't get the recognition for that. I also believe both things can be true. He is frustrating as hell sometimes. There is no player in a Kings uniform that more often those days. Sorry, that was visual for the audience. He's just throwing his hand, like looking around, like, bro, you just turned the ball over. We've said it repeatedly. That play-in game died after, was it 4 straight possessions?
You ran the offense through him. You gave him the ball, and that was it.
He took a shot late in the shot clock, got mad at everybody else for it, turned the ball over twice, and I think missed a shot on the 4th one. The Mavericks scored on all 4 of those possessions, and you can't convince me they didn't hit a couple 3-pointers and 4-pointers in there, because it just immediately felt like this game's over. We just lost another playing game at home, or we just lost a playing game at home.
Yep.
All right. And it felt like they never, but at the same time, he's there. His hands are throwing up. Everyone's bitching and complaining about what DeMar DeRozan is doing. Meanwhile, that sequence shook Domas, and he was asked the rest of the game. And it very much was, and this is where I agree with you sometimes. Oh, DeMar did this, DeMar did that. No one else was doing it. All right, someone's got to score. So he'd go try to score. Yeah. That game was a disaster, and it if you hated DeMar DeRozan, it highlighted why. If you disliked Domantas Sabonis, it highlighted why. It highlighted every fault. The lack of a point guard highlighted in that game. First damn thing said after the game. Oh, we didn't have a point guard. All right, man. You haven't had one since February, bro. But cool. All right. Like, at some point, y'all got to, and I'm hoping that point is now. Y'all got to figure this out together.
And that's everything you said was spot on.
And I'm absolutely not moving DeMar DeRozan to the bench. No. Unless I have a player who is clearly better than him, and I do not believe that the Sacramento Kings do. I'm not doing that.
People have their reasons for wanting to do that, and that's fine. I just disagree. I'm not interested in that. The Kings have an issue, or have had an issue, with some of the things that you just laid out. And this is what I really hope Scott Perry, and now a full-time Doug Christie with a full staff, can help out with and can change. I think that this franchise has too much of pointing the finger and looking to blame others for your lack of production. Sabonis, Keegan Murray. I mean, we talk about it. I love James. That's my dog. But Sabonis and Keegan are never called to take responsibility for their poor play.
Yeah.
It's always somebody else's fault. It's always somebody else's fault. And that's what has trickled down all throughout that organization, I feel, is they're always looking to blame somebody else for not getting the job done, regardless of what's around you. I'm not saying that you're supposed to do it with a bunch of G Leaguers, but you don't have a bunch of G Leaguers. So we don't even need to make that false equivalent here. You have established NBA players who are really good and have shown that they can be really good on a number of different occasions. Figure out a way to work with those guys and become a better team, a better overall team. I'm willing to give a lot of those guys a little bit of a pass off of what happened last year, because we talked about it a number of different times, how crazy last year was. Yeah. I haven't been in the NBA, but I've been on teams that, like teams, not the franchise, but the actual team and what was going on that particular season was chaotic and just a complete mess. That's tough to deal with. So, like I said, I've experienced it on a small scale. So I'm not going to tell these guys just go out there and play. Like, it is tough to deal with. But now, hopefully, you're going to be going into this season with a much better foundation, much better structure, and you can focus on being the best basketball team that you can be and not looking for excuses or reason why you can't. And I hope they are. I don't know if that's how these guys are approaching it or not. I hope they are. I hope they're looking at this as an opportunity to prove a lot of people wrong. If you're Sabonis, if you're Keegan, if you're DeMar, if you're Zach LaVine, if you're Doug Christie, prove a lot of these people wrong that don't have a lot of belief in what you're able to do.
And stop looking to pass the buck on to the franchise.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I get the Sacramento Kings are an extremely flawed franchise, and you can say whatever you want to about the way the front office is run. You can say whatever you want to about the ownership. You can say whatever you want to about the organization, and everyone who leaves does. It's normally the first thing that they do. But at some point, your play on the floor, you've got to take accountability for that. Right. Mike Brown is not a bad basketball coach. If you couldn't play for him, that's on you. DeMar, Malik, Doma, whoever didn't want to play for him, that's on you. We don't know if Doug is a good coach yet or not. I believe he will be. I believe that he is. I believe he's going to be significantly better than he was last year. I believe he learned a lot last season, as you pointed out regularly. He had to coach most of that damn season by himself. Y'all got to decide if you're going to play or not. And, continuously blaming the franchise for things that you did is weak. This team's they got to build a contender. Mm-hmm. They got to, or that you've got to build a competitive team. That's on the front office. But all of this other stuff about, this guy doesn't match this guy. All right, man. All right.
Yeah. And
so don't shoot for the last 2.5 quarters of a playing game, right, because your ass turned the ball over 4 times in a row.
Right. And I think that's what Scott Perry is looking for the most. He's looking for guys, and Doug Christie as well. I think this is where they one of the places where they agreed on their philosophy of team building, roster building, and playing the game. Is we need people that are, Scott said it the other day, I'm not worried about what we don't have and why we can't get it done. I'm worried about trying to figure out how we can get it done with what we have. And some people may think that's fool's gold, may think that's, pie in the sky or whatever, but that's how they approach a life, basketball. This is what we have. How can we get it done?
Yeah.
Not we can't get it done because we don't have enough of this and that.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people have that mentality. That's cool. That's cool. And you want
I've had that mentality.
Yeah.
It's not a secret he said it.
In the middle of the season.
Yep.
We need more. All right. And you can debate whether or not he was right or wrong. I'm not here to say that. I'm just saying his mentality and others' mentality was we can't be good enough because we don't have enough. All right. It showed that that's what you believed and that's how you approach things. So that's why one of the reasons why I like Scott Perry and like the hire, because of that type of mindset and that thinking to trying to get out here and get a winner.
We'll see, man. We'll see. All of this stemmed from the question of if that backcourt was too crowded.
This young brother Clark almost got cut from Summer League on the spot if this didn't go if this went a different way.
Oh, no. Oh, he tried to throw it off the rim. He tried to throw it off the backboard and it hit the rim. Luckily, bro, he recovered
and made the shot.
He made the shot, but that ain't gonna work.
He was almost cut it to half.
He gonna get talked to. That'd be a hell of a viral clip. We have our first in-game roster cut.
He would have done a Mike Singletary to him.
He was
told.
He was told to leave his jersey on the bench. Wait a minute, he's being escorted out of the Thomas and Mack Center. Yeah, that was tough. He tried to throw it off of the backboard, and it hit between
clear breakaway by himself.
It hit between the rim and the backboard, so it didn't come off cleanly. So it came off kind of lopsided, and he just had to reach back, and he couldn't dunk it, but he managed to.
That was close.
That was close.
Young brother Clark, I think he went to UCLA. John Pools, that's your guy. Yeah, it was tough. It was tough.
But
he made it.
Hey, no, that's summer league basketball right there.
Well,
that is summer league basketball. That
You're
poor
not
brother,
wrong at all.
that poor brother wants to crawl into a hole and right there. All he's thankful is, it's 1:30. Thank God it's 1:30.
You the first game though. Everybody watching, everybody excited.
You know, I mean, TK out there. You know what's Jason Jones is out there.
Jason Jones is out there.
That boy looked like a child.
I think he's like,
he got to be 18.
He might be like 18 3/4. I don't even know if he's 19.
Child right there. We're talking about Jeremiah.
Yeah. That is a young kid. He looks spectacular.
We're getting old, bro. Looking at these.
Look at him.
That's it, bro.
That's a young boy right there.
Yeah, these kids, these kids out here in the league now. We're getting old out here.
So yeah, you feeling old?
Oh, okay. All right, man.
Well, I'm like 12 years old. I can't hang out with you guys now.
You're not 12 years older than him.
If he's like 18 years old, like round up, I'm 11 years old, older.
Wait, how old? You're
20, like 30. Yeah.
29 at the end of the year.
Oh man, I thought you.
Well, I guess
You think I'm Joe? You think I'm Joe Brazil? You think I'm that young?
Yeah, I thought you were still like 26 or 27.
No, bro.
That's reminds me.
By the way, his birthday's October 14th. He's
gonna turn 19.
He's 8. Yeah,
wow.
This boy 18.
Wow,
he good.
He's
good.
It remind that thought process of like actually putting the years to a number tripped me up the other day because they were talking about after the Bailey inside the park homer walk off for the Giants. Obviously, everybody was talking about Angel Pagan, and that was 2013. That was 12 years ago.
Yeah, bro.
It feels like it was 12 months ago.
2015 was not a couple years ago anymore, bro.
12 years ago is crazy. Damn, bro. And I was like, yeah, my son is 12. Like, yeah.
12 years ago.
That is crazy. I felt like if you would have told me, like, obviously I knew it was during the championship years, but I would have that was probably like 6-7 years ago when Pagan did that. 12 years ago. What?
Yeah.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah, man. Let's see what TC talking about here. 916-909-1320. It's the Elk Grove Kid Talk line. What's up, TC?
What's up with my two brothers?
What's good, man? How you doing, man? You good?
Hey, man. I'm all good. Just vibing. Jesse, give me a minute. So I want to get in heavy on this DeRozan and DeMar situation, right?
Same person.
So how I feel about it, right, is one of them. If we keeping them both, right? Until we move off them, one of them got to go to the bench, right? So we can't get caught up in the whole.
So hold on, time out, because you said DeRozan and DeMar. Do you mean Levine?
Oh, I'm thank you, Kenny.
I just want to make sure everybody knows. I understood, but I'm making sure everybody knows.
Fatty House tearing me up. I know. Yeah. Hey, D-Lo. So look, one of them got to go to the bench, bro. We can't get caught up on the Hall of Fame status. Who makes what? This dude's a cool dude. I really like him. So the respect level is Doug having a one-on-one with either one of those guys. If not both, either one. Listen, dude, let's have dinner. I'm going to sit down. This is the best for the team. I'm going to move you to the bench, and this is the guy that's going to be in your position. You still going to get your shots.
No. You're not. No, TC. You're not going to do that. Who's the guy? Who's the guy? You say you can't sit down and say we're gonna move you to the bench. Here's the guy that's gonna replace you. Who's the guy?
We can go Zach, or we can go DeMar. I don't know.
No. Who is the guy who is replacing one of them?
Who? Oh, on the bench?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
Right? Oh, TC, come on, man. No. Come on, TC.
Try again tomorrow.
TC.
Try again tomorrow.
No, you can't. See, that's what I'm saying. You can't do that. Oh, they got to move to the bench. Fine. DeMar got to move to the bench. Fine. Zach got to move to the bench. Fine. Who's starting for him?
My thought, what people would say, move Keon to the 2 and move Zach LaVine to the 3. Or if you're benching LaVine, you put DeRozan
Keon
at the 3.
To the what? Give that to me again.
So let's just say, for instance, you bench DeMar.
Okay, so Keon's 2, LaVine is 3.
3. And I think it could go either way too. Like if you bench LaVine, DeRozan would be the 3.
Okay,
Keon the 2.
Let's cover this a different way then. Dennis and Keon, is that a backcourt everybody's good with?
That's a good backcourt. Like they complement each other a little bit. Actually, they would be some dogs on the defensive end.
They work on the defensive end.
I think it's fine. I think that's a decent backcourt. I'll ask anybody this though: is Dennis and Keon this playoff level backcourt?
Not enough scoring there for me.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean,
I'm not a fan of that backcourt.
Okay.
I think it's good. Like I think if you have them playing at the same time throughout courses of game, that's fine. But game 1, the first round against OKC, Schroeder and Keon against SGA and Caruso.
And because that's a defensive backcourt, we're going to lock them down, obviously, while potentially scoring 11 points while they score 30.
You're going to lock down Shea and he's going to get 25. That's how you do it.
Right.
Like, so what's the problem with it being, I guess I don't understand why starting Keon is an upgrade over DeMar when we know Dennis is a good defensive player.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I guess the argument would be,
I'm not suggesting it's a bad backcourt. I'm just asking questions.
The argument would be, I guess now Keegan Murray would get more shots. You'd get
Keegan Murray will get more shots. God. All right. Well, good. Thank God. Thank goodness Keegan Murray's going to get more shots.
The offensive fit would be a lot better.
I can't wait till he shoots 30% and everyone goes, well, that year with DeMar DeRozan in the starting lineup really screwed him, man.
I know. That's
literally everybody else's fault.
I know. And my whole thing is with Keegan, I'm not even asking you to do like other stuff like create. Just be a crazy knockdown catch and shoot guy. Be a guy that on these wide open catch and shoot looks, you shooting like on those particular looks, you shooting 47%. I don't know what he was. Will Z, if you're listening, you can let me know what he was shooting on wide opens. Maybe he was shooting that, but he probably had to work to get there because all his numbers this year ended up not being that bad, but he had to work to get there because they were nasty the first like month and a half.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I said this the other day. I think you were here, so you might have heard it.
Where would I have been?
Well, the Friday.
That day. Yeah.
Like you guys, the hate that people think I have for Keegan is way off. Because once again, I thought Keegan was fine this year.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is you guys think Keegan can be a lot more than I think he can.
I think he can be a little bit more.
Yeah, not you. Let me move the
okay
from you. I'm going to chatty.
I'm sorry. Well, all right, pal.
Like I think what he provided was fine. Yeah, maybe a point or two here and there. Maybe he can be a little bit more of an accurate 3-point shooter. But for the most part, I think he had a good season. It was a solid season. There wasn't too much wrong. He got off to a really, really slow start, and he played better as the season went along. Thought he had a good – everybody, I think he could be a 19, 20-point per game scorer. No, that's where we disagree. I haven't seen enough to think that that's what he could be in this league. So it's not that I don't like him because I'm the one saying he had a good season, a solid season at least. Everybody else saying, he could do so much more. Maybe everybody else is right. I'm just not sure. I'm not sure of that.
All right.
Willsy on
What do
it.
we got? Okay.
Keegan shot 42.
Shout out Will for still listening. I wasn't sure that he was, to be honest. I was like, what would Will be listening for?
Keegan shot 42.3% on his wide open threes last year. Wrote a whole article on this too, Kenny. And I think I'm with you. He could be that and be a great player. I want that. I want that percentage.
Kenny thinks he's cooked. This is all he can be.
I want that percentage.
Else.
I want that percentage at like 47 to 49% on wide open looks. If you wide open and you Keegan Murray, the way that you could shoot the ball, that's got to be knocked down. 42's, I don't know what the league average is, but it sounds cool.
What's the league average?
It sounds cool, but I want him more like 47 to 49% wide open looks.
All right, I'll be this conversation is interesting. Like I see I think it was Michael. Where Michael? Yeah, Michael said, I'm a DeMar Levine supporter. We have to be honest here. They are pretty bad on defense last year. So the idea is, okay, everybody wants to be better defensively. I understand that. That is the never-ending yellow brick road for the Sacramento Kings, and you're just dying to get to Oz. Just get there and be this team that's better on defense. But remember, be better defensively. You're almost certainly sacrificing something on the offensive end. Okay, if you're comfortable with that, great. But it's a lot like the playing the young guys conversation. How long are you comfortable with that? Are you comfortable with that if for 10 games you score 100 points or average 100 points over 10 games and are 3 of 7 or 4 of 6? You gonna stay comfortable with that, or is it like, man, this league don't score 100 points no more? We need more offense. Then what's the conversation?
Jesse said it perfectly a couple of weeks ago, man. It's 2025, bro. We're not having no Heat Knicks 98 defensive battles. You need to put up 115 to 120. Like, that's what you need to do. I'm not saying completely abandon defense. You have to abandon defense. You have to be able to stop somebody when it counts. But this whole notion that, like you just brought up, that you can sacrifice offense and be in the 104 range and still, this is 2025, bro. Like, no, that's not going to work. If you're going to bring somebody in that's a better defender, he better be able to give you a lot of what you could get on the offensive end with what you're replacing.
Matt George, I'm sure will have a lot to say about all of this. He's going to join us coming up at about 3:15. We'll talk more Kings basketball. Also, a surprising proponent for a college football salary cap. We'll have that. Did you see the Blake and Check commercial for Amazon Prime?
No.
Loved it.
No.
Loved it. We'll talk about that because Amazon, they're getting ready to roll out with the NBA Cup groups announced, that first commercial announced. We've got broadcast team announced. NBA broadcast could be in a good spot moving forward. We'll talk about that as well. It's dealing with KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Donnie, what's up, boss? How you doing, big dog? Fresno, the 559. Stand up, baby. You know what it is. I agree with you. It's the NBA, man. Pros are going to score. Like you said, we laid out that situation where you got Keon and Schroeder in the backcourt, which is better defensively. SGA still going to get 28. Like, you ain't going to just stop people. You're going to get 28, and now you might be minus 10 points scoring. So,
shout out Doghouse Grill. That's a Fresno thing, right?
What's that?
Doghouse Grill, I think.
I don't know, Donnie. What's up with that, man? Doghouse Grill. That sounds like something that's around the campus.
Around the stadium, yeah. My one time out there in Fresno.
Around the campus. What's is that? Van Ness? Not Van Ness. It's is it Shaw? Is that where the campus is? Where Save Mart Center is? Is it off of Shaw?
Yeah, it's Doghouse. Shout out. Fire Try Tip Sandwich.
I ain't been to Fresno in a couple months.
I haven't been to Fresno since my first year at Sac State.
Oh, man.
However long that was ago. 10 years ago, I guess. Never been more hot in my life.
Yeah, it's It's different down there.
I was like, this is Modesto, but just 10 degrees hotter.
It's literally different down there. And it's just, it's the same, like it'll say the same temperature as maybe Sacramento or Modesto, but it feels 20 degrees.
No, yeah, it's different.
Oh, sad ass stuff.
Oh, it's pitiful.
That's another thing too.
Drew,
Like,
go ahead.
I was gonna say, we just threw the sodas in there. Just that's all we had left. Like, we had no chips, no nothing.
We don't even have water left.
I know.
What? Now we do have a water machine. Drew once again taking it to the 10th degree. Nobody's, because he said don't play defense. Defense doesn't matter. All right, man. I don't know why people do this type of stuff. Did myself, D'Lo, or Jesse ever say defense doesn't matter?
Matters, but scoring 120 matters more now.
That's it. You gotta score to win. But that doesn't mean we just never play defense. All right, bro. Okay.
Yeah, we could be nice to Fresno in the chatty house. It's not Bakersfield.
No, it's not. It's not. I got love for Fresno. At Fresno, I have a good time every time I'm out there. Like I said, it's just hot.
Mm-hmm.
It's hot as shit. It's a different kind of hot. It's like they don't have any trees in Fresno. It's just like no shade, nothing.
Just sun. It's just Death Valley with buildings.
Yeah, man, I don't know, man.
Ask and you shall receive. Will Z said the league average for wide open threes last season. You remember Keegan Murray's number?
42.9, I think he said. 42.9, 42.7, I think.
Kenny demanded more. He said that wasn't good enough on wide open threes. Will Z says the league average on wide open threes last season was 38.9%. And Keegan ranked 60th out of the 208 players with at least 100 wide open three-point attempts.
Okay. That's, once again, what he did wasn't bad. I'd want him in the top 25 of that. I think he can shoot well enough to be in the top 25 of that group. And I don't know what the number would be for that. I don't know if it's 48 or something like that, but 60 clearly isn't bad, but I think he can do better than that. I think he'd be a top 25 in that particular category.
Okay. Well, the Kings are going to need him to be. Whatever the reasons were for the slow start to last season, it's got to be behind them. Everybody. In fact, any reason that the season didn't go well for a particular player, a particular group of players, for whoever, for a collective, that's got to be over. They absolutely have to be better this upcoming season. I'm of the belief that they can. I don't believe Doug Christie's going to be fired midseason. And the funny thing about Domantas Sabonis is if Domantas Sabonis wants to demand a trade, he can. He's not getting traded. The market is clear. A player of his caliber who makes upwards of $120 million over the next 3 years, buddy, buy your place in Sacramento. You're here for a while.
Right. I just said
that sounded like shade. It wasn't. That's about the market. It ain't going to be. Don't even.
You're going to have to be here for a while, buddy.
If I'm Domas's agent, hey, it ain't going to happen. Yeah. Just be as good as you can be because it is not happening.
Notice Prime. One of my Keegan Murray points is if he's top 25 in that aspect, he's an all-star. Will Z says Moses Moody was 25th at 45.6%. So that's not an all-star. So you're wrong. And Tyler says, you just explained you have lower expectations. Now you have higher. In one particular area, I do expect him to be better than what he was. Catch and shoot wide open threes. People like Tyler and others think he can be like, I remember they were telling me he could be Chris Middleton. Chris Middleton dribbles more than twice, creates off the dribble, and is a 3-level scorer. I don't think Keegan Murray has that type of game. But as a catch and shoot 3-point shooter, yeah, I do. And especially wide open looks, I absolutely think he can be better than what he was last year. And he wasn't even terrible last year. I just think he can improve on that. So that's where that comes from. That's the expectation I have for him to be better, as a better catch and shoot 3 guy.
NBA Cup groups were announced yesterday. Kings got grouped with the defending NBA champion Oklahoma City Thunder. Obviously, they've had a busy couple of days in the news again today with the J-Dub contract extension. Minnesota, Phoenix, and Utah.
Oh, yeah, we going, bro. We going. We back.
Going where?
We going to the NBA Cup. What is it? It's not the playoffs. It's the tournament, the bracket.
We're going to Vegas.
The bracket round. Well, I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know about that.
Oh,
but we will be going.
You got
to
a
the
home
bracket
game
play
first, right? Is that how it works?
Well,
or
I don't know about that.
Okay.
We'll just be in
so
bracket
basically
play.
you got them going like 2-2 or something.
We'll be in bracket play because OKC probably gonna win the group. So I think the winners of the groups have the home game.
That's right.
But maybe that's the only team we lose to.
Is OKC.
3-1. Yeah, we go 3-1 in that.
Okay.
We're going because we're gonna get Utah. We're gonna get Phoenix.
I sure hope so.
We're gonna get them. We're gonna get them to. It's gonna come down to the Minnesota game. If we can get the Minnesota game, and matter of fact, when we play Utah, we need to beat them by about 35. Because
that's right. This matters. That's right.
We gotta get that. Don't stop scoring.
Yeah.
Keep going. Get the cherry picks and layups.
2 games, I think they were running the score up on the Bulls.
Remember Billy Donovan?
Oh, Billy Donovan was mad.
It was
Bulls Celtics.
Yeah, it was one of them. I think, yeah.
Joe's like, man, that's what we're supposed to do.
They had a meeting at half court in the middle of the game.
Right.
And Billy was like, "Why? What are you doing?" Poor Billy Donovan.
Billy Donovan. Nothing. Didn't he get a contract extension?
Hey, you're right.
KC's Knicks got him back.
That's what I'm saying. The Knicks were in hot pursuit of Billy Donovan.
Dude, if the Knicks talked to one of us, we would have got a contract extension.
Vice president,
athletics and entertainment. It's by the way, I got it figured out. Shout out to Scott and his daughter. They sent instructions. It's pretty easily.
Thank you.
Just hit the little universal settings gear, and then you see where it says see all settings.
Hold on, I'm getting there right now. Oh yeah.
Okay, click that.
Oh, that's not what I was looking at. Okay.
And then scroll all the way down, and the signature is right near the bottom.
Oh, okay.
And I've added vice president / athletics and entertainment.
You gotta love it. All right, yeah, I'm be adding mine as well. There it is. Can I get pictures on here too? Like, cause I need logos.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You can do that.
Right now, it's just host for ESPN 1320, co-host of DKC. Boring.
Now, VP, athletics and entertainment.
Boring.
So here's a story that I am extremely confused by. Devin Booker signed a contract extension with Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the confusing part. The confusing part is I guess it just happened. I thought this happened like a week ago.
I did too.
Like
I thought it was like Monday or like over the weekend.
Like
it happened.
It was written in like what's it, the AZ Republic? Like as if it wasn't written as if it was coming up. It was written as if it had happened. And it was like, well, those damn books that they were balancing over the weekend, they thought it was going to be 150, but it turned out to be, I think, 145. Over 2 years. So he's not starving.
145 over 2 years.
He's going to be okay. But yeah, I thought that contract had already been signed, but I guess not. It is now.
Well, look, he lost $5 million due to the.
Well, he did. Balancing the books. Devin Booker and Steph Curry lost $5 million.
Does that make? No, he's not. Oh, it's SGA. That's right. I was about to say, does that make him the top earning player in the league? But SGA, I think, is number one today.
Today?
Yeah.
I think Steph Curry is today.
No, I saw. Well, maybe they're factoring in the contract, even though it hasn't started yet. But I saw something yesterday where it was the highest paid players in each league, and SGA was on that at like 70 something. But also the contract hadn't gone into play, so maybe that plays a role into.
Okay, so yeah, they're factoring in his new contract extension.
Mhm.
He is at $71.3 million.
Mm.
Second, is Joel Embiid at $64.3 million. Jason Tatum will be rehabbing comfortably at $62.8 million.
Hey, SGA went well above these boys.
Now, wait a minute. No.
You said Tatum is 68?
Yeah, I think that was 62.
Oh, yeah. SGA well above these boys.
62.
Because Embiid's 64.
Well,
right?
I'm not clear how they got to that math, because next season, Steph Curry is set to earn $59.6 million. That's the highest in the league.
Mm-hmm.
Anthony Davis is second at $57.6 million. Giannis, 57, Joe, 55. Shea, in terms of earnings next year, is 38.3.
Did they, with that, did they go maybe AAV?
Average annual value over the
life
tour?
of the
Yeah, because it must be, because or the remaining years, because AD is due.
They added what the contract they're already on, probably to the
Sure.
AAV.
Sure. That doesn't check out either. There's no way Shea's earning 71 annually. Maybe they just determined. What did I say Joe's number was?
64,
do you remember?
I thought you said 64.
So Joe's going to earn 64 in 27-28. Let me see. Did I read the AI response? Hang out. Yep. I read the AI response. AI is idiotic. Let's look at this. Steph is going to earn 62 next year.
Uh-huh.
Joel Embiid is going to earn 55 this year. His contract is going to end at 28-29 at $69 million.
Joe's extension hadn't even started yet?
No, Joe's extension is because he signed the 2-year thing, right? His extension.
Damn,
I think his extension starts when Shea starts.
Oh my God.
In 27-28, because he didn't he sign the 2-year extension in the 3rd year?
Yeah.
That's what Shea just did. He's finishing out his measly 55 and 59, and then in 27-28 will be 64 and then 69 million. Man, it's a good thing he signed that, boy, because
oh my goodness,
he would have lost $130 some odd million had he not. And let's be clear, this is all cute, but if Steph Curry decides he wants to be the richest player in NBA history, he will be.
When's his contract up?
Next year. Oh, yeah. $62.5 million.
So he's next.
If he wants to be. Because obviously 37 after next season or 38.
37 after next season, I think.
I don't know how many more years he'll sign. I don't know if he'll do the LeBron 1-1 every year. I don't know if he'll sign 2. Nah, man, he'll be 30. He's 37 now. He'll be March. So he'll be 38 during next season.
Wow.
Or this upcoming season. 39 that $62 million year. So he might just sign 1-2 years for. He might sign the Devin Booker joint. It'll just be more than Devin Booker.
That's the Steph getting up there, man. 38.
Yeah, that's
playing.
Crazy.
I always, obviously, I'm not an NBA athlete, professional, nothing like that. So their bodies, they're trained way better than I am right now. But I try to play on Sundays for an hour at almost 42. It's like, this is crazy. These guys are playing in the NBA at 38, 39, 40 years old. Are you crazy? I know they're in great shape, but they're still 40 years old. That is amazing to me. That is amazing. That they're and not just be in the league and survive. Like, these are the best players in the league. When you talk about Steph, KD, LeBron, it's crazy, bro. Steph is even crazier too because he's like 6'3". That's man.
But is that more favorable to him playing this long than LeBron, who's what, 6'8"?
So the way I look at it is, like,
I mean, KD is he's not 7 feet. He's 6'11", but he's got to be he's what, 36, 37 years old.
The way I look at it though is those guys, the LeBrons and the KDs, like, you're still 6'9". Like,
but the physical toll on your body is different than what it would be on someone who's 6'3", wouldn't it be?
Yeah, I mean, there's give and take either way, but like, if I'll put it to you like this, like just a random high schooler who's a good basketball player, if he's still 5'8", there are just things that even at my old age, I'll be able to do better because I'm just taller, or at the very least I can survive, or I can get my shot off because I'm just taller than him. Like, that's just what it is. That's what I look at with KD and Bron. They're still taller players than guys that they go against. So say your legs don't work the same way. All right, I'm working my post game, or I'm gonna get them on the block or something like that. I'm not as fast and explosive as I was, but I can back down this 6'5" guy that's trying to guard me and fade away on him. Steph don't have that luxury. Steph is going up against guys his size that are faster than him, quicker than him, more explosive than him, and he still is able to dominate. It's just crazy to me. Like, Steph going up against he's better than him, obviously, like, so much better, but Rob Dillingham. Rob Dillingham, the same size, he's lightning quick, all this other stuff, but he don't stand a chance against Steph Curry. And Steph Curry's almost 40. It's crazy. They're both crazy, like, both scenarios.
And they are still the faces of the league.
That's what I'm saying.
No matter how much we try to,
they're actually
down.
3 of the best players in the game.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
2 of them were the focal points of this offseason. I mean, one of them
still is.
One of them legit shifted a team into a legitimate title contender in Kevin Durant in the Houston Rockets. We're 2 seasons in. Has the cup lost any luster, excitement?
Probably a little bit. You know, ironically, the most exciting part of the NBA Cup seems to be the early part of the bracket rounds. Or I guess maybe that's just the one game. The one game that's at home that gets you to Vegas is the one that, like, people are geared up for. Doesn't seem like the Vegas games are that, like, hyped up or people are super excited for that Final Four. The actual Cup games, I think people are hyped up for. But if you look at some of the games that come to my mind, is a game like the Rockets Warriors game. That was a Cup bracket game. Winner goes to Vegas. Indiana Boston. That was a bracket game in Indiana. Winner goes to Vegas. Those games seem to be, like, intense. But some of the Cup games before and in Vegas just hasn't.
The Pacers win last year? Who won last year?
The Bucks.
The Bucks won. That's right. It was the Lakers 1 year 1. The Bucks 1 year 2.
So to answer your question, maybe a little bit, maybe lost a little luster, but
I wonder if there's going to be a point where they have to, like, I really do think the courts help. Otherwise, I might forget. Like, because it's what, like Tuesday. It's just a random day. It's like, oh, this is okay, like, cool.
Yeah.
And that there is a certain level for me. Like, oh, okay. like, cool, this looks different, and it's very eye-catching. It's not like a dull representation. There's not a I don't know, what an in-season tournament trophy in the middle of the court. It is a in-your-face basketball court that when you turn that game on, you know instantly, aha, this is different. Okay, all right. Like, I know this was year one, not year two, but the first in-season tournament game that was at the Golden One Center.
Oh, man.
Soon as we walked into that lower bowl, it was like, oh.
There was energy in that place.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So they've done a really, really good job with that. I don't think it's lost any luster. I think they'll get in trouble if guys start, man, I don't want to go to Vegas for this.
Mm-hmm.
If that starts to happen, that's where I think you'll start to run into issues. But hopefully those talks have been had with players when a microphone is like, hey, don't crap on our brand new product that just netted everybody $1 billion.
Yeah, you still want that extra $5 million?
Do you like money or not?
You want that extra $5 million? We need to sell this thing. What are you talking about?
Part of the announcement for the NBA Cup groups were the debut of NBA basketball on Amazon, on Amazon Prime. And that's coming October 24th. They rolled it out with announcements of their broadcasting teams. They rolled it out with, it looks like Blake Griffin's going to be a centerpiece of their broadcasting. And they rolled out a commercial with him and Chet that I thought was pretty good. I thought it exercised Blake's comedic chops, which I thought he was great in the commercial. And Chet, who is a little, when trying to be comedic, he's a little stiff, but I think he was at his high school for the commercial.
Okay.
And I just like, oh, this works. Blake's like, hey man, we did it. And Chet's like, who's we? What do you mean? Well, I'm from Oklahoma. I was born in, and like the whole bit. And I thought Blake killed it. I thought he was great. And I thought that's a great little rollout commercial for Amazon Prime.
Amazon Prime, I'm really excited to see the product they put out there for the NBA, because I think they do a pretty good job with the NFL. You know, they do a lot of the stuff that we say that we want from an NBA broadcast. And I talk about what I want that ESPN doesn't provide, like a true pregame show, a true postgame show, give them time to cook. And they do that with the NFL. I don't have any reason to think that they're not going to do that with the NBA. I think, like I said, they're going to do a really good job. I'm anxious to see. I like the group that they've got together, the announcers and the studio people that they've got together. I think they're going to be creative with some of the stories and stuff they do, really just based off of how I see them go about the NFL. I think it's going to be good, man. I'm excited to see what they can do. Very excited to see what they can do.
They've started to announce some of their broadcast teams. I think I read Del Curry might join them.
Yeah, Del Curry there, and reportedly they're trying to play the long game with that one. The speculation is they get Del Curry. Del Curry's a good analyst just in general. I've heard him on Hornets broadcast, but they get Del Curry. They hope maybe they get the inside track to get Steph when he retires. So I think that would be pretty cool if they had, Iron Eagle, Del Curry, and Steph Curry on a game. Yeah, that'd be pretty dope. Not that Steph would be there, every game like a analyst, but if that's a selling point, right? Like, hey, tonight's game is going to be special because Steph Curry and Del Curry going to be on the call. Like, yeah, people check that out to hear what that sound like.
Where does Draymond Green fit into all this?
Oh, hopefully he doesn't. Hopefully he doesn't. I don't think he's in Amazon at all. Like I'm sure he's still doing.
Well, he thought he was going to be NBC. He was locked in. That's why he went to Paris.
Yeah, and they just ignored his ass.
I don't know why I'm asking you guys about this. Draymond, can you let us know what your plans are for TV after your career?
Sure. I'm glad you asked me. And if the players would have asked me to be the president of the Players Association. Quite frankly, we would be in a better place. I told everybody about the CBA. Nobody wanted to listen. That wasn't your question. I was in the man cave and I was in there for 4 days. And I said, I think Prime isn't necessarily where I want to be. Quite frankly, where I want to be is NBC. That's why I went to Paris.
Okay.
And if you understand the game of basketball, you understand that's why I went to Paris.
What's funny is that line about if you understand the game of basketball is as repeated as the line, quite frankly.
That's bad.
It is.
And the man cave, I think he said that in the thread. I was in the man cave.
He did. He did. He said man cave and quite frankly on threads.
What did he say initially? The kids didn't know where he was at for 3 days.
Or kids looking for their father.
Come on.
Because
Daddy, you're in the man cave.
Dad's just sitting in the dark.
Come on, man. Kids didn't know where you were at for 3 days. Stop it.
Was that after Jordan Poole? Or no, that was after Nurkic.
Yeah.
It's a big ass house.
So they didn't hear you, huh?
How many rooms? How big of a mansion do you think you need to go missing for 3 days in your own house where no one else could find you?
That insulation is tough. They didn't notice your car wasn't there. Like nothing.
Well, that's the thing. I'm sure like his wife or significant other knew he was there. It's just like, yeah, just don't tell the kids I'm around right now.
Can you imagine? It's like, hey, don't tell
and don't
tell
bring
the
them
kids
here
for 3 days.
Don't show me my kids for 3 days. What? I'm here in the house.
Daddy,
Make
you're
sure
in
I
the
don't
man
see him.
cave.
Damn it. Yeah. What do you want?
Like that. I don't know why he's like that, man.
Why he do that?
No Draymond Green, thank God. Dwayne Wade, Steve Nash, Dirk Nowitzki, Blake Griffin, all expected to be a part of Amazon, as is Kevin Harlan, Brent Barry, Stan Van Gundy, Ian Eagle, who you referenced earlier, all expected, in addition to Dale Curry, to play a part in these broadcasts that will debut on Amazon Prime. Prime Day continues, I think, for a whole other day. On October 24th.
Sales are down because there are no deals.
I think
no, sales are down because we're broke.
Down like 40%.
Broke is a joke. No cash at all.
Sales are down because we're broke, man. What you talking about?
Hey, a 180.
We had to create titles for ourselves at work. Can you hold your 180? Because we've got to go to commercial.
Well, look at this. Who's this?
No, man, if you paid attention to the clock once in a while, Kenny, you'd know.
You brought him to the party.
We got to go to commercial here on ESPN 1320.
Technically, I came to the party with Charlie.
Charlie left hours ago.
Hey. You know what? This is what we will do. It is Thursday. Here we go. Kicking it with KC. We ain't done one of these in a while. Shout out to my people over at Phenom. You already know what it is, man. Shout out to Jordan Brand as always. And we got a new signature shoe here. Angel Reese. She's got the Angel Reese ones that were unveiled on Wednesday. And salute to her. She becomes, I think I read, the 5th WNBA player with her own signature shoe. We got Asia. We got Breanna Stewart. We got Sabrina Ionescu. We got, I can't remember the 4th one, but Angel becomes the 5th. I haven't really seen the shoe that much. It's whatever. Like, it's not, I don't think it's like fire, but it's not, as a basketball shoe, it reminds me of like the book ones a little bit with just the simplicity to it. But yeah, man, salute to her. It was also the same day she was announced to be a cover athlete for NBA 2K26. So between the signature shoe, the announcement of being on the cover, that's dope, man. Shout out to Angel Reese. And John Poles says Caitlin Clark. Caitlin Clark is not on that list. She will be at some point, but she's not on that list because she is wearing a PE version of the Kobe 5s. So she'll be there. I saw something about Juju. They thought Juju was getting a signature shoe. Turns out she's not. She's going to wear a new version of the GT joints. Paige Becker's probably get one soon as well. And that's just the Nike athletes, man. You know, some of these Adidas, Puma, New Balance women players might get some as well. So the latest one is Angel. We'll see who's next, man. That's kicking it with KC. I got you, John. I got you. My bad. I saw the Sabrina 3s somewhere. I don't like them as much as the first two, but they're still cool. They're still cool.
Is that fight tomorrow between Katie Taylor and Serrano? Is that part 2?
Part 3.
Part 3?
Yeah.
Remember I watched Katie Taylor in one, and I think it was last year. I don't know if it was against Serrano. Someone else was a badass fight.
Yeah, I think it was the Serrano fight. They fought on
New York, I think.
They fought it. The first one was New York, where I thought it was fantastic. The second one, which I actually hadn't gone back and watched, was the Mike Tyson card. Yeah. Big time fight weekend coming up this weekend.
Matt George coming up at 3:15. What's the fight?
Well, they got the greatest all women's boxing card on Friday night. Taylor and Serrano 3, their trilogy. That's going to be fantastic. And a woman that I think is a potential superstar in the world of boxing, Alicia Baumgartner. She's fighting as well. That's going to be good. And then Shakur Stevenson is fighting on Saturday against Will Zepeda, and Edgar Berlanga is fighting on Saturday as well on that same card. Today they had a press conference, and Oscar De La Hoya is on the side of the opposing fighter, Berlanga. Berlanga brought his Louis Vuitton duffel bag, and it was filled with, let's just say,
things Oscar might like.
Yeah, things Oscar might have worn in the past, and he was throwing them at Oscar.
Thought maybe he had a bag of sugar or something.
No, it was other things.
I see.
And he was throwing them
I
at
know
Oscar.
that story.
And Oscar said, "You better stop," or what?
Oscar De La Hoya sucks, bro.
He got him with that one. Oscar got to tip his hat. Well, he don't have to do anything. It happened to him. But I'm just saying, I'm not even a Berlanga guy, but he got him on that one. He did get him on that one.
Also, that fight should not be the main event.
This is ridiculous. It should be Shakur and Zepeda.
It's Undertaker versus Shawn Michaels before, and then Randy Orton versus Triple H after.
Oh,
I will not be watching.
All right. Well, get out to the fight. It's nothing I need to watch, is it?
Tomorrow's good.
Tomorrow's good. You might want to watch the women. That's gonna. I mean, Shakur is gonna be dope too. Like this.
Yeah, Shakur versus Zepeda will be.
Where is all of this stuff at?
Netflix tomorrow.
Netflix tomorrow.
Really?
Yeah, the women's. So Jake Paul, this is his promotion.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's actually kind of noteworthy that it's gonna be a Netflix joint.
And this isn't like it's not a circus. Like this is a real fight.
These are the best women fighters in the world. Aside from Clarissa Shields, like she's the best. But the thing that I can't believe they haven't fixed yet, and it's very, very frustrating, is the women's rounds being 2 minutes. It makes a difference, and I can't believe they haven't fixed it yet. So that's the only downside.
Okay.
I said before the break, though, then on 180, we were talking about the broadcast and people who are going to be on it for Amazon Prime. We mentioned a little bit of NBC. D Wade, I want to acknowledge it again. Wasn't always the biggest D Wade fan, still not, but he did a fantastic job as the color commentator for the Olympics. Yeah. So I'm anxious to see what he can do.
Yeah, he's terrific.
In the NBA as well.
This isn't pocket watching broadcasters. I don't know if it's an Amazon thing. I don't know what, but I thought he'd be the lead guy for NBC. Like I thought, man, this guy could be on a 1A broadcast.
Isn't he on NBC?
Is he? I don't remember him signing with them.
I thought they locked him up with NBC.
Oh, good.
I'm not sure. I could look for it, but I thought they did.
I hope they did
really
because he was a very easy listen. He was very relatable. I thought, especially for what I think is his first run, I thought he was great.
Yeah,
I thought he was absolutely. He added a lot to that game. And here's where you really excel. He knew not to do too much. And it is so hard for broadcasters, particularly young ones, meaning young in the game, to know we saw it. Let us see it. I thought he was great in that sense, Jesse.
He might be just on this Michael Strahan, right? He's coasting today and stuff like that this week, I guess. Like doing the actual
did he
shows.
really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
He was a guest host this week, I believe.
He does a lot of talk show stuff because he does. I mean, he like The View, like those types of joints, because he's got the wine.
Yeah.
And he does really, really heavy promotion for his wine.
Yeah, he like I said, I ain't the biggest D Wade guy, but
yeah, remember when you broke Rondo's arm?
I remember that.
We'll never forget when you broke Rondo's arm.
Well,
what do you mean? Well, what are you doing?
He didn't break his arm. I think it was like a hyperextension or dislocation of the elbow or something.
Broke my heart.
Who broke Kevin Love's?
Kevin Love's shoulder popped out of its socket.
It was Kelly Olynyk?
Yeah, Kelly Olynyk.
Kevin Love's shoulder popped out of its
what
socket.
What jersey was Kelly Olynyk wearing?
He was wearing a Celtics one.
Oh.
But they got tangled, and Kevin Love's weak-ass shoulder, because he don't drink enough milk, popped out of its socket.
Oh,
Kelly Olynyk cost the Cleveland Cavaliers the 2015 NBA title.
They could have been back-to-back champions.
Man.
It really ripped his arm out, bro.
Drew Down just left. He's never coming back after that. Sorry, Drew Down. We were just kidding.
Maybe Matthew Dellavedova wouldn't have had to go to the hospital that series.
Maybe he wouldn't have.
That poor guy.
Maybe he wouldn't have.
Now, this was more Celtics involved here, but it was J.R. Smith who backhand fisted
I think Jay Crowder.
Jay Crowder.
Yeah. I remember that.
Kings legend Jay Crowder.
Man, we ruined his streak.
Ruined his streak. We just wanted him to play.
We didn't. The Kings did.
Yeah.
The Kings are the 1-21-1.
Man. We just wanted that man to play basketball. Man, Kings could use a tough guy down low. Like, oh, you mean like, I don't know, Jay Crowder?
We need a dog.
I do want to remind everybody, Jay Crowder showed up to shoot around on his first day in jeans and Timberlands, started the game that night.
Jay Crowder came in, provided a spark, almost punched someone in their face. Was like, oh, this is great. It's exactly what they did. Never played again.
Almost punched someone. The someone was Julius Randle. Never saw that man on a basketball floor.
Jay, we do not
again.
need this for our team right now, pal.
And look, this is the crazy part. Multiple coaches felt that way.
Yeah.
Can't blame this one on Mike.
Yeah. Yeah.
Doug saw the same thing.
Yeah, well.
Sorry, Jay. Yeah, that's all I can say, man.
Sincerely apologized, our dearest brother.
That's all that I can say.
Our dearest brother. Matt George coming up. He just texted. He's going to be a little closer to 3:30 rather than 3:15, but Matt George will be with us in the final hour of the show. So a lot to talk to him about your Sacramento Kings who play basketball tonight. Well, not necessarily your Sacramento Kings, but a lot of familiar Sacramento Kings will play tonight. Devin Carter will play. The Joneses, all of them, will play. And then, of course, we'll get our first look at the two rookies, Nick and Maxine.
Yeah, man. I really want to see what the rookies looking like. Mm-hmm. I know a lot of people are excited about Devin, and I understand that, but
I can't wait to see Mason and Isaac Jones for the 17th time.
And Kyle, it's kind of
on the roster again. I didn't even check.
What?
Is Mason on the roster?
Yeah,
again?
man.
I was telling Kyle,
man.
Isaac Jones and Isaiah Crawford. It's like if they don't show it this summer, then it's probably over with.
Well, no, just make it a bit now. Just keep bringing them back.
I don't see the same thing others see in those two, in Jones and Crawford. I think they're fine ball players, but I think they're fringe NBA guys, and I wonder if my mind can be changed a little bit with how they perform.
Well, those guys will probably play all. I don't even know how many games Summer League actually is, but the Joneses are probably going to play all of them. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, good luck.
Good luck.
I don't know if the Kings got two-way guys. I thought I saw Brendan tweet something, but I'm not sure. If once you have those two, are those guys locked into those two ways? What contract is Mason and Isaac Jones? What contracts are they even under right now?
I'm not sure,
if any.
Yeah.
I mean, anything past the Summer League.
Yeah, because that's why I was so surprised with Mason Jones. It's like, well, what are you supposed to be doing?
Mason Jones, damn near the longest tenured King at this point.
Yes. And Mace, it's interesting because he's unbelievable in G League play. Like his run to that finals, to that G League finals.
Yeah, that man had 40.
Crazy.
Yeah.
He's unbelievable, but it just doesn't seem to be enough to really get an opportunity in the NBA. Like I thought maybe, and I know they were probably trying to get into the playoffs, obviously, but maybe give Mason Jones 20 games as a backup point guard and see, should we stay on this ride? Do we need to continue to stay on this ride of having Mason Jones around and being able to show what he can do as a NBA player?
Well, did Isaac not show you anything? Because there were a lot of people like the Deuce Masons that I know Deuce likes Mason a lot, but
he showed me something. He's got to shoot. If he can shoot, knock down the corner three, it changes everything about who he is as a player. Everything. If he can knock down the corner three with some type of consistency, now you're looking at a guy who's in the NBA and making a lot of money for 10 years. I haven't seen that yet, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he can do it. That's what I want to see in the summer league, if he's added that to his game. But he did some good hustle stuff and doing the dirty work when he had the opportunity to play last year with the big club. So I like that about him, but I don't look at him as somebody right now that is going to crack the rotation and play meaningful minutes. If he worked on that 3-point shot, though, that changes everything. Everything.
So I think it's a 4:30 start for Sacramento in Las Vegas tonight. So that'll be for your Summer League pregame show.
Purple and Gold pregame show.
Purple is Charlie, sell it. Purple and Gold pregame show. Look at Coach Corey Brewer up there.
There he is.
Let's see you, boy. I hate that his most famous moment, I just cannot watch. That fall was
tough.
Awful.
That was tough.
So that is
just bounced back up.
One of the worst falls, I think, in NBA history. And yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Good.
You know what I always remember? Yeah. What I'll always remember about Corey Brewer was his first game. He comes through the tunnel, walks out onto the court. I'm down there, and he kind of runs over and gets in the corner to shoot. And it's me, and there's a handful of people there. And he looks just really excited. And he comes running out, and he goes, "Hey." He sticks his hand out, goes, "Corey." I said, "Oh, Corey, Damian, nice to meet you." Yeah. And then he immediately turns, catches the ball, and just starts shooting. He legit. Corey, at this point, Corey Brewer, he's a vet. Yeah. He just looked excited to be playing in a basketball game.
Good for him.
Besides that awful fall, that is the thing I will always remember about Corey Brewer.
Corey Brewer was the basketball version of Dolph Ziggler. Remember when Dolph first came? That was his thing.
Oh, yeah.
I'm Dolph Ziggler.
Yeah.
They were like, all right.
Wasn't Dolph Ziggler part of the Spirit Squad?
I don't remember the Spirit Squad.
Really?
Oh.
You don't remember the group of 5 male cheerleaders?
No.
Yeah, I think they dropped poop on them at one point, right? From a porta potty from the ceiling.
Yes.
Yeah. See?
Because it was the Spirit Squad that basically helped DX reform, and we got that second version of DX. So they did the
Dolph
gimmick.
Ziggler was part of the Spirit Squad, by the way. His name was Nikki.
Okay, I'm looking at them right now.
You said his name was
vaguely
Nikki?
remember.
Yeah,
It was just like, oh, here comes Nikki.
pretty much. Yeah.
There's Dolph. There he is. That's crazy. I don't really remember moments from these guys. That's the Spirit Squad. Damn, I missed that that era.
The second version of DX was so bad. And Hunter and I guess Sean tell the story like, no, it was supposed to be. The joke was we're 40-year-old men acting like we're in our 20s. But you weren't 40-year-old men acting like you were in your 20s. You were just acting dumb. And it wasn't funny, and the product had evolved past that, but it's this whole different era of DX. Like, there's really 3 distinctive eras of D-Generation X. There's the formation with Hunter, Sean, and China, and that's the one.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have the Road Dogg, Triple H, X-Pac led version. See, well, that's the one that the invasion, and it's like, okay, that was a like a more fun, PG-13-ish version, maybe
like
PG-13 plus,
college frat,
right? Like that.
Yeah.
And then the third one was the goofy one, which was just Sean and Hunter at 40-something years old, acting like
I just kickstand.
That's the best moment of that whole era, where he goes, "What's your name?" "Stan." Boom. I just kicked Stan. Easily the best part.
Sean's the GOAT.
Sean is great.
That was a good moment.
See, I just kicked Stan. And I think that was like at the end of DX, because I feel like that had something to do with maybe the Undertaker match. And if I remember that, I hope I might be confusing these bits, but Sean just walks down this long hallway and super kicks everyone who's in the hallway. Just kicks them.
I think one of them was a child at one point, but it didn't show it, of course.
So that was that's when Hunter went to get Sean, and he was like a cook.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and he like super kicks the child, but you don't see it. All you hear is the. That's good. Let's go.
And now the super kick is a middle of the.
Yeah, they've absolutely destroyed it. Shout out to the Usos.
It's nothing. Well,
all what it is.
The Usos.
You see their WrestleMania match against each other? Hey, Jay, I'm gonna super kick you. Jimmy, I'm gonna super kick you after.
Yeah, that's a bad job by my boys. Those are my boys, but yeah, that's a bad.
Well,
job.
That's what the Young Bucks did. Like the super
Seth
kick
Rollins
is
was
just the
doing
high
that
spot
at some point.
Yeah.
There's, I think this weekend is a big pay-per-view weekend.
The Saturday night
PLE. So they have 2. They have Saturday night what is it? Saturday night's main event, and then they have a women's PLE.
Is it Evolution?
Yes. Yeah. And apparently that was a disaster. It sold less than 5,000 tickets, but they're countering AEW's All In, which I'd have to check with our correspondent, but I think that's their biggest pay-per-view of the year. I don't know if All In is their biggest pay-per-view or Double In. I can't remember which one is.
They do that
because I think I don't know why they do that.
Why would you do that?
I don't know.
I
don't know.
It ends up being a bad look.
They
let them do their little pay-per-view and just move on.
They are obsessed with AEW. Like they constantly counter-program it, just like Vince did in the 80s. Mm-hmm. And it's like, man, we don't live in that world anymore. Just let them live. Let them eat. But anyways, that's the house show with D'Lo and KC.
You didn't know since July 10th, Kuminga hasn't been traded to the Kings, so.
No, he sure hasn't. Yeah. Nobody has been traded to
the
Kings or from the Kings for that matter.
I saw a workout video with Kuminga this morning.
Yeah?
Hey,
well, like what kind of workout video was it on?
It was just working on his game.
Well, no, I mean, sometimes, there's the 3-point video. Oh, there's the shirtless video. He looks swollen. Oh, there's the
Hoodie Kuminga.
There's the weird trainer video where he's like running through trash cans or something. Was it just
Hoodie Kuminga, just him getting like doing moves?
Oh,
and shots.
boo!
Yeah. I don't know.
Run through a flame or something, would you? Like Chris has
Shoot
got it
with
right.
the tennis racket.
Did he put on 10 pounds of muscle?
Oh gosh.
Who said he grew? Was Jonathan Kuminga the guy who grew 7 feet? Remember when
what Perk said?
Remember when Kendrick Perkins said, "Oh, I heard he's 7'5" now." Oh man.
Let me see if I can pull it up. See if there's anything I missed. Let's see. Hold on. Well, I'll get to it eventually. Oh, he's dunking.
The 10
a little alley oop right here. Oh, it is do-rag Kuminga.
Oh, that means he's unhappy. I think that means he wants.
Wait a minute, there is.
I think that means he wants Buddy Hield traded.
Oh, yeah. Trade the do-rag is the universal sign to trade Buddy Hield.
Did he have his ankle wrapped up?
Not yet. But
He'll give it time.
There is trainer. I forgot there is trainer out here hitting him with the, the foam thing.
Wait,
while he's trying to make these moves.
Is Buddy still on the Warriors?
Yeah, that's a post game podium, Buddy.
Buddy got 9.2 due to him this year. 9.6.
Hey.
And then he's got a player option at 10. You calling for it?
Yeah, let's go.
All right.
Let's go.
Look, hey, man, he's desperate. He's like, hey, we're play the game.
We playing every day till August.
Play
1st.
the game.
And I'm going to miss a week.
Oh, you're going to miss a week? It is 12-4. And still nothing funnier than Kyle's scribbled out name. All right. Buddy Hield allegedly is 32 years old.
Check the Carfax.
Only his mother knows if that's true.
Got to check the Carfax with that one.
Buddy Hield, 9 years in the association. Former number 6 overall pick out of the 2016 NBA draft. Shavano Hield peaked. Is that correct? Stand by. Everybody hang on. Nobody panic. Shavano peaked at
like 21 million, no?
Close. It was 24.9. Shavano peaked at $24.9 million in the 2020 season with the Sacramento Kings. Again, 9 seasons for Shavano Hield, the former number 6 overall pick in the 2016 NBA draft. Career earnings for one Buddy Hield, who has played for Sacramento, Indiana, Philadelphia, and now the Golden State Warriors. Career earnings for Buddy Hield are what? KC goes 147.
I almost changed my answer too. I'm just throwing this one up.
Jesse goes 156. Both of you went a little high. 113,683,741. Kenny Caraway with a much needed victory that puts the score now at 12-5.
Let's go. Yeah.
What was Buddy's first contract?
Yeah.
I would like to remind you, it costs money to tell you what the
I forgot. Spot Track sold out on us. Never mind.
Hey, come on, say.
Kenny hits a 3 and cuts the lead to 36.
Damn, I feel a lot better after that.
Come on.
The cold part is, as previously stated, Kenny is off next week.
Don't worry, we're doing 2
Well,
tomorrow.
The commissioner of the league is off the following week.
There we go. There we go.
Hey, get ready for another pocket watching when we return.
You can't cook the books.
No, Matt George, hang on a second. We got
our 6 pocket watching game by the time Matt gets here.
Every segment, like in a NBA Finals facts. On
hey, if someone wants to sponsor it, we'll do one an hour. Safeway, if y'all want to sponsor pocket watching, we'll see you in the aisles. Golden One, we got you. Whatever it is. Giants not playing today?
No, I finally got a day off. They played like 15 straight days, 16, 17 straight days. It's crazy. I remember at the beginning of that stretch, I was like, man, these guys, they're gonna need a day off at some point. But they got the day off, gearing up for a time series over the weekend. The Dodgers, who are struggling right now, come to town. I said yesterday, if the Giants can get that NL West lead to down to 4 by the time the All-Star break gets here, I'll take that. You win 2 out of 3 this weekend, the lead will be 4. So it's right there for him. Saturday is going to be a crazy day. Did you see what's going on? Saturday, Ohtani's
That's
pitching.
crazy. And your ass was trying to get a ticket to that game.
How much a ticket
that
is
nuts.
I checked before we were.
I'm literally pulling up right now because I saw Polo Wells' message in the chatty house.
There's no way they're less than $400.
Well, they've got some like that, but it's $160 to get in. That's the cheapest. $160 for one ticket. I just want to go by myself.
$160.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
But there's no way it's going to be one of your seats. We saw your seats. And all that beer, too. I didn't even know you was a beer drinker.
I didn't drink, though.
There was like 4 beers at your seat.
That's not where I was sitting. That's not where I was sitting.
Okay, we see that picture on Instagram. What are we supposed to think? Oh, look, Kenny's sitting right behind Logan Webb at the Giants game.
I didn't sit no seats. I just took a picture.
You can sit in the bleachers for $160.
Where around
like the lower level?
Yeah, the bleachers, section 141, I guess.
Around, that's not bad.
Around where I was at, that's a lot of money for one game. And
for one ticket, for one ticket. Hey. It's going to be the greatest 2 innings of your life.
It's also Barry Bonds.
Well, you get a bobblehead for $140.
Where I sat for that Giants-A's game is like $610 a
ticket. At Oracle?
Yeah.
Man, you are rich.
I didn't. Did I watch that game at Oracle? No, I didn't.
Well, game hasn't happened yet.
I'm not going.
We don't know that. That game Saturday?
Yes.
We don't know that. When's your flight? See, we don't know that. See, we don't know.
I'm not gonna be there.
We that's what you say. We'll come back. We'll come back. Matt George going to join us here a little over about 30 minutes or so, and an unlikely proponent for a college football salary cap. I hear him, but man, his example was a little bit off. We'll explain. Plus, KD doing KD things again on Twitter. Always a win. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento.
And pocket watching coming up soon.
Oh, man. A man of his wealth and stature. Brett, you're right, man. Casey just hangs out with us for fun. I just realized, y'all, I forgot my juice. I'm gonna run out. I'll be back in less than 30 seconds, y'all. Don't go nowhere. Right back. Right back.
Just motivates me to want to be better, Dr. David. Zabel, that's real.
Man, that man been working like crazy. Glue that holds the whole operation together.
Yeah, Michigan's the way it should be. Let people watch the fights.
Oh, that's tonight, Drew Down, for real? I didn't realize that. I like John B, man. He's always a really good show. See, Russ, that message right there is why I've stopped watching wrestling. I can't keep up with all that shit. That's just too damn much. You get your jokes off, Greg. That might be where he went. You know he's going to come back with a snack.
I might be officially retired from wrestling.
Yeah, I think so.
Other
too.
than the old school stuff that we talk about or go back to.
Yeah, I think I got to put my...
Maybe you'll get me on a WrestleMania, but
I don't think interest. I wasn't even into this WrestleMania.
Well, yeah, this one wasn't great, but
I think I got to put my belt in the rafters, man. It's over. It's over. My time is up. Time is now.
Saw Jelly Roll. They're gonna get him in there. All right.
Yeah, we're still waiting for Travis Scott. Matt George going to join us in about 30 to 45 minutes. I didn't realize he didn't make the trip out to Las Vegas this week for Summer League, which is, I mean, Summer League is a cool experience. Like, I love that Trista goes every year. Trista's very well connected. So, like, for her to be able to go, she legit does a shoot. She gets to hang out with general managers, and I don't really have connections like that. So I don't really need to go to Summer League again. Like, it's cool. And if you're a hoop fan, like, being able to do it once is pretty dope. Like, you get to, you watch a game at the Thomas and Mack, you cross over and watch at the Cox Pavilion, and like, hey, that's dope. But it's not something I feel like I need to do every year. And the Sean Cunninghams and Deuce Mason and all those guys who go year after year, like, man, good for y'all.
Has Summer League peaked? I guess the spectacle of it, because like I remember, was it Lonzo that summer where it was just everything sold out?
I mean, that one was crazy. There was the Zion summer, which I think was the earthquake. So, what's that bag you got right there? Oh, okay. You brought the slumming it bag. That's all right. No, this is what I have. You know what I'm saying? Don't lie to me, and don't lie to the people, because that's not the bag that was laying on your side of the counter yesterday.
This is a nice Jordan Festival bag. That's how I go down. That's how I roll.
Okay.
That's how I roll.
Okay. There was the Zion Williamson year, which was massive, which again I think that ended in an earthquake. So I don't know
something on that last night.
The earthquake?
Yeah. I think they got Griff on TV. He's the one that, like, in real time, like, Griff was sitting there, David Griffin. He was sitting there watching the game, and he goes, "Hey," like, yeah, sorry for the radio audience, but he felt the earthquake in real time, and they got him on the camera. Like, what was that?
I feel like Doris was on the call.
Doris and Mark, I think.
Oh, okay.
There, yeah.
I think I just remember the camera panned up and the scoreboard was moving. I'm like, yo, y'all need to leave.
Get me out of here.
Hey, this isn't the Golden One Center. This isn't the Barclays. This arena wasn't built a couple of years ago. We don't know the structural integrity of that scoreboard. Will y'all get the hell out of that arena?
They wouldn't have to tell me twice. The game would have been broadcasted in silence.
Mm-hmm. I remember
it been gone.
Yeah, Coach Kara was there. She's like, "We just had an earthquake." Like, aren't you in Vegas? What? Just had an earthquake. Like, okay, all right, it's fine. Relax.
And about an hour or two later, Kawhi to the Clippers.
Was that announced at Summer League?
That night.
I'll
never forget that. It was late too. It was like 11 o'clock that night.
I couldn't remember if that was announced at Summer League or right after Summer League. But it's cool. I was saying, like, I've been, and it, like, Trista is well connected. It is really smart for her to go and be a part of all of those festivities. I don't really have a desire to do summer league every year. If there was a rookie class, though, like Wemby was pretty big last year. That was 2 years ago. That was a big summer league thing. Yeah. Like it's literally the first look at that rookie class. And if you got a Wemby, I mean, it's going to be the case tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be electric. Yeah. Cooper and Bronny.
Bronny, not even this class.
It'd be hilarious. You know what the funniest thing would be is if LeBron isn't courtside for that game. That would be absolutely hilarious.
This rookie class, this one's interesting. Last year's was not. But this year, I'd like to be out there for this one. Next year, I think it's going to be another pretty good rookie class. So one of these days, I'm going to get out there, man. Hopefully it's next year. Hopefully it's next year.
Well, maybe if you tell our sales team soon enough. They're literally all standing right outside this window for some reason.
It's too late.
No, it's too late to tell them about next year. Right. It's too late. Well, maybe not. We got someone on our side now.
Yeah, well,
we've never really had anyone on our side before. Now we do.
Look, man, we got Scott Perry here now.
So. We do. Yeah. He's as smooth as Scott Perry too. Yeah, man, we got someone on our side. Deion Sanders was at media day. Didn't really talk a lot about his health, but was just like, "Hey, I'm good. I'm back. I'm here." Did say when talking about NIL programs and different things like that, he did say, "I wish there was a cap." And he said, "The top of the line player," this is a quote from Deion Sanders, "I wish there was a cap. The top of the line players make this, and if you're not that type of guy, you're not going to make that. That's what the NFL does." Oh, that's not quite what the NFL does, Deion. But this is where he lost me a little bit.
Okay.
So the problem is you got a guy that's not that darn good, but he could go to another school and they give him $500,000 and you can't compete with that. And it don't make sense. Well, Deion, if the guy's not that good, why does it matter? Now, to be clear, I know what he was trying to say.
Yeah.
He just picked a weird way to express it. If the guy's not that good, he doesn't matter to your program. Who cares if some school pays him
$2
million to do it?
Right. That was funny.
If the guy's not that darn good.
I agree with him though. Like I really wish there was some type of way to kind of regulate all this stuff, because it is an absolute free, and maybe there will be. Maybe this is the beginning of it, and people are trying to figure out how to navigate around it. But it is an absolute mess right now. There is so much money being thrown around at these young kids, and it's just a little crazy. And to Deion's point, if I got a wide receiver who I really like I really like this guy, and I think he can help me in my pursuit to win a national championship. He's not my best player. He's not even my best receiver. But him combined with my best receiver, I got a real shot. And Iowa State comes in and says, hey, number 2 receiver, we'll give you 3.5 to be our number 1 receiver. He's like, well, Deion's looking at it like, I don't think your value is $3.5 million to me, but I want you here, but I can't compete with $3.5 million right now.
Yeah. I think the toughest thing that these schools navigate is the year-to-year, moment-to-moment poaching. Like, we talk about commitments for a year. You don't even have to commit to the season. It doesn't seem like.
No.
And college sports right now, college football, it's basically baseball, where if you got the money, you can spend it however you want to.
Mm-hmm.
If you, as Deion said, hey, you got a kid that's not that darn good, well, yeah, someone can pay him $500,000. and you can't keep up with that. I like, again, these are things that will evolve over time. I do not think we are inching closer to this, but there are things that will evolve over time where I do think some sort of cap has to be put in place.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the problem with that is a lot of these boosters and donors are almost predator-like. So you can operate within the salary cap. They're going to find a way.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
This is what we tell you we can pay you.
Mm-hmm.
This is what we're going to tell everybody we can pay you. But that doesn't factor in this. And the other difficult part about this is NIL is all encompassing. We use NIL as a term. We just got a Shams tweet about Marvin Bagley.
Who did he sign
I'm a
with?
little shook. It would be so great if he signed with the Lakers and all three of them, DeAndre, Marvin, and Luka, were on the Lakers. But in fact, he did not. He is returning to the Washington Wizards.
Oh, okay. The Wizards cooking.
The
Wizards cooking.
I don't think I want to eat at the Wizards' house.
Wizards don't want Kuminga. They're out of the Kuminga sweepstakes.
Those are the level of tweets you get on July 10th.
Bro, Shams was just doing ESPN PR, bro. Let's call it what it is. Always be massive moves. Like,
oh man,
he might have been. With the way like football is so open now. With we talked about the baseball salary cap versus it's the baseball way of spending. It's not a salary cap versus a football salary cap or a basketball salary cap or just some type of way to navigate this. We're just so far removed from that because you have NIL being encompassed as payments towards players, right. And that's not exactly the case. NIL is name, image, and likeness. That's Louis Vuitton coming along to sponsor Kenny Caraway for his name, image, and likeness. That's what an NIL deal is. Mm-hmm. There are schools who have been able to get money through the auspices of NIL, and they pay players. Mm-hmm. So a school, if you go play for School A in the SEC, School A will pay each of their players a minimum of $100,000. Meaning you go to that school, you have a job, it's to be a basketball player, and you make $100,000. That's not NIL, but it's disguised as NIL. NIL, the purposes of NIL was the car dealers, the tattoo shops, the pilot gas stations in the South, all of that stuff. Now it's just masquerading as money. NIL is just an all-encompassing term for money in college sports, when that's absolutely not what it is. And again, we said this like a year ago. I'll use a phrase I think I heard Triple H say once. The NCAA, these schools, Deion, you're going to have to eat crap and like it. Because it's been year after year after year of and now the most common phrase is it's the wild, wild west. Mm-hmm. Yep, it is. And you're not going to be able to get this under control anytime soon. Maybe it'll change a little bit a year from now or 2 years from now or 3 years from now, but it's not going to be to anybody's satisfaction. We're talking, I can't imagine like a fully functioning level style playing field for college sports for probably a decade, at minimum a decade.
I could believe that for sure. Securing the Bagley, our guy, says good for the players, get your money. I understand that sentiment, and I agree with a lot of it. I do feel like I want money just as much as anybody else, and a lot of it. You know what I mean? You got to get money to live. Everything is more expensive. Like, I get all that. I do worry that at that point in life, at that age, and even younger, we're talking college, but NIL is starting to trickle down into high school. Like we talk about Mikey Williams, who's now at Sac State. He had a Puma deal for X amount of $1 million at like 16. And I do worry that the thought that everything and every decision you make in life is based around money is a bad precedent to set. And I'm like, we talk about these college guys. You talk to this coach. You said, "Hey, I'm gonna come here and play. I'm dedicated to your program. I like you as a coach. I want to do this. I want to be here for 4 years." But the second somebody offers you more money, you go back on your word like that. Now we can say, and rightfully say, that's what these coaches have done for years. That doesn't make it right. Like we talked about how these coaches were foul for that for years. But now, because the players are being able to do the same thing, it's okay. Not in all cases. And I think just saying like, yeah, this is great. Go get your money for a 17, 18, 19-year-old. I just don't like the message that necessarily sends as well. And it's not apples to apples. It's not every case being like, hey, stay for $500,000 less because you used your word. But it also shouldn't just be, it's more money. Go get all that money. Like that's, I don't think that's necessarily the best thing either.
It's I think there are circumstances that should. There's really just no way to navigate this because when you have, you should always have the coach leaves, right? Like I'm fully of the belief the coach leaves, you do what you want. Like that's the person that recruited you is gone. Okay. I also think if you don't have a position, because remember, it's not just kids, it's not just these young people. You're a 4-star recruit. Well, next year, you're a 4-star recruit point guard, center, running back, quarterback. Next year, your school managed to land a 5-star point guard, center, running back, quarterback, whatever. All of a sudden, you're not needed the same way. Oh, man, I got to play ball somewhere. I got to look at life after this. Like that happens too. Like coaches, I use the Scalabiciere line often. Coach Cal sold everyone on Scalabiciere because he didn't want him. He had no room for him. Scalabiciere had no business being in the NBA draft that year. But I'd imagine Cal pulled him aside and said, "You don't have a place here. I will get you drafted. That's what I do." And he got him drafted and sold everybody on him. Coaches do. It's not just young people that go through this. Coaches do the same thing. They will replace you as quickly as they can if they have someone better.
I push.
That's probably less true for basketball because it's generally one and done.
Right.
But maybe a little more works a little more for football.
But I would say, and I understand there's certain things that are out of your control, like playing time and stuff like that. But man, compete. Just because they brought in this five-star guy, see if you can beat him. Beat him in practice. Beat him in these opportunities. And if you get into this situation where you've played for a year, you've played for half a year, and it's hopeless, there's favoritism, or people like all politics going on right now, and you feel like it's just not going to happen for me here, then fine, you transfer. But I still think you got to sit out a year.
I don't know. I hear you. I understand.
Because you can't just they my situation changed where I'm not the priority anymore. So I'm going to stop working hard to achieve my goals. I'm just going to leave.
No, I'm going to work hard somewhere. I'm going to work hard somewhere else.
Work hard where you at.
But if you a quarterback, only one of you is starting.
Step your game up in practice and make him look foolish in those situations. And if you do get an opportunity to get out there and play, you create the quarterback controversy. I remember you can't always do this. I understand that. But I remember I'll never forget Colin Kaepernick with the 49ers. Alex Smith was starting. It was 2011. And he was the backup to Alex Smith. He came in, they beat the brakes off the Buffalo Bills, like destroyed the Buffalo Bills. Alex Smith didn't play in the fourth quarter. And Cap came in, I think he might have had like a touchdown running, a touchdown passing, and just added to the destruction of the Bills team that day. And they had won or whatever, and he gets on Instagram and he shows 2 hours after the game, he in the weight room working. And the caption was, they can't keep me on the bench forever. And what he did was he's like, I'm not starting. There's a guy in front of me, but every opportunity, whether it's practice or in a game, I'm going to show why you can't keep me on the bench. I'm going to force your hand, Jim Harbaugh. To the point where Jim Harbaugh said, Alex, you look like you have a concussion. You have to sit.
Is that what happened?
Alex
was the one who said he had it. He was like, something's wrong.
I think he did.
I think Alex Smith is the first player and probably last in NFL history to go, hey, something's wrong.
Yeah.
And he had a concussion. Cap came in, and Alex Smith's career was over with the 49ers.
That's what Jim said. Alex had a concussion, was out for the game. No, I think I'm good, though, Coach. Like, I'm back. I feel good. No. You don't look good. Let's sit out for this Bears game on Monday night and just to be safe. All right, Coach. That game went well. I'm ready to play again. We got New Orleans on the road. Let's see what Cap can do this season. And just never played again. But it may be a little bit of an old school mentality. I understand that. It's a different day and time. But sometimes you got to force their hand.
But I just –
And then if it doesn't work, then you explore.
I think you said this. It's not a fair comparison. Like Cap can't go anywhere, right? In the situation you just laid out, Cap can't go anywhere. And in a college situation, now especially, that 5-star recruit's not coming in cheap. There could be a situation where the 4-star recruit was brought in for $10 million. And it's like, hey, kid, we got this 5-star recruit. We're going to have to bump you down to $1 million, $2 million. And because, he's a 5-star recruit, man, $15 million. It's no different than the conversations that are happening that happen in the NBA or you think you're going to keep the $20 million player on the bench to play the $950,000 guy? No, like you're already starting at a deficit. If you're the incumbent, if you're the 4-star recruit and the 5-stars coming in, you're already starting at a deficit.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it's not the move, but I'd be like, all right, y'all don't want me. I'm gonna find somebody who do.
That's fair.
I'm gonna find somebody who do.
I still think they should sit out a year. Lotus Prime
don't like that.
Make the coaches sit out a year too. Then the coaches don't have to sit out a year, but there is buyouts that when they change schools, there's buyouts that the new school has to pay or the coach has to pay back to the school.
Well,
right?
yeah, because they're under contract.
There's a contract. A form of a contract with the school.
Who?
A letter of intent. Being at the school, being a student, you have to sign something at the university.
Yeah, a letter of intent. I intended to play for your ass.
But they got buyout situations. So if the new school, if Sac State wants to take this guy from Clemson, Sac State got to pay the buyout for this guy.
For the coach. Talking about the coach.
Well, I'm talking about for the player then. Like if you want to use – because the coaches –
Oh, you're trying to come up with a new scenario.
Well, no, because he says make the coaches sit out a year because I said make the players sit out a year. Well, obviously you can't do that, but the coaches have a buyout that they have to pay when they want to go to a different school.
Right.
If we want to use that comparison, make the players have a buyout. And the school have to pay – if they're going to find a way to offer them $750,000, they got to come up with another $250,000 to buy him out.
Oh, I'm fine with that.
Yeah,
I'm perfectly fine with that.
Like that. And that may be the move, but just saying like
make the buyout equivalent to what they make.
Yeah, I'll take that.
You got Arch Manning $10 million. Okay, you want Arch Manning to come play for LSU? Cost $10 million.
I'm good with that. I just don't think it can't just be I'm just gonna leave, and there's no second thought behind it.
I hear you. I don't know if this. I don't know if this like works. Which is why I don't know that there's a scenario that works. I know where you're going. Go
Fred,
ahead.
I've said a number of different times, if the coach leaves, you should be able to leave without any type of sitting a year out or penalty. That's not what I'm talking about. If you just want to leave because you don't like the playing time or you want to leave, I think you do need to sit a year out. But if the coach leaves, I think it's free game to go wherever you want without having
At
to
this
sit out any
point,
time.
maybe we just look at this as like, and you tell me if this is different, like college football is a job. It's what it is. Like, if I don't want to work 2 stations and I don't want the responsibilities that I have here at all, I'll just go do one show at 11:40. And the ability to get up and leave and just go do it. I don't like doing radio anymore. I'll go work at Macy's.
Mhm.
I'll go work in the food industry. Maybe that's all this is now. Oh, I don't want to work here anymore.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go work here.
Yeah.
And until you start signing contracts the likes of when you get into 4 or 5 star recruits that say we'll stick with football because it's easier.
Mhm.
I'm gonna be here for 3 years to the tune of such and such, and you won't recruit a 5-star. You won't recruit someone to take my position within the first 2 years.
Mhm.
Like there's, and I don't even know if that works.
Yeah, and I, as a coach, I ain't doing that.
Right. So I don't know how you find a way to smooth this all out.
Like you said, we probably 10 years from now.
At least
10 years. And there's
the first thing they need to figure out is how coaches don't have to recruit their players that are on their team wearing their jersey every damn day.
Double recruiting.
They be dirty macking out here calling them like, hey girl, what you doing? We lost our point guard to the draft. Like, what you want to do?
What's up with you?
Yeah, man. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Hey, Buddha, we see you. Hang tight. You want to get in on these phone lines? Matt George is still about 15 minutes away. So we got some time to talk here. Buddha, we're going to get to you in just a heartbeat. 916-909-1320. We'll come back. As JR would say, it's our last commercial break of the day. We'll take you to the top of the hour. We'll talk to Mac George. We'll talk Kings basketball when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
John, what do you mean? Who does the player hurt by leaving? Like, the coach can lose his job. Like, if people are if his top 3 players leave because of money, people get fired over that. Not because they left, but now they're not as good of a team. They could be fired. So it does hurt somebody.
Oh, boy, they dropping tracks. They dropping tracks ahead of tonight.
I saw they're doing a tiny desk. That's going to be fire. Many muffin bites, B. Many muffin bites. I mean, they're prioritizing them as far as I know in this situation that we're talking about by continuing to pay them their NILs, by the education. Like, I think people kind of sneeze on that aspect as well. I'm not saying it's a dollar-to-dollar equivalent of what the NCAA is bringing in, but you are getting a college education. And if anybody's looked into that recently, that shit is expensive. That's a lot of fucking money. So you're able to go to college. That plays a role in it too. Once again, not saying it's the equivalent of the $20 million the school made off of your BCS appearance, but let's not act like that shit ain't nothing. Securing the bag. Do you know how much it is to go to college nowadays? And let's say an institution like Ohio State or Stanford. Do you know how much I don't think you understand how much money that is. Shit, it's expensive for daycare, let alone college.
That's facts. You spend more a year at a dorm than you do at a regular apartment.
Bruh.
I remember looking around, I was like, oh, we saved $5,000 just moving in this apartment my freshman year.
Yeah, like I said, not to act like it's the same as what the school got for a BCS appearance, but let's not act like a college tuition and dorms and all that other stuff is not. That's a lot. That's a lot of money.
Matt George going to join us for his weekly appearance coming up in the next 10 minutes or so. Let's get to the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320. Buddha, what's happening, baby?
What's up, family? How my boys doing today, man?
I'm good, man. How you doing, man? You sound like you chilling, having a good time.
Which one is it? Am I hyping back in my vibe? Like, I'm trying to be.
Nah, you on them vibes, bro. You on them vibes. We know what it is.
It's like, nah, man. Hey, man, I'm hyped for real, man. I want my boys to go get a chip. Like, yeah, I mean, start the journey to go get that summer league chip tonight for real.
Okay.
So yeah, man, I feel like Neek, he gonna show that he closer to Keegan than like a Kobe Jones. I think people were saying like, yeah, I think he gonna show he closer to a Keegan for real.
I hear you.
But
is that the guy you're most interested to see? Is Neek?
Oh, I want to see what you call it too. Your boy Max. Yeah, I mean, he could definitely be a big piece. Like I see him something like a Porzingis type. That would be like the high ceiling for him. Like if he get there, we'll be gravy. But other than that, I think we need for right now we need to find like a big four, somebody to guard like a Zion, AD, LeBron, somebody like that. And I think the big four that we can get in free agency would be somebody like Precious Achiuwa. He a straight defensive guy, but he like super athletic. He like a Jonathan Kaminga, or JK, athlete, Yeah, like he really like that. He ain't the type of scorer, but we don't need no more scorers we need defense. We need a hustle man. So, like I said, we need somebody that's gonna guard a Zion, that's gonna guard a AD. So, man, I think somebody like Precious would fit in great with what we got going on right now.
I'm not mad at that. Precious is just Precious though. He's not Jonathan Kaminga. But I don't, like Buddha said, we don't. If you're getting Precious, you're not getting him to be that type of guy. You're getting a defender. You're getting a rebounder, a hustle guy. And yeah, the price is right. Like he'd be really good off the bench for the Kings.
Yeah,
but don't get it twisted. He's a bench guy. He is a just 15 to 18 minute a game type of player.
I don't know what the price is. It's like the 10th day of free agency and he's still there. I don't. Let me ask you this. We'll ask Matt this too in a minute. Do you think the Kings, without making a trade, make a single other move the rest of this offseason? Without making a trade?
I think so. Don't they have the mid-level still available?
Yes.
So I think they use that.
As James would say, it could be broken up into pieces.
And the mid-level is 14, right? Or is that
I think so. I think it's 14.
So I think they use that. They have.
I wonder if
they have 2 roster spots available, I believe.
I thought it was 1. Maybe it's 2.
Okay.
I apologize. I thought after Dennis it was 2. I thought after Dennis it was 1.
Okay.
But do you think they're going into this summer league like, all right, there's a couple of guys here. Let's see if they got it or don't. Mm-hmm. And if they don't, maybe if Max ain't ready, maybe if Neek ain't ready, maybe we look to go in a certain direction. Maybe if this Devin at the 1 is a disaster, maybe we try something else. Maybe that's where the Precious conversations come in. Maybe that's where the Russell Westbrook stuff kind of restarts right there, where you have a solidified backup point guard. Maybe it's just Malik Monk who's the backup point guard, man. I don't know. I don't know what this basketball team is doing, but I know they play basketball in about an hour.
Do you think that how much clearer do you think the vision is for this particular team? Like what you think they might be? How much clearer is the vision if they're able to move on from Malik Monk? Does that clear up a lot of questions? I mean, I'm assuming they wouldn't be getting another guard back. It'd be the forward maybe or something like that. Like, does that okay? They got rid of that log jam at the guard position. They've used one of those guys to go get a forward, a wing, or something like that. I'm starting to see where this roster balance out a little bit. It's hard to say.
I can't say I see a direction, but I can see an act. Mm-hmm. And you just said it. This is the act of balancing out the roster. Mm-hmm. But in terms of like a direction, no, I can't see a direction if they move on from Malik Monk. I could just see that, okay, they're cleaning up a few issues that they have and survive and figure it out. They're trying to figure it out right now. They're trying to balance out this roster. They're trying to find guys that complement the Domoses and Keegans and Levines and DeMars and the guys that are most likely going to be on this team, and some of them who will probably be on it in the year following.
Yeah.
I'm not of the idea we just kick the can down the road till 2027.
Yeah, I heard you talking about that earlier, and I mean, I agree. I don't think it's I just don't think it's in the nature of a Scott Perry or a Doug Christie to just be like, we're not really concerned about winning. We're really concerned about being ready for 2027. Now, you may be forced into that with the team not being that good, but I think when James says something like that, or if that's the mindset of the front office, I think it's more so what we talked about yesterday, as it's like, we're not going to do anything to get us off track financially from that. Like, we're not going to, I used the example yesterday, Trae Young. We're not going to bring in Trae Young for $50 million for the next 5 years.
That would have required a contract
extension,
right? Yeah.
Lost draft compensation, all that other stuff. We're not going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's what it requires for us to land a player Trae Young's caliber, then we'll wait a couple of years till the books look right. That doesn't mean we're not going to look for other ways to get it done. We're not going to look for other players. We're not going to look to get other star players that maybe fit the criteria of what we're trying to do financially and allowing us to keep our future assets. And we're going to try and build a team or put a team on the court that can win. We're going to continue to try to do that. We're not going to just not do anything, but we're not going to overexert ourselves and overextend our situation that we have with these contracts for just anybody, just to say we did something. I think that's more so what the mindset is with these guys.
Okay. Yeah, the list of free agents certainly is fascinating. I just Doug McDermott's on the list. Dougie McBuckets. Corey Joseph is on this list. Poor Al Horford's still out there waiting to see what happens with Jonathan Kuminga, I guess. Said he's mulling retirement. Poor Chris Paul wants to play another year.
Yeah, where do you think he goes? Aren't the Clippers a team they talked about?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, at this point, like, he's just signing for the vet minimum, right?
Probably. Yeah.
Like, Chris isn't. I don't think we mentioned Chris earlier. Chris is 40 years old.
Can he afford to sign for the vet minimum?
I don't. Oh, no.
Come on.
No.
Come on, damn it.
No.
Come on. I don't have many chances left.
No.
This is sad. Please.
This is
like,
man.
Roger Goodell trying to add more games here.
How the great ones have
What is this,
fallen.
COVID going to play on Sunday and play on Wednesday now? I'm tired, Kenny. I'm tired.
Hey, it's a back-to-back pocket watching game.
Well, I think we played yesterday.
Back-to-back in a day.
Okay,
Doubleheader.
no.
The first ever NFL doubleheader.
Well,
Kenny said, you got any more of those pocket watching games?
This is so sad to watch, too. And Zabo says, wow, it's like an addict. Man.
Hey,
grabbed
man,
his pen and everything. He was like,
I gotta
got
get
it.
this win, man. Come on, man.
Come Kenny. On. How much has Devin Carter made so far? How much money?
Eubanks. Drew Eubanks.
Drew Eubanks.
I kept wanting to call him Chris today for the longest time. But
Chris Eubanks, Jay Leno, right?
I thought he was a boxer.
I think he is.
No.
What was the Eubanks for Jay Leno?
There is a Eubanks on Jay Leno.
Or used to be. His lead
guy. Who was the
Kevin Eubanks.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Kevin Eubanks.
I kept calling him Drew today. I was like, that doesn't sound right, but I know it's Drew. I keep call him Chris though.
Kevin Eubanks. I used to prefer Jay Leno's show over David Letterman.
Me too.
Back before I got cable in my room, and that's what I would, I'd have to watch those channels as I
after watching
sleep.
the other channels that were scrambled.
Well, no, I didn't even have the cable box in the room. This was just
tough.
straight TV. This was probably like 12 years old. So for like a year and a half, I'd go to sleep to the Tonight Show.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I was up at 11:30 at 12 years old, but
no, I like Jay Leno. I don't even. I like David Letterman now. I like the interview stuff David Letterman
I got
does
you, KC.
now. What happened?
Who pushed Jay Leno down the hill?
No, they said at that point. They said, "Oh man, I just caught up with Malik Beasley at the mall, and it was a picture of Jay Leno with the black guy."
Damn. Oh, he got shaken down, Malik. You see when Jay Leno got beat up?
Wait, what?
About a year ago. You
didn't
remember
see that?
Oh no, so for Jay, you're talking about Jay Leno?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that.
But they were making a joke saying like, quote unquote, I saw Malik Beasley at the mall, and they used a picture of Jay Leno.
Oh, because he got roughed up by the bookies. Okay.
Jay Leno told us he fell down a hill, brother. You got punched in the face.
He fell down a hill. That's not another scratch on him. Didn't he catch on fire recently?
Oh man.
Like I think working on one of his cars.
I think you're right.
I think he he's obviously is okay.
Take it easy, Jay. Take it easy.
I thought he
pay them guys back.
Yeah, his car just
now the car just you've been working on cars and been around cars.
Did
for
he got
decades.
his car? It was like, hey, I'm getting out of here. Go make an example of Jay Leno.
Yeah, November 2022 is working on his car, and then gasoline fire erupted, burns to his face.
Oh
his
my
face again.
Jay,
he got
just
his hands in his chest too. Jay Leno lives a life, I guess. Crazy life.
Man, you talk about
Jay Leno was just in Sacramento. Well, I think he was like at Hard Rock like 2 months ago.
Oh wow. We don't recognize them here, sir.
Oh, I don't know. I don't even know I don't know where he was at.
Yeah, Kenny meant a hard rock that he saw at the river. It was just
that was the same rock he fell down the
hit his eye.
Didn't Jay Leno like post a picture of the hill too and all that? Like, this is where I fell.
Oh, guys, this is where it happened.
Not even a hill, bro.
This is where it happened. Jay, that's an incline, sir. That is not a hill.
Oh man. Oh, brother.
Reading about that late night thing between Jay Leno and David Letterman when Letterman was still at NBC was fascinating.
That
is such an interesting
it was
story.
It was like a race for Johnny
Carson's,
Carson's,
like when Carson
right?
was retiring and I guess the people who brought Letterman in were like, this is your show, a lot like they did with Kimmel.
Mm-hmm.
Not Kimmel. Well, I probably did it with him too, but Jimmy Fallon having that the old Letterman spot. It's like, the Tonight Show's probably going to wind up being yours. They had done that with Letterman. Leno had done all those fill-in spots for Carson. They loved him. Jumped over Letterman, and Letterman was like, "Get my ass out of here," and wound up going to CBS, what it is.
And had some of
the Leno Conan story is even crazier. When they gave when Leno retired. They put the mandatory retirement in it. They gave it to Conan. It went to hell. They put Leno on like an hour before Conan, which was even worse. And then they just wound up giving Leno the show back. And Conan went to like TBS or something.
He was on TBS.
They paid him like an ungodly amount of money to just go away. I believe it was tens of millions of dollars.
Debacle.
And then he went to TBS.
He was on TBS for a while too, for a long time.
You guys think
what was funny with TBS is I think he jacked George Lopez's time slot.
Good.
Yeah, George Lopez sucks.
Man. But he came in there and basically did to George Lopez what Jay Leno had just done to him.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
You guys think those type of shows are gonna last forever? Like just the late night talk ones? Like once Kimmel and those guys are done with it?
Yeah, because there's always free TV.
There's always free TV. There's always comedy. And while they don't do it the same, like there's always going to be somebody to talk to. And people want to hear from them. Yeah, I think so. You ever gone to one of those shows?
No, the only show I've ever been to was Oprah. And it was awful.
What was that like?
So
did you get anything?
No.
Oh wait, look at this. Summer League coming up.
Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no, watch out. No. They just threw the ball off that boy's face. Is that Drew? Oh man.
Summer League in full effect.
Summer League basketball. Literally just threw the ball off his teammate's head. So Oprah, you're told, because this was, you know, like HD was in effect, and they're like, hey, wear bright colors, be enthusiastic. If not, we're just gonna bury you in the back in the shadows.
And it's in Chicago, right?
It's in Chicago. Okay. Yeah. You have to get there like 3 hours early. You give up your phone, you give up everything. You go inside with nothing in your pockets, nothing, no keys, nothing. And you sit there. Nothing. You can't take, you have nothing. And then you don't know what the show is about till you get there. Thankfully, the show, it wasn't one of those, 600-pound life shows or something like that. It was
I don't like those shows.
like funny, George Lopez was on it.
Walk it out.
What's that girl's name? Monique was on it. It was a comedian. It was a comedian thing. There was a third one. I can't remember who it was. And the funny thing was Oprah just walked out. She was like, "Oh, I got to fix my microphone." There was no big thing. She just like walked out, and people were like, "Oh, that's her." And then they just like clap, and the process was just so long.
How long were you there?
3 hours, 3.5 hours.
Come on now.
Yeah.
3.5 hours.
Yeah, it wasn't fun.
Come on.
I did it. Like I saw Oprah. I was 10 feet from her. I never, ever, ever, ever need to do it again. Ever.
I want to go on Family Feud. I think I'd be good on that show.
Oh, I wasn't a participant on Oprah. That's a different.
Well, why don't we
thing.
all go on Family Feud?
Okay.
Yeah, how do they get us on Family Feud?
I don't know. Would Matt be on our team, or would he be against us?
He'd be on our team.
Okay.
He'd be on our team.
Something tells me I'd stick out like a sore thumb, but hey.
What's up, Matt? No Las Vegas trip for you this year.
No Las Vegas trip. Wasn't in the cards, unfortunately, but that's okay. We can still watch the game here in Sacramento, cover the game here in Sacramento, and I'll be heading out to the ACC championship in Tahoe tomorrow. So plenty of other things.
That's going to be a lot more fun than Summer League.
I have a lot of fun at Summer League. I think Summer League's a lot of fun. It's like a basketball festival. So I really enjoy it, especially with this having a first round pick. Definitely changed my tune on Summer League this year, but it's okay. We'll have fun at the golf tournament too.
Do you have a favorite Summer League moment?
So I've only been to Summer League once, and it was with Keegan versus Paolo, and Keegan stealing the ball and hitting that shot. So that's probably it for me. And how, like, again, you experience Summer League, and it's not like, I mean, you just look at the crowd, and it's a sea of different colored jerseys, right? Fans from every team around the league. And to see everybody, regardless of jersey, be invested into a game. When Keegan hit that shot, that entire place erupted, regardless of, because they're just there to watch good basketball. And that moment was so electric. That was a really, really fun game. Again, for a really hyped up rookie class, and you have the number 1 pick versus the number 4 pick. going to the wire like that. That was everything the NBA could have wanted, regardless of who you were rooting for.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. The Kings get underway here, by the way, in about an hour. It's the Kings versus the Magic again, just as Matt was referencing from the game that he went to. So we're your pregame show leading into Summer League basketball. I asked KC this question a second ago. I'll ask you. Obviously, you've been all over what the Kings have been doing for the last couple of weeks. And if the Kings don't make a trade, do you think they're done for the offseason? Do you think their last free agent has been signed? Their last move has been made?
I don't think so, because with the sign and trade of Dennis Schroeder, the MLE is still intact. So I think Perry will find a way to use that MLE, and maybe this summer league is kind of a context gathering period. Is the backup point guard on this roster, or is he not? And if he's not, then you have that MLE that you can go and try and address that issue. And I think everybody's looking at Devin Carter, and rightfully so. Devin should be the top man on this roster. I look at this as a showcase opportunity for Devin. Like, how much better are you than everybody else? Because you're supposed to be. How much have you benefited from the last couple of months of being healthy and putting in the work without the cameras on you or anything like that? So everybody's going to be looking at Devin in that sense. But guys, I've been told that there are many within that front office that believe that Nick Clifford should and will compete for the backup point guard spot right away. There's a belief in this front office in Nick as someone who's capable of being that backup point guard of the future for Sacramento. He might not be the guy day one, but they believe he has the capabilities and the potential to do that right away. So I think we are going to get opportunities to see what Nick Clifford looks like as the primary ball handler at times, whether Devin Carter is on or off the floor, and we'll see how that goes over the course of Summer League. And if it's a disaster, then I think I wouldn't be surprised to see the MLE be used to potentially go out and acquire another point guard that might be available. No idea who that name is. We've heard Russell Westbrook. We've heard rumblings, right? And Damien's still keeping that hope alive. So I don't know, but I think Summer League is as well as it kills the time of the offseason for us a little bit. I think Summer League is going to be a context building period, because the Sacramento Kings are looking at the rookies they drafted and Devin Carter as some of you are going to be a part of our rotation. Are you ready for it? That's what I'm interested in seeing.
Is Devin Carter, I shouldn't, as my partner would say, don't lead the witness. Who are you most looking forward to seeing on this Summer League Kings team?
It's the rookies for exactly the reason that I just said. I think how Devin Carter plays is important, and I'm very intrigued by that. Devin Carter's in a place that's kind of unfair. And Casey, I think I heard you talk about this earlier. Like, you expect him to be good, right? You expect him to be the top guy because he has the experience and he was a lottery pick last year. That doesn't mean we can't celebrate and be impressed if he does that. A lot of people are going to panic if he doesn't play well. But for me, it's the rookies, it's Nick and it's Maxime, because of, again, what I've been told. I've been told that the Kings view Nick as someone who can contend for that backup point guard position and be a part of the rotation. I've been told that the Kings look at Maxime Reynaud as someone who can be a part of their rotation right away. So what do those two guys look like? How NBA ready do they look? It doesn't mean they're going to be flawless, and we're not going to overreact to 1, 2, or even all the games. But what do they look like? I know there's a lot of curiosity about Maxime and his ability to space the floor as a center. So a lot of people are locked into what he looks like as that 7'2" centerpiece. I think Dylan, is it Cardwell? I want to make sure I don't say his last name wrong, but the Auburn center, the enforcer, I think there's going to be a lot of eyes on him and what he can bring and the athleticism that he brings. So I'm very excited about the rookies. I'm looking forward to seeing how NBA ready they look, which is one of the key reasons why you draft a 22, 23-year-old with, in Nick's case, 5 years of college experience, is so that they can hit the ground running when they get to the NBA. So are these young men ready to hit the ground running?
Yeah. Could you see Max and Domas playing together?
I didn't. Is there a video?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant like there was a video. Yes, if Maxime can be what Brooke Lopez was for the Milwaukee Bucks. And I don't mean necessarily to the level, because Brook Lopez is a phenomenal center. But if Maxime can be a rim protector and then a corner 3 or wing 3 specialist, yes, he can play next to Domas. But we're talking like when I talk about the Kings' belief in Maxime right away, again, we're talking about holding down maximum 15 minutes a night that Domas isn't on the floor. Right? Domas is going to play 35 to 38 minutes a night, and he rarely misses a game. We know Domas plays hurt. That's one of the best things about Domas is he's available. Right. So you're not looking at a second round 7'1" center as the guy coming in to be like, yes, we found the partner next to Sabonis that we've been looking for. Maybe eventually. But right now it's, hey, Drew Eubanks is here to hold that spot down. But Maxime, you can beat out Drew Eubanks. you can that spot is available. So go compete for it.
Do you think people like myself need to pump the brakes a little bit when you talk about Maxime? Because I absolutely think he can be a rotational player right away. I think a lot of what I've seen from him, his game, seems like it could translate immediately to being a rotational guy or to the NBA game. But he was drafted in the second round. He was the 42nd pick. Should everybody kind of pump the brakes a little bit with the excitement that they have and the expectations they may have for him as a Sacramento King?
Casey, I'll tell you this. If I tell you to pump the brakes, I also have to tell myself to pump the brakes, and most importantly, I have to tell members of the Kings coaching staff to pump the brakes, because there's a member of the Kings coaching staff that feel that way. I've been told that, and I believe that. I think he was a 42nd pick because it was orchestrated for him to go to Sacramento. Like, we've heard a lot about how the second round of the draft is essentially just agents assigning their players or finding their players the best possible landing spot for them. That's why I believe Maxime was the 42nd pick, not because there were 41 players better than him. If you look at, like, whether we care about mocks, but the general consensus in the conversations that I had is Maxime was slated to be in the high 20s. So I do believe he is a potential day one NBA contributor, and that you can have realistic expectations, but still have those hopes and that optimism towards a player like that. Again, we're not talking about a 19-year-old, 20-year-old kid who is drafted based off of his measurements. Maxime was specifically drafted as an older prospect with 4 years of experience as a archetype center that Scott Perry clearly values, right? Floor spacing centers. That Maxime fits that mold. So I do believe the Kings are looking at this as, Maxime, nothing's going to be handed to you. You're not a lottery pick, and you're not coming into a situation where we're a 25-win team and you're just going to play no matter what. You're going to have to earn it, but we drafted you because we believe you can contribute and help this team right away while also being a piece of our future. So no, I don't think, Casey, you have to pump the brakes.
You mentioned earlier, you Nick at that backup point guard spot. We had heard that associated with Devin. What do you think we see in Summer League, tonight, but really over the course of, and I don't know that Devin's going to play I actually don't think Nick is going to play 2 weeks either. But what do you think we see in terms of the point guard position? Do you think it's split between those guys over the course of maybe the next 3 or 4 games or whatever? I should say the first 3 or 4 games of Summer League.
Yeah, and then I would expect Isaiah to get some run too. The Isaiah Stevens, I believe, from Colorado State as well. I mean, you brought him in, and he led the G League in assists last season. So he's a more than capable point guard. Out of the 3 of them, he might be the truest playmaking point guard out of the bunch. So I imagine he will get some run as well. And I'm not too familiar with the entire Kings Summer League roster, so I think we'll be pleasantly surprised maybe with different players at different positions. But Devin Carter should get a lot of run with it. I want to see Devin Carter and Neek Clifford playing together a lot at that 1 and 2 spot, see what that looks like. I definitely want to see Neek handling those responsibilities for 3 to 5 minute stretches, because that's what he'd be doing, right? We're not talking about Neek Clifford being the same thing we're talking about with Maxime Reynaud playing 15 minutes max with Domas off the floor. It's like, okay, when Schroeder's off the floor for a 4 to 5 minute stretch, can Maxime hold that spot down? So that's what you want to get a glimpse at, not necessarily a 35-minute performance of him at the point guard position. And it's the same thing with Devin Carter. How do they look like in 4 to 5 minute stretches? And I'm most specifically interested in 2 things. One, can they create for themselves in isolation sets? Because we know the Kings are going to be pretty ISO heavy. And 2, can they create for others? Can they play make? Right. So that's what I'm just assessing all of those with kind of the same parameters and seeing which guys do better in those specific areas. But the point guard position is going to be what everybody's focusing on, and rightfully so. And then everybody's just going to be watching the 2 centers and seeing if we make our own summer league hype tape to watch to get us through the month of August.
Pretty much. In your opinion, information, all this other stuff, where do we stand on the pursuit or any kind of pursuit of Jonathan Kuminga? Is it everybody just kind of chilling, going about the rest of their business? Or have people just completely walked away and dismissed it as something that's not going to happen at all?
I mean, Jonathan Kuminga, from what I understand, will be meeting with the Sacramento Kings in Las Vegas at some point. I think Jonathan Kuminga is meeting with a lot of teams in Las Vegas who are potential suitors. The Kings are on that list. As of right now, there's no reason to budge. I think the information that was true a week and a half ago is true today. The Kings have put their offer on the table. The Warriors don't seem to like the offer, but the Warriors hold all the cards. Congratulations. You still have the problem that you got to figure out. If they don't like it right now, then they won't do it. That's fine. And they can either do the qualifying offer or figure it out amongst themselves. I think we're just at a stalemate. Doesn't mean it's dead. Doesn't mean it's over. But I think that's where they're at. And I don't think the Sacramento Kings, maybe if they have a phenomenal, flawless meeting with Kuminga, they do feel like, okay, we'll budge a little bit or sweeten the deal a little bit to get it across the finish line. But we're talking minuscule, guys. We're talking going from 2 seconds to maybe a heavily protected first. I don't think Perry's going much harder for Kuminga. I do believe there's those in the Kings organization that want Sacramento to keep pushing because they believe that the Warriors are close to done with Kuminga in terms of how they view him as a part of their future and are just being stubborn because they don't want to lose him for nothing or lose him for scraps. So there are people in the organization that are definitely still pushing to make Kuminga happen, but Perry is not going to overpay. And like I said, shared about a week ago, he's willing to walk away and move on. And that's where we're at.
There is a second component to this that's not just the Warriors, Kings compensation and all that. There's the compensation towards Jonathan Kuminga. Mm-hmm. Are you aware of any discussions that have happened between Kuminga's group and the Sacramento Kings about what a potential contract would look like should something materialize between Sacramento and Golden State?
I've gotten rumors of figures, nothing that I feel confident enough putting out there necessarily, but I can summarize it as this. Kuminga and his camp want a number that nobody is willing to give. Mm-hmm. And I think Scott Perry is starting at half of that so that a middle ground could be theoretically reached. But I don't have anything definitive to kind of understand what those figures are, or confident enough to put those figures out there. But conversations have happened, and it sounds like more are to be had in person in Las Vegas either this or next week.
Personally, how do you feel about the pursuit of Jonathan Kuminga? Do you feel like, hey, you guys have done a lot of this legwork here? I don't know how you feel about Kuminga, but let's just say you believe in what he potentially could be and the risk, the calculated risk that it is bringing him in. Just finish the deal, find a way to get it done, or are you more so on that on the wave of I'm not going to do too much for Jonathan Kuminga. I could take him or leave him.
I think Jonathan Kuminga is a good project at a good time for Sacramento. The upside is there, and the ability to take that swing without too much fear of it failing, I think, is right now. And you kind of strengthen that feeling if you don't feel like you give up a lot for him. The Kings are not in a position where they're desperate to find someone to get them over the hump, because I don't believe Jonathan Kuminga. You put Jonathan Kuminga on this roster today, they're a better basketball team. Do I think they go from a play-in team to a top 6 team in the West? Maybe. best case scenario. Do I think it makes them a legitimate contender to win a playoff series? No, I don't. Unless he surprises us and the Warriors truly did a terrible job of maximizing him, which, knowing how consistently solid the Warriors organization has been, I don't believe that. So I think Kuminga is a smart, calculated risk that you don't spend a lot to take. So I kind of feel the same way Perry does. Like, if it doesn't happen, all right. Would it be great to take a flyer on? Absolutely. But I don't view Kuminga as a day one game changer the same way that I guess Russell Westbrook would be, or Trae Young would have been. Like, it's not the same thing. I would look at Kuminga as someone you slot next to Keegan. You feel much better about your wing/forward depth. And you say, okay, this is something that we keep looking at 1 or 2 summers from now and how it's progressing. That's kind of how, I don't know if that answers your question, KC, but I'm not
try
overly invested in
answering
it.
this one, Matt. For the love of God, his son, and the Holy Ghost, what the F is a flyer? I swear to God, I hate that term, and it's clear I don't understand it. Take a flyer on Jonathan Kuminga, and that going to cost you like $20 to $25 million? That is the most expensive flyer I've ever heard. Somebody, like I'm a 5-year-old, explain to me what a flyer is.
Well,
Anybody.
okay, D'Lo. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again.
I hate your guts. I absolutely hate your guts. You make me sick.
I said that on one podcast recording one time with D'Lo, and he screamed at me. I was like, I'm never bringing it up ever again.
That is Einstein's definition of insanity, not the definition of insanity. But don't derail this conversation. What the hell is a flyer?
I think, well, I'll tell you what a flyer is. I think Jonathan Kuminga is a little bit more than a flyer.
God, sure as hell think so.
A flyer would be
your Cam Reddish.
Yes,
pick.
That's a flyer. Kuminga is that's a
you're
gamble.
Taking a risk.
Yeah, that's a gamble. I also don't think he'd make $20 to $25 million. I think that might be what he wants. I don't think that's what he's going to get.
More than that. What do you think he's going to get?
15 to 18.
Okay. Okay. I mean, obviously 25 is, I don't know what the man's going to get. I don't know. If no one wants to sign him to a contract, I don't know why anyone would sign him to a $25 million contract. And I don't know why he would ask people for a $30 million contract, allegedly, if that's what he's doing. He's got a flyer, apparently, that says $30 million on it.
He's a little bit more than a flyer.
Yeah, no, I feel, Matt, if you make this move, he's a piece.
Yeah, I think you view him as a piece, but you also view him as a project. Like, can you maximize the potential that everybody sees is there, but nobody knows how valuable it is, or nobody's willing to pay a premium for it, right? But the athleticism is there. The raw talent is there, and everybody points to, well, he's been on the Warriors for the last 3 years and hasn't really developed, hasn't really gotten better. There is going to be a team out there that goes the same way they look at Zion and goes, yeah, but in our system, if we got our hands on him, I don't know if the Sacramento Kings in their first year should feel like they're the most ideal situation to maximize talent. But if you want to go out and attempt or take a flyer, try something, like Kuminga is definitely out there. But I think if the Kings felt that he was more than a project or an opportunity, they would be willing to offer more than what they're offering. I think the security that they build for themselves is, yeah, we'll give him the high teens to low 20s contract if that's the deal that the sides agree to, if that's what his value is. But we're not giving up a lot in order to process that deal and make it happen with the Golden State Warriors, to where if it doesn't work out, yeah, you have this money on your books, but that's not as bad as a $30 million player that you also used Keegan Murray, which is absurd and never going to happen, but Keegan Murray to go out and acquire. Because at that point, it better work, or you're potentially losing your job.
Yeah. Great stuff as always from our man Matt George over here at ABC 10, and of course the Locked On Kings podcast. We appreciate you so much for being with us. We'll be back here tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders to recap this first Summer League game. Our first look at Neek, Max. What's Devin Carter look like in year number 2? We're going to find out here in about 30 minutes, and we'll be back to talk about it all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. on the Insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Summer League Kings.
Good stuff, Matt.
Sorry I was late. Sorry I was late.
All right, it's all good. You're a busy man.
You have a job, man. It's all good. Got multiple jobs. All right, y'all. We got to run. Y'all know what it is. We headed over to 102.5. We got tickets to give away. See y'all over there.